Hi, everybody. This is Summer, and I've decided I'm just going to use my real name for now on, which is Monique, just because. So welcome to another episode of Radio Gunk. We apologize if you hear any noises in the background. New York is crazy today.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's really weird. I don't know what's going on outside, but there is a
sirens.
massive amount
All day.
of pre-Bloomberg, Giuliani
Really?
type
What's
of
going on here?
noise going on outside.
Ron Howard's trying to get Billy Baldwin back in the game, and he's filming Backdraft 2, is what's going on.
That could be. You never know.
So there's lots to talk about this week. We're going to have our guest, Dr. D, call in a little while, and we're going to talk about the psychoticness that is Howard Stern, and we're going to go a little bit in depth into his OCD and his condom-wearing, non-handshaking, narcissistic personality, for lack of a better term. But we wanted to start this week with the Week in Review, and what a fucking shitfest it was this week.
It was just wonderful.
So I took the time, I don't know if everybody else watched it, but I took the time to watch the Leno thing. Sorry, Letterman. The Letterman thing. Did anybody else watch it? Did you guys watch it?
I did.
I really didn't. I'm bad. I did not watch it.
Really? So I watched it while I was at work, and I was just floored by how, once again, Howard completely dominated the conversation, took over the entire show.
Shocking.
No, he took over the entire show.
That's who he is.
And he, so he, he's standing there like Ichabod Crane,
he stands.
and he's wearing an outfit that is entirely too big on him, and the sleeves are down to like his pinkies, and yeah, so then he sits down with Letterman for like 5 minutes, then he's up again. He mentioned the word Montana about 27 times.
He's so funny.
And he was just kind of a little obsessive compulsive about his need to be on the show and his need to be the person in charge of the show.
It's me. Not Dave.
John, did you watch it?
I watched it, and I just want to state up front, the amount of attention that this late night shit gets is so maddening to me. It's like at this point there's like a million people watching these shows with all the options we have with Netflix.
That's about how many viewers
with the
we
internet. Have. It's insane. It's insane. The wars they have and the books that are written over it. It is a blip on the sonar. It is a hemorrhoid on the ass of TV now. And the deal they make over him, Letterman should have retired 15 years ago. He is a curmudgeon. He hates mankind. Why a guy like that even goes into show business, I have no idea. He has no interest in entertaining you or I. Why does a guy like that even, you don't want to be there, Dave. I don't want to be there watching you.
I can personally say I've never watched that show, and it's right around the corner from where we live.
Nor have I.
I've never watched it.
But he sounds a lot like someone we know, and he does show up every day. And unlike
he tapes 3 of them, I think, in the same day. He doesn't show up every day.
No, I don't think that's correct, actually.
No,
yes, he does.
Whatever.
I don't think so. I mean, I've seen the lines there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally around the corner. I see the lines there on a constant basis. So I think he tapes at least 3 days a week, at least, if not 4.
I think it might be 3. I think but he's actually gets a ton of those late night guys get a ton of vacation. They're constantly showing repeats.
Yeah, of course.
So don't get him. Let's not say he's got this work.
I have no feeling for Letterman one way or the other.
I don't care.
I really just want to stress how f***ed up I thought Howard was on that show.
And it's all about him,
and
the
hubris of him to
very
go on that show and think that and then the flower watercolor, the daffodil.
That was a riot. Oh my God!
I could not believe, with a personal note to Regina, the unknowing, unseen Haggadah that lives out in fucking Montana,
made fun of that she's fat and ugly. Come on, Howard.
She is a little bit of a hef. Yeah?
Yeah, but it's
kind of amazing to me, considering that Letterman supposedly slept with like a ton of people on his show.
That's the thing. You nailed it. That's basically a subtle innuendo. Is you slept with 800 interns, and this is my penance for you to make up for that.
Listen
and it
to
never
me.
came up. It never came up.
Unlike Howard, he doesn't wear a condom, and I'm sure that he just happened to marry his baby mama. That's really what happened there.
Well, he was with Meryl Marco. Do you know who she is?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Not an attractive girl.
Nah, yeah, he doesn't really have
very
good
funny
taste.
Though.
He doesn't have taste in his girlfriends.
Oh, remember that? She did that All About Me thing about Sam Simon's funeral.
Yes.
I'm going to give a shout out to this one and that one.
Yes,
I remember
they
made the funeral for her, and it was bizarre.
Do you think Letterman actually ever had anything going on with Beth? Do you think that she actually was even on that show?
We have no evidence she ever was even in that studio.
No.
No one has produced a picture or a video of her in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we're going to go back to, we're going to do a Beefus show, like all Beefus all the time.
Got to be all about Beefus.
And yeah, and nothing else. Like, I don't even want to talk about her relationships with anybody else other than the Beefus.
Everything we
know about her, every alleged.
Yes.
Who should we have on for that show?
The Beth blog is the right.
Oh, well,
isn't that
yeah, we tried. She, he, it.
We will continue to try.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, let's start off with Monday. Howard had Jimmy Kimmel in studio, and it just
to Kimmel's credit. Like, if this doesn't give you evidence that show needed that third
seed, fucking third seed, Jesus Christ. You know, and even if it is Jimmy, who's really not the funniest and not the most entertaining person in the world,
kind of a wimp with Howard,
kind of a bit of a puss boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's a fleshy boy. I feel like he's had a little plastic surgery, too.
Oh, he's had some work done.
And he dyes fleshy. His hair. He's another one that married a Hagatha, interestingly enough. Well, she's nothing to look at, honestly.
She looks, but she supposedly is funny. So.
I would take...
She was on Howard's show, and she made Ann Coulter look like the funniest woman on the planet. She was hideous.
That's not... And she's a writer for Kimmel Show, so what does that say about him?
Well, the thing is that she's a writer, and writers are not exactly known to be, great performers. That's why they're writers.
She's not a looker.
But
you know what? She married well. Yeah. By the way, the baby Howard's never seen, which is a weird fucking thing in itself, too.
Which is better than Brianna or Fufrana or any of those other.
Well, it's baby Jane. So if she ever, gets kidnapped by a serial killer and has to be married at Potter's Field, she has the name that suits her fucking persona.
Potter's Field.
It's just baby Jane. That's all.
Potter's Field, for those who don't know.
So, right.
We're indigent and I know people are buried.
There's millions of people buried in Potter's Field.
On top of each other. It's
it's
like horrible thing.
It's like Poltergeist.
Oh.
Yeah. So Monday, it was fabulous because the phones weren't working. So none of the array of,
Bobo.
Tommy from Malden, Bobo, Marianne, and the rest of those suckasses could call in and say how, Howard, you were fabulous.
He was on.
No, she was not on Monday. No way. The phones were not working, period.
They ended up working later.
No, she may have been on the wrap-up show, but she wasn't on the show.
No, she was.
Because Hein came on and said miraculously the phones are working now, and they weren't working for the whole show. I'm telling
John
you.
Hein. Ew.
Fleshy boy. Okay, so what happened on Monday? Basically, Alex Trebek came in.
Yeah.
Who gives a let's
She's
be honest.
75 now.
I know, but who cares? What is Pawn? Did they bring that up? Did they bring up what is Pawn?
Well, Robin did, I think.
So Robin, for those of you who don't know, who think she's the most brilliant human being ever to walk the planet, had been on Celebrity Jeopardy, and I can't remember what the final question was.
It was some old movie.
Something about corn. Or something.
No, something about an old movie.
I don't know. But anyway, she answered, what is Pawn? P-O-N, and lost all of her money. I don't even think they brought it up on the show afterwards. She was so humiliated and embarrassed about it.
Well, give Robin credit for putting herself out there.
Exactly.
Mr. Fake Trivia Fred, how come he won't go on there? Because he can't cheat on Jeopardy. Because he can't get he has to go and everybody else goes. Fred, you go on Jeopardy, Fred. You go on. You do something, Fred. You go on Jeopardy. I give Robin
credit. They don't give a shit.
They don't know him.
Yeah, they don't know. So anyway, we had that for a little bit.
They talked about the paparazzi followed them to whatever restaurant they were at. Did you hear that?
No, wait, what are we talking about? Oh,
Jimmy
with Kimmo.
The Kimmos. And the girls were together, chatting.
And wait, wasn't there something about him sleeping at Howard's house, but he didn't want to do that, and they slept at a hotel instead?
They slept at a hotel, and he said that they walked to the hotel, which was 5 blocks away, and Howard said, we could have picked you up.
Right.
5 streets. He said, well, it was 5 streets. And Howard said, but we could have picked you up.
Did they bring Baby Potter with them?
They didn't bring Baby Jane, no. Baby Potter Field. Poor child. Poor little girl.
I think that was it. And then once again, they had Sour Shoes on, which has become a daily event. And I guess maybe it's just because Sour is off his meds and maybe he's calling in more frequently, or is it because he really doesn't have any more filler of live people that are actual whackpackers to fill the time anymore? Really, I mean, he doesn't have Beetlejuice anymore. He doesn't have Bigfoot that often. He does have.
Didn't Fred the Elephant Boy come on this week?
Yes, Fred was on later on in the week, and then also Eric, High Pitch Eric, I guess, with the whole embedded thing. They may have touched on that a little bit, but that's it, though. But that's because they had to save time for ponderous 2-hour interviews.
Oh, but there's one thing I want to mention about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. That
the Seinfeld,
interesting. Right? The Seinfeld thing, but first off, the thing that I thought was really interesting was Howard was like, oh, I love that PETA went into Kim Kardashian and say, why are you wearing fur?
Right, the leather wearing.
Then Kimmel said, well, do they wear leather shoes? Do they wear leather coats? And I'm like, yes, Jimmy Kimmel.
Keeping up with Jimmy, honestly, probably wasn't even getting the irony of what he was saying.
I think he was, to be honest. They have to make fun of them. Animal activist Beth. And then Howard was like, he sort of shuts up and he said, I know you say that. And he said, and I do eat fish. And, but I thought it was good. I like that. And I did like how Jerry, the fart face Jerry Seinfeld thing. I thought that was good, too.
So explain to everybody what you're talking about.
Summer, do you know the Seinfeld stuff?
Tell me if I'm wrong. So apparently Jimmy decided that he was not going to go dark, but he was going to run a repeat the day that was Letterman's final day in tribute to Letterman.
Yes. Or initially he was going to put like an oak.
Okay, and then what was Jerry's response to that? He thought that was like a crock of shit bullshit move?
It was a great response. And Seinfeld basically was just like, hey, Jimmy, we got it. You idolized Letterman when you were a kid. You wore his suit to class. We got it. Stop kissing his. If you
it's
really
like
want
all
to
about you,
guy,
too.
you would
it's
go
making it about him and how great he is as well.
Exactly.
It's like he can't stop kissing his ass on any level. It's like, if you really wanted to, I'll go a step further. If you really wanted to honor the guy, you wouldn't take an 11:30 talk show going against him. Because the show, it would completely water
let's
down.
be honest. I mean, money is money, and business is business.
Baby.
Marbos are Marbos. That's exactly right. There's no way that would ever happen. Oh, I'm not going to take a show at 11:30 because I might be up against my idol. No way.
Yes. If you really,
John,
you can do it.
The one thing I wanted to mention about the Letterman thing, which I watched in its entirety, was the fact that Letterman said to him, do you remember or do you know how many times you've been on the show? And Howard said, I have no idea how many times I've been on. He's like, however, it's really curious to me. I didn't want to come on all the time. I wanted to stop coming on and make it special when I did come on because, Regis Philbin has been on almost 175 times. So how amazing is it that he knew exactly how many times Regis Philbin has been on the Letterman show after all these years, but he doesn't know how many times he's been on the show.
Yeah, sure, Howard.
See, and that goes back to John actually raised a really good point on an email to me about how he lies just for the sake of fucking lying.
You can't.
It's part of his, I know. Sorry, guys, if you hear anything going on.
You would think that.
You would think that New York is burning.
9/11 again,
That is Hell's Kitchen, man.
Buildings
Living
are
up to
still
every bit of
standing.
it.
It's like Fahrenheit 451 outside.
Oh
Everybody's
my
just
God.
throwing fucking paper and books and shit out of the windows. People jumping all over the place. I don't know what the fuck is going on outside.
Call the Avengers! Call the Avengers! The Chitauri's back!
Oh my God! What did we forget? We forget Howard talking about how he wanted to go see the Avengers.
Oh, yeah.
And he went through a whole tirade about how he didn't want to go to the movies by himself. Meanwhile,
Beth went to the theater by herself.
Can we set this up? Okay, the guy lives on West 67th in Columbus at a place called the Millennium Towers, directly adjacent and across from ABC and Lincoln Square. Stop by, say hi, have a beautiful soup, get high on wine with him, tell the doorman I sent you, they'll let you up.
Pick up some
Okay, and you guys know this landscape better than I. This building has the Reebok Sports Club is around the corner, and it has its own movie theater. Right. So it gets the top releases that come out in your friendly neighborhood movie theater. He gets to literally take an elevator downstairs and see it. And he literally couldn't make it downstairs and perpetuated that same lie that he's walking around the corner. What guys, where is it? Broadway and 72nd?
I kind of feel, John, like the theater that's in his building, which is the Lincoln Cinemas or something like that.
Nice.
They show the fart movies that nobody wants to see. Like it's the movie equivalent to a fart in an elevator. Like nobody wants to see it. Everybody who's waiting outside is like, I don't know, they have their ARP cards, like 200 years old. I feel like that's the theater that's in his building.
And they're like,
nonetheless, the huge IMAX theater is 2 blocks away. So
Yes.
we're not talking a substantial distance for him if he wants to go see the fucking Avengers. Like, I don't really understand how he's definitely going to be Howard Hughes when he gets older. Like, I don't understand how he functions anymore as a living, breathing, normal adult. I just don't get it.
Our little
But
video.
he needed Ralph to go with him, too. He's
I
probably
know.
seen the movie 3 times.
And Ralph
already.
said no.
And that was just like basically an FU to the people, I guess, who
That's a
produced the
riot.
Avengers for not getting him
How dare they?
a copy of the movie.
I love that.
I don't know for a fact, but I think they actually do get first-run movies in his building. Because I read the profile of the building, and it claimed that it got all... Like
They are first run, but they're fart movies. I'm telling you, they are senior citizen fart movies that are shown. I'm almost positive of this, Grace.
The
Am I
Lincoln
wrong?
Theater,
I
yeah.
think it's the Lincoln Theater that's in his building.
They're I
'Cause I
don't know
passed
if
it the
it's
other
in its
day.
building. It could be across the street.
Well, I went to the most pompous store in America, Lululemon, the other day, and I know, Grace just rolled her eyes at me. Sorry, I'll end it. She just rolled her eyes at me. And I was in the store,
Did they-
pompous friggin' store.
Take your thigh measurement.
Yes,
if you were, like, allowed to go in.
yes. So that I
They're
could buy a
horrible.
$145 workout
They have
pass?
some
Are you
nerve.
kidding me?
It's a horrible
It's
place.
a horrible
people.
place. But as I was passing by,
They measure you. They think if you're over a size 8, you're grossly obese, and they put you on a diet plan and tell you to get your stomach stable. They're horrible, horrible
it's
people.
so true. It's like the Stepford Wives of workouts.
Ew.
Disgusting animals in there.
And to pay
Hi.
$75 for a pair of pants.
75? 135 is the ones I was looking at.
For an outfit? or
And
for
then
the
it
pants?
dawned on me, holy shit, I could go to TJ Maxx and buy a shitty pair
Oh, they have great
so I can
stuff there for
sweat like a
$20,
pack mule in
30
them
bucks.
and have like crotch rot if I want to and throw them away. Like, who cares?
And at least, the girls, we look like slim and trim dolls there.
But I'm kind of like the fat ugly chick in Lululemon. Seriously. I felt grossly overweight and I'm like, wait a second.
And they're looking at you like, should we let her in or
should
not?
I let her in? That's exactly right. And then they have these new pants for men, which basically let your ball sack hang.
Remember I did that thing?
So
I
what are
found
they
it.
called? ABC pants?
They're really ugly.
Ball
and it's like
changing,
your ball
absolute
sack
ball
can-
changing pants
Yes.
or some shit like this.
any guy that wears it.
And they're $150. We're like, who's the fuck going to spend $150 on a pair of ball sack pants?
Well, we know there are a few people out there.
Oh,
who
there's
are.
several. She's like, we're almost sold out of them. I'm like,
Oh
really?
my God.
It's Upper West Side. They're all douchebags.
Please, let's not ever.
In
do
any
that.
case, I'm walking past that
next
stupid
month-
movie theater
next
and I see that everybody outside is like 900 years old. I believe the IMAX theater is, in fact, 2 blocks away, and that's the one that has the, not first run movies, but the most popular movies.
But you could have gotten a ride.
But we digress. So we also wanted to talk about,
What I like was
the chair? Do we want to talk about the chair? Going into the Smithsonian?
Smithsonian, yeah. And Marianne Garvey. Oh, gee whiz. Where did she ever come up with that one?
She should really rot in hell, honestly.
How much does she get paid?
How does her publisher let her get away
I
with
don't
that?
know.
She's Daily News, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's Daily News. This isn't, this
I
isn't
really
the
hope all
Hamptons.
those fire alarms outside are like rushing to the Daily News
Me
building.
too. And Marianne
And it just
Garvey is
moved
in
Marianne
there. And
Garvey
I don't want her
inside.
to burn to death. I'm not mean, and I don't
I'm
wish
kind
that
of
on
mean.
anyone.
I don't really give a
Where-
shit.
I do. I think that's
it would be
horrible.
nice if Beth was visiting too with fucking Yoda.
No.
Burn
And
them
you
all.
and your Yoda.
Where's the
Which
J.
is the
Jonah
Salem?
Jameson newspaper publisher when you need him? Just to scream at Marianne
Who?
Garvey for printing that.
Who?
Don't tell me you guys don't know J. Jonah Jameson.
No.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's Peter Parker's.
Jesus.
I would
J.K.
plug
Simmons.
any
J-
superhero thing because I
Fine,
know
you know.
not.
That's
All
you.
works back to a superhero thing.
Yes, I know nothing
All
about
swings
superheroes.
around to
Call
the
me.
superhero.
I'm sheltered, I guess.
All right, let's swing
You're
to Tuesday.
fired.
We can spend Monday forever, but let's go to Tuesday, which
Oh, Taylor
absolutely
Day.
sleep-inducing REM
Oh.
sleep-inducing interview. Seriously, there is
I just kept
nothing.
fast forwarding.
Nothing I learned there, nothing I cared about. I've heard all his songs 1,000 times. I don't care. And then the one new one he had was a baseball themed one for the Red Sox, maybe? And it sucked.
Well, I didn't listen. I just had to
It was
keep
the worst
going.
thing. It just kept going. It just kept going and go. The one thing I did get out of it, which I don't recall hearing in past interviews with him, which 97 times, was that he actually met Mark David Chapman, who killed John Lennon
He did?
on the street. the day before he killed him.
Oh, that was so horrible.
And he was also like next door in like the next building when the shots rang out.
Dakota?
By the Dakota.
Did he sign an autograph for Mark David Chapman?
I'm fuzzy on the details because I really was in like my second REM sleep as this whole thing was going on.
I
want to shoot Julian Lennon.
I like Julian Lennon.
Another useless cog in the wheel of society.
Oh, please. You know who's the one? Sean Lennon, all right? We're talking
It's just an
Sean
excuse
Lennon.
for Howard to open up the Beatles portal again. I guarantee you they forced James Taylor.
Julian looks like, I smoke weed eyes, sort of like that slant.
I feel like
And
a little
Sean,
Vietcongy.
Sean is Yoko's son. Come on, let's figure.
What is Yoko? What the fuck is Yoko? She
I
Japanese?
can't stand that broad. Yeah, she
doesn't look Japanese.
She is Japanese.
She looks Filipino.
I got to talk about a Tuesday thing which cracked me up.
What?
Let's forget the whole James Taylor thing.
What?
How Howard, when he went on, and Don Rickles was there, they made him sit there. They said, "Okay, keep waiting." And Howard's like, "Oh, something's going to come up. There's going to be
Some
a big
surprise.
surprise.
Some fabulous something."
So Howard's just sitting there. They're ushering the old coot Don Rickles out of there.
I think the audience is already leaving.
And Howard's just sitting there. And he's like thinking there's great things going on. And it goes 10 minutes. It's like, Elvis has left the building.
I wonder if the manatee pulled him out of there. Do you think Blubbin actually pulled him out of that scenario?
No, because finally the director said, "Okay, you can go now."
You can go now.
And he said, "I didn't get to say goodbye to Dave. And Dave didn't say goodbye to me."
Dave was actually going out for
dinner with Don Rickles.
All I can think of when I was watching it, and DS gets in your head one time, sometimes when you watch, is when Rickles came on, I picture Mr. Warmth jerking off to Don Rickles.
Oh my God. I just saw Mr. Warmth too. Every time it's just like,
and Mr. Of course, Warmth, for those of you who don't know, is just a friend of ours. It's on a blog site that we go to.
And he makes my heart go pitter-patter.
For some bizarre reason. But his avatar is Don Rickles, so.
And dreamy.
I guess.
Mr. Warmth, this one's for you.
So let's move on to Wednesday so we can push this along just a snurch.
Oh, it was horrible.
Wednesday, let's see what happened. So we had Sour
Shoes. Was it Missy on?
Who?
Missy Rivers was on.
When was that?
Stuart.
When was Melissa on? I think that was last week.
Last week or this week?
Oh, it was last week. Yesterday, on Wednesday, was this Ronda Rousey came in. Another hour and a half of time. Fucking Snorefest. So let's see. Hold on, because we've been calculating this. So Ronda Rousey coming on for an hour and a half of something that Howard probably knows nothing about. I think he caught up the day before to see who she actually was.
Did you see her picture?
But that was $300,000 worth of interview time for somebody I've never heard of. I'm sure a lot of you out there have heard of her.
He didn't tell us she was hot, did he?
No, I don't think he did.
No, she
wasn't. I think she's a bit of a beefy one.
She is beefy. She's a big girl. She's a wrestler or whatever she is.
Beefy.
She's a UFC girl fighter, right?
MMA. Baby.
Yes.
Howard's actually feuding with Dana White, the creator of the UFC. Dana White hates Howard because he won't have him on or his fighters on. Like, he's tried to get on the show several times. Dana White's very powerful now, and he wouldn't have him on. Dana White
the only reason he had this woman on is because she's really popular, and I'm sure other people have said to him, "Why don't you have her on?" I can't imagine there's any other reason. Honestly, I can't imagine.
I didn't know.
Really,
I'd sooner hear our boyfriend Chauncey than listen to fucking...
Me too! Come back, Chauncey. Come back. We love you.
Ronda Poussey.
Oh, Poussey. You know what we missed about Wednesday was that guy. That guy, you know his name, John? He's a screenwriter. Remember, he lathered Howard's ass.
Koppelman.
That was Tuesday. That was Tuesday when the phones came back up. That was the first phone call he took in the morning.
I thought that was
that guy? No. As soon as the phones came back up, that was the first phone call he took. Was this kiss ass saying it was the most fabulous, amazing interview he's ever heard in his entire life. It was transcending.
He is I may say he is the brother of Jenny Hutt. So there's always an agenda. There's always a serious circle jerk.
What's his name, Koppelman, who used to be
Brian Koppelman. He's the brother of Jenny Hutt.
Wait, who's the Koppelman who used to be on Channel 7?
Ted Koppelman?
Oh, maybe it's Ted Koppel.
Ted Koppelman? Sorry, Ted Koppel. Okay. No, but he did. And this killed me. I was really stressing about the kiss for weeks.
Oh, my God.
Kissing a man.
They so tried to make that viral.
And he said, JD had all the clips. It went everywhere. And I
think it was like in Minneapolis and maybe Des Moines. Honestly, I mean,
I've never kissed a man before. He kisses everybody. And Brian Cumble said, that was, Howard
actually
just
slightly
tries to kiss
embarrassing,
me all the
actually.
time.
It was slightly embarrassing.
It's like
to
he's
show.
senile, right? It's we have gotten over this dancing shit with guys on every talk. I mean, not
Kissing
just the
Howie, kissing
No, you
everybody.
just couldn't
He
figure out
planned
what
this
it is
shit.
that would make him viral for that moment. And
my
that
God.
was his thing.
He said it did.
It was a fail.
It was all over the
It
place.
was an epic fucking fail. Okay, so Run to Pussy. Then,
You know what
Okay.
I've missed? Manatee.
I'm trying not to say that
Yeah,
anymore.
that
because
gets a lot of traction. People love the manatee.
I know, but
so much.
but since we're not talking about the blob today.
Okay, but let's just say, and then it's Sal running in. They got on my cock. What, is that what he said, or did he say my penis? I don't remember.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even listen to
Yeah,
it.
Sal
I
came in,
couldn't really do it.
and they thought it was uproariously funny. But let me tell you, that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see,
not
I
so
couldn't
much.
even.
It's a
I
bunch of
couldn't even
bull.
listen to that for research. I'm
It is.
so
It's
burnt
such
out
a
on that
bunch-
thing. I can't
Exactly,
even listen
and
to it for
it's
research.
just fake. Take my words for it,
That's-
kids. As the sirens are going down.
Again.
Yeah, it's fake.
Again.
Oh my God.
There's people throwing themselves out the window.
I think the world is ending.
the world is coming to
Okay.
Shower the people you love with love. Show them the way that you
Who sings that,
feel.
John?
Things are gonna be just fine if you only will.
Who sings that?
James
Showers of
Taylor.
people. James Taylor.
Oh, James Taylor.
He didn't sing that on
After 2.5
Tuesday.
hours, I should have known.
But you didn't hear that in the 17-hour
That
interview?
was one
Right,
of the
it's just
15-minute filler they used to start the show at
Hey,
7:15 paying subscribers. Not 7:15 the show starts at.
All right, so we're going to introduce you. Are you there, baby love?
I'm right here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so we're going to introduce you to one of our most fabulous people that some of you may know as D, but it's Dr. D, 34D.
Very accurate. by
I'm
the way.
34
Well
double
done.
A. I'm a little jealous.
Dr.
but-
D, 34D. Dr. 34D. She is a doctor of psychology, and she specializes in pretty much chronically ill adults, I shall tell you. So what we wanted to do tonight is just go through who Howard, the OCD-laden, manorexic, almond-eating,
Freak.
condom-wearing,
Serial liar.
non-handshaking, narcissistic animal is. Hi, D.
Hello.
First, I want to thank you guys for having me on because this will be the only time in my professional career that I'll be able to use the words wig dick and cunt on a regular basis throughout this talk. So thank you so much.
I was hoping for cuntaroo.
Well, cuntaroo as well, but you know,
I was feeling tato myself, but
You're
okay.
feeling what?
I was feeling a little twatty myself.
And I say patoopa because I'm a lady. People.
So,
Oh,
you know,
vanity and
In
shit.
full disclosure, I want
Okay.
you guys to know that D and I hooked up in LA.
That sounds a little vulgar, too.
Oh, not so vulgar. Not so vulgar. There was no lickage going on.
But then you did do what kind of
Just a
underwear
kiss
were
here
you
and there.
wearing, young lady?
I told you exactly what I was wearing. I told you I was wearing purple hanky pankies. Now I'm wearing red Cosabellas.
I'm wearing red underwear too. Wow.
John wears
I'm
Under
wearing anything
Armour.
with the summer.
I thought he wore what do you call them?
Speedos? No, he wears Under
Underoos.
Armour. So yeah, so Dee and I got together on Monday, and we literally sat in the sun for what would you say, 5 hours
5 hours. That's
So-
at
Scissoring.
least?
oh, Jesus. God. Maybe a little bit of that.
What'd you say? What did he say? I couldn't hear him. What'd he say?
No. We just yapped for 5 hours straight.
We did. We literally
Yes.
just laid on 2 lounge chairs.
You look like a bronzed goddess.
Hey,
Let
well,
me
see,
tell
the
our
Puerto Rican
audience,
kicking
the
in.
25 people. She looks like.
So we were at
bronzed
Shutters, so we were like totally fabulous,
She
drinking
looks really
rosé
great.
and some white wine, and just chatting
Yeah.
our asses off. Yeah, I know you're a little pasty right now.
Thanks, Val.
Slightly pasty, almost like Asian. You're so white.
I'm so jealous. I admit. See, I can admit my jealousy. This is all the therapy I've had because I look like I entered a candy cane contest. I'm so
Mhm.
red and white. It's horrible.
Well, I'm a
Horrible.
cracker, honey.
Well, you just don't feel bad, but my neck was so tan. I actually look like I look like I have like
Wowee.
dirty construction
You
worker
do.
neck.
Oh
I know.
my word! I didn't even notice it.
I know, but it doesn't rub off on any of my pink shirts. It's okay. So So
You should be wearing like a ascot or something to cover it.
I kind of feel like I should.
Scarf.
A little scarf.
Yeah, it's a Varvatos
pepper
scarf.
pot thing. Yes.
So, Dee, I was looking up some interesting information on our boy, and I wanted to share it with you live on the podcast. But I was going through a lot of kind of archival Howard information. I had really just typed in OCD to see what came up. And interestingly enough, I have I've kind of logged in just a whole bunch of different OCD moments that he's had going back to 2002. Almost on a yearly basis, he will say that his back is starting to hurt him and his OCD is coming back. Like that they are completely related and attached to each other. So when he starts to have back problems, he starts to kind of manifest some really bad OCD type behavior every year. I literally have, I'm looking at right now, 2013, OCD discussion, 2013, OCD discussion, 2009, OCD discussion, 2008, all the way back to 2002 with the exact same conversation. You know, my back started hurting me and I realized that my OCD is coming back, and, you know, Dr. Sarno has helped me so much. But now it's really hurting me. And I don't know if you guys recall, maybe about 3 weeks ago, he started talking about how he was having back problems again.
And taking pills.
Right, but not mentioning Dr. Sarno, but
Dr.
mentioning that he was
dead.
Oh, well, the mind over matter thing, I guess, isn't working for him at
It
this
worked
point.
for me, I have to admit. I read the book long before Howard. I was a hypochondriac, Dr. D.
What do you think, Dana?
Honestly, even back in the day before I was in graduate school, I never bought this back pain related to OCD bullshit, frankly, because if you look at what obsessive compulsive disorder is, I mean, the obsessive part, those are the thoughts, you know, the really disturbing thoughts that come into a person's mind, and the compulsions are these weird behaviors that people use to get rid of said thoughts, right? The problem is that not only are the thoughts that are obsessive really, really bad, but the compulsive behaviors don't do dick. They don't do anything. So in fact, you get this terrible cycle happening. And I don't really see how back pain plays into all that. Frankly, I think the back pain is more of a manifestation of his anxiety.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
100%, because that's how it
Dr.
was
D,
for me.
how could someone with as limited physical activity as that guy's had, not just now, but his entire life, have back pain? Isn't back pain synonymous with someone who's actually worked for a living?
No,
who's done
psychological.
How would he possibly have back pain? There's no way. When would it ever have taken hold?
There is a cluster of psychological disorders called, you can have a conversion disorder, which is people who manifest different types of pain with no physiological basis whatsoever. And there's, you know, that's very obviously psychologically created. Usually I think it's a form of tension or a way to sort of displace other disturbing thoughts. But I think for...
Did you say tension or attention?
Tension.
They both work. They actually both work in that.
Right. I mean, right. I think for Howard, I think it was mostly just like physiological tension. I mean, this is a tense guy, and I think it was easier for him to blame something else, some more, frankly, a grandiose disorder like OCD. I'm still not convinced he has that.
But he talks about how...
But it's also, he has to play the victim. You know, he's
always
he is
right.
the victim.
Feel my
Get the
pain
violin,
because I can't shake hands. I can't go to an actual bathroom. I can't see other people's like peenies.
Oh no, he can see that, but he can't see your vaginas because women are icky.
Right.
He wants to see beer can thicks. Come on.
Well, women are icky to him. He says like duty and underpants and stuff like that. It's kind of weird.
Duty. And you can shake hands, but you can kiss. You can do a reach around and kiss Letterman. That's okay.
But he said though, I was really upset about this, and, you know, I'm not homophobic, but he talked about razor stubble and stuff.
What did
this whole thing.
You know, he was just trying to make that whole thing viral. It was such a crock of shit.
Barf.
So what do you think, though, and how do you think this ties into his relationship with his mother? I mean, doesn't almost everything in Psych 101 tie back to your mother? No, I'm not even joking, because when I was in therapy for a little while, because I had some fucked up issues going on, the one thing I never brought up was my mother. And I think maybe it was because I almost felt like I was going to it's going to sound really stupid, but I almost felt like I was going to a fortune teller. Like I wanted her to tell me that I was fucked up for yada, yada, yada because of my mother. Not that I would tell her, oh, gee, my mother's this type of individual and maybe that's why I am the way I am. But she never brought it up. Like she never brought up my mother as being part of my reason that I was going to her. Does that make any kind of stupid sense, Dee?
No, it makes perfect stupid sense because you should have had me as a therapist because I certainly would have mentioned your mother. And I think it's not just our mothers, it's our fathers too.
It's
and
everything.
I think this
it's
is
just the whole upbringing.
probably a good time to enter into Wig Dick's narcissism.
Yeah, for sure.
He is, and I have to bring this up because it does tie in with his mother. And I think he is, I did some preparation for this. I know, shocking, right? I read up on sort of early articles on narcissistic personality. And he fits that to a T. And if you want to talk about his mother, think about the times when he would talk about, he imitates her so well. I hear her voice in my head telling me to do this and telling me to do that. She had an ideal of perfection that he was never able to meet.
Right.
And she wanted this from him. And she failed him, I think, in both of their minds on a daily basis. And the literature will tell you that narcissistic personality or any personality disorder is going to cement in around 18 to 24 months. I tend to think it's lifelong kind of issues with your parents and rejection. And he could never live up to those expectations.
Do you feel like his parents were like those kind of almost old world Jews
yes.
with like a hard-ass personality and, my mother had to walk 50 blocks to get to a school. And didn't he have some ties to people being in camps,
right?
Concentration
camps?
And
his mother, she didn't have her mother. She stayed with her aunt.
And his father, too. What do you remember about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you by my experience as an Eastern European Jew, yes to all of that. That, you come to this country as an immigrant. I don't think his mother was, but I know his grandparents were.
Right.
I believe.
Grandpa
and
Saul with the
you
black
have these
hair.
expectations. You have to survive, and you do everything you can to survive. So I'm going to set these expectations for you that you better not fucking fail, or else you're going to end up in a camp. You're going to end up in a ghetto. And you also, I think, for
could
someone
there
like
be any
Howard,
worse ghetto than where did he grow up?
He grew up in
I'll call you about ghettos.
But that's
Winchester
what
Square
he was
people.
told, though, and what he was warned about. You don't want to go back there, so you better achieve. So clearly, his mother wasn't exactly the most loving, warm, empathic person. I mean, you could
but
hear
he
that.
loved her.
Well, of course, but that's the whole thing. It's like a weird kind of hero worship that.
Yes.
Right?
But you know what? It gets to a point where you got to say, fuck mom.
No,
big
everybody does that.
And you get over it.
No, I don't think people do that.
My mother was whatever.
I don't get over that.
I take my blame myself.
I don't get over my mother's issues. Like, you just carry it with you.
You carry it with you, and you understand it and move on and stop blaming mommy. We're adults.
I'm with Tia, Dr. D. Though we just at least because Ray Stern herself has called Howard a liar on all these issues.
Yeah,
every time he blames her. So we can't. Everybody's off the boat. Every fucking one of our relatives is off the boat. I got a Ginzo off my father's Polish sides. We're all off the boat.
My Irish
only him that accentuates the victim part. We've all. He's richer than any of us growing up.
Guys, it's good for radio. It's good for radio. He's learned how to harness it.
Get over it.
He harnessed it for evil and not good. And by the way, the fact that he still brings up his parents,
well, look at him with Seinfeld
and his delusional Vietnam experience and all this shit is actually amazing to me that he could actually get away with this.
Well, his kids, who is he about anybody to talk about? My dad was this, my mom was this.
He didn't raise his children.
Don't blame your parents.
He didn't raise his children.
I mean, fucked up.
If anybody has a reason to be fucked up, it's Robert.
His parents gave him everything. There's
of
no
course they did. They
there.
put him through college. I had to work.
Wrong about what?
Okay, the only thing you're wrong about is that he might have been given everything materially, but what he wasn't given, I think, growing up was
His
just
love.
being told, you know what? Just listen. Yes, you're great. I love you. You're great
Neither
the way
was
you
I,
are.
Dee.
All you
No,
have to
I
do
know, but
is
you're not
listen
on
to
the
those things.
radio pontificating to everybody,
Yeah, but
T.
I
It's a whole
agree.
different story. You know, he's like that. You ever see those videos with that baby monkey that needs
Yes.
love, and so they
Yes.
give it like a piece of wood with a towel around it, and it'll hug it really, really tightly? That's who Howard is. Howard is that baby monkey who is constantly seeking out love and attention,
Yes.
and that's what
Yeah.
makes him so needy.
How many of our parents told us how great we were every fucking day?
Not
We don't
me.
need it.
My mother,
We
my
don't
mommy.
need it. I don't need
Well, I
an
can
ego
believe
stroke
that
that
one.
much.
My mommy! To
believe
this
you.
day, she still does that. It's
Well,
like,
my mother
"Oi,
does now. but
Mommy,
my
you're
mother
giving me
then-
the malalokia. You know, you're kind of jinxing me with how much you tell me.
My mother used to, but as a kid, forget it. I didn't get that. I was young as a
And if they do it too much, it's artificial. You know,
John, listen, but the point is this. We're also born with our genetics, and we're also born with a particular
Sure.
biological predisposition. I think Howard, biologically, for whatever reason, was a really fucking sensitive kid. And
Yeah.
I
So
think
was
he
I.
needed
Like, it's not about you, so was I. Why are you flipping this around to be about you?
But listen.
We're talking
I
about
think he
Howard.
needed parents who were more attentive and more nurturing than what he had, because he certainly didn't get it from mom. So he turns to dad, and what do we hear? Shut up, sit down. I told you not to be stupid, you moron. For Howard, he wouldn't keep playing those tapes if they weren't so inherently meaningful to him. Those things did shape him. And the problem is that because I think he was sensitive, he had to create this false self. He had to create this king of all media. You know, he had to create this I can do everything and anything. And now, at this point in his career, we're watching that crash in real time. It's amazing to watch.
So what do you think? What do you mean by crashing in real time? Like, what? Why do you say that? Because I feel like he's still, like he feels like he is like this new improved Howard. He's the guy who
Our
goes
evolved
into therapy 3 or 4 times a week, even if it's a phone in. Like he still feels the need to be in therapy that much at this age with that much money and that much of a lifestyle.
I can't even eat.
I'm kind of floored by why he still feels the need to see somebody or talk to somebody on such a consistent basis.
If I were his therapist, I would give him a list of things to accomplish, and then I would hand him a bill, a large one, and kick him the fuck out. Because I don't think that therapy for Wig is necessarily a good thing, because it allows him to talk about himself. And that's what he does all day anyhow. So I don't think therapy, he's looking for mirroring, which means he's looking for someone to reflect back what he wants, which is, I'm wonderful, I'm perfect, love me. And I have a hunch that he goes to his therapist for that kind of validation. And I think it keeps him going. And I think the problem is he is, quote unquote, I hate this term, evolved enough to know that I was a jackass back in the 80s. I did destroy some DJs, careers.
Some people's lives, not just DJs.
Yeah, some
he
people-
destroyed
right,
a lot of
lives.
lives.
He's exploited people, and I think he actually holds a lot of guilt about that. But as a true narcissist, it's not enough to get him to quit what he's doing, because he has to be seen by the public. He has to.
let me ask you this, Doctor. If you do you feel that, well, can this happen in the case of a divorce and a not so bitter divorce? We don't know if it's bitter or not so bitter. Can you court order someone to take? I've heard that Howard was court ordered to take therapy because of his daughters. That was so Allison agreed that she wouldn't clean him out entirely. That he was actually court ordered to go to therapy to deal with the fact that he was neglecting his own kids.
I have never heard of that unless in the most extreme custody.
Allison Burns Simon is a therapist, so I would think a therapist herself would want him to. If you're not going to see me, then she would want to deal with it in a therapeutic way.
Well, you know what? I could see as part of the agreement that she would say, you know what, you need to go to therapy, and we'll make some.
Oh,
you know,
100% that was part of the
Yes,
agreement.
Right.
And you know what's
But
interesting?
I don't see it as a. I don't see
If
it
it's
for-
about the kids, I could see someone as rational as Allison laying that down.
Absolutely.
Listen, the reality is with any divorce, the kids are going to be a part of the shrapnel of that process. And, I think it's only natural for people to say, you know what, you're pretty fucked up. The fact that you sit in your basement all goddamn day and
right.
don't interact and are not part of my life, then clearly there's a problem with you. I feel like the problem probably was that he was already screwing around with Beth, but clearly the problem
That's
was
definitely part of it. You joke, but that's definitely part of it. He definitely cheated on her. There's no question.
I don't know. Allegedly, he cheated on her. I don't know anything to say that that's true. But what I found interesting is that he likes to say that his OCD was most likely brought on by his one time having a hit of acid. Do you remember that whole story? Right? That he was tripping, and he decided that that's what made him get OCD. And that's
Well, you know what? God only knows. I took mescaline. Horrible.
I've taken almost every drug that you can inhale. And
Inhale?
Well, yes. Or swallow.
Ingest.
And I'm a perfectly normal human being.
And so am I. Except I'm a little insane, but normally insane. Come on.
I think he's full of shit about this, but I think you have to remember, though, everybody's physiology is different. And I know people who have taken one hit of acid, but of course it was like super, mega blotter acid, end up with a psychotic break. I have never heard, for the life of me, someone taking a hit of acid and all of a sudden,
no, not even all of a sudden. A hit of acid while you were in college. So we're talking 40 years ago. I mean, we're not even talking something recent.
I don't buy that for a fucking minute.
I don't either. And someone that claims to be that much of a perfectionist isn't touching that stuff. You would never fuck with the recesses of your mind like that.
Never. I can guarantee you he has maybe smoked pot once, and that's pretty much all he's ever done in his life.
And remember,
you're right. He's making himself out to be Hunter S. Thompson now. He had one mudslide in 1968. Now he's Hunter S. Thompson.
I love his references. He's the best. I was just wanting to touch on, just for a second, how you guys feel about the fact that Howard still uses a condom with his wife after all of these years. What do you think about that? So I was looking up.
Allegedly, she has the herpes.
Well,
and we know he doesn't want to have another kid.
Yeah, I know, but at this point, she's pushing menopause.
Yeah, but
why can't he get a best? Why can't she take the fucking pill? Let's be honest.
He said
doesn't
because
trust her.
He cares about her. He said, "Of course, it's about trust."
Oh, I think it's about trust, but I think it's about his paranoia. But another piece of this is I don't really believe a word he says.
Well, yeah.
He actually said he has the condoms locked up so that she can't get at them.
Did he really
That's how
say
paranoid
that?
Yes, that's how paranoid he is about having a baby. I was reading back some stuff. Howard said the whole condom thing. He doesn't have to get an operation, and Beth doesn't have to take the pill. He said he doesn't like the pill, and he wouldn't take one himself if he was a woman and wanted to stop his period. He said he's sticking with doing the condom. He said that some guy put in his head that a vasectomy can cause all kinds of problems and diseases.
I can believe that he would ruminate on that. Absolutely. And also, if he wears a condom, he's going to last longer.
That's
and
what
if
he
he's
said. I believe that.
He's 60 fucking one. What do we expect from him? Howard said that Beth has told him not to use condoms, but he doesn't want her to have to use an IUD or something like that.
He's concerned about her
health. This from 2008.
What a guy.
Howard said he used a diaphragm when he was with one woman when he was 18 years old. He said he used to make it part of having sex to put the thing in.
Ew.
He said he's not sure if he'd want to be doing that now. He said he doesn't trust any of that stuff. So I think he's just so freaked out about ever having children.
Oh, Dad.
Ever. And he knows that Gold Digger would definitely get her.
Ka-ching.
You know, I heard a fascinating story when I was in LA this weekend. So I have a really good friend named Perry. Hi, Perry, if you're listening.
Hi, Perry.
I have a friend named Perry who was telling me a story about this basketball player who basically fucks around. I'm not going to mention any names, but he basically fucks around. And what this girl did is she gave him a blowjob. Check this out. She gave him a blowjob.
Oh, no.
He came in her mouth. She took the sperm.
Got it.
She put it into a test tube.
Oh.
She ran home with it, and she inseminated herself and got pregnant. And he has to now pay her child support.
I'm not shocked.
Oh, that's sick.
That is like Gold Digger Deluxe.
That is
honey.
Gold Digger
right
times
baby.
the radius.
Oh, my God.
That is the Pythagorean theorem of Gold Diggers.
Right. Oh, my God.
Do you folks think that Howard recognizes at some level that Beef is a complete gold digger and therefore he distrusts her enough?
Yes.
Yes. Listen, how can you trust somebody who has told you on several occasions that you are the only human being I have never cheated on?
And it's supposed to be like some honor, because he's so gorgeous and wonderful.
You know what? I think that she just tries to be really controversial like he is. I think she's just some...
Yeah, she definitely tries way too hard.
Yeah.
Way too hard to be
in lockstep with his dumb mindset.
Well,
no
remember the old black dildo thing? Like that ever happened?
What are you talking about?
Remember? She said she was going to somebody's shower, and she was on Kimmo's show, I think. And she said she was juggling all these black dildos for a shower, and they dropped. Remember that one?
I know that somebody did a fabulous gif of dildos just coming from the sky, but I don't know that actually is a discussion.
Ridiculous. Her underwear to what's her face? No, but it was such a lie.
Yeah,
and it was her trying to be outrageous.
But I noticed that she also, because she was on The Talk, The View, which one? Which shit show was she on? Which shit show full of multi-millionaire wives was she on just recently?
That's Les Moonves' wife. Let's get the
and Ozzy's wife.
That's how that happened. You always have to trace it back. You got to trace it back to, like the Mel Karmazin sort of connection. There's always an ulterior motive. There's always something behind it. It's never just organic. It's got to be an ulterior motive.
I didn't see it, but I thought the best part about it, because I read like a live blog about it, is when Chef Daniel Boulou came on, and she's like, "Oh my God, we have a table! We have a permanent table in the restaurant!"
And he ignored her.
It was such a fucking humble brag, and he totally ignored her. I kind of feel like most people ignore her.
Oh, please.
Yes.
Right? And this is why she feels the need to be so controversial.
I have never known of another person who has aroused more ire and disgust in people than Beth. And because I think people inherently want to blame her for, Howard's
his downfall, but it's not her fault.
No, it isn't her fault.
But it's not just that. No. She's just a tool, and she's just a piece trying to, pad himself that he's the king of all media. And when I hear that, I think of Doomsday, Porky's, the remake,
Rock and Roll High School,
Fart Man,
High School.
Yeah.
What's it?
Howard Stern, the
Howard Stern, the
high school years, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I think that Beth on her own is probably just a genuinely dumb blonde
Me
chick.
too.
She's just a girl.
She doesn't read. She doesn't
do
for
anything.
The tabloids.
The best thing ever was her posting an Instagram picture on the day of that school shooting. With the kitten in the Bergdorf's bag. I thought that was Barney's bag. I thought that was the most phenomenal thing, and that was so telling of
how oblivious you are to the most catastrophic thing that just happened in the last
week. She doesn't read.
I mean, really, the writing is on the wall that she will be like Grey Gardens and he will be like Howard Hughes.
Right.
On The Talk, Matthew Broderick was one of the guests on Monday. Now, Howard
That's the theater she went to. That's the theater she went to.
He terrorized Matthew Broderick. Matthew Broderick killed someone in Ireland in a driving accident.
2 people.
He's a murderer. He's actually a murderer. And Howard was leaving messages on his answering machine. And Beth was on. I mean, that is the awkward.
And he's called her. He's called Sarah Jessica Parker Horseface. Ironically enough,
but now we
feel like being part of her life.
Obsessed with her.
But I think that's the theater that Beth went to on Monday because she was probably trying to catch up on the guest that was going to be on the show.
She said it was me, the one.
Oh, didn't you see me standing up and waving at you guys? Again, no, I did not see you.
Watch it.
Hashtag my purpose.
Oh, please. Oh, about the new blind Hugo, who's blind because he cannot see. I wonder what
is it
my blind cat dreams
Isn't
about.
Hugo out of the house already? Because she'd be Instagramming about him left and right if he was still there.
She just said today. I wonder what blind Hugo dreams about.
Do Hugo and Bella bump into each other in Kitty Cat Mansion? In the pool house that she shoves everybody in?
It just shocks me that nobody notices that she just uses these poor little cute kittens as props to
everybody
make
knows.
We notice. Well, we
I think everybody knows.
We notice, but people in Bangladesh do not notice.
They're paid followers, Dave. They're paid. He's paid. Buckwald is paid followers to write that shit.
I hope so. Because they're idiots.
Do we know anyone that stupid to write? I mean, we know some stupid people in our lives. Most naive rubes on the planet. Do you know anyone who would write that shit?
I'm going to tell you right back to that. People in Bangladesh who shit in the street, okay, and let the water run down the fucking block.
peed outside 3 times. And I would have
just dumb women who don't do shit and just want to play with cats all fucking day. So they look at her as this idol. Like, oh, I want to be like that and play with cats all day and do nothing else.
Right, and wear $4,000 Gucci fucking peasant dresses. Play with your feral, urinating shit cats all day.
Oh my God, did you see that dress?
Can I swing this to something I wanted to mention before I'm off? I wanted to know what everybody else's thoughts were about the Artie suicide attempt and that impact on Howard. Do you think that changed him into like full on?
I think it changed him. He's in cover your own ass mode. He's always in lawsuit
Exactly.
mode.
Yes,
Having Artie on would relapse. If Artie doesn't, he'll get sued because he empowered him to Artie's.
He enabled him.
Foibles,
He didn't empower him.
Artie's
He
psychological
enabled him.
foibles were his fodder, and it was really the backbone of the early series years.
Yeah, I think we touched on this with Chauncey just a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think
with the Debbie Tay.
With the Debbie Tay, with Howard.
That's an even more extreme example, definitely.
Things like that. But I think that it's ironic, don't you think, that now he has sour shoes on practically every day doing Artie?
Yes.
Yep.
Like, I think that's so weird to me.
It's very wrong.
It is wrong. But there might be, listen, the guy tried to commit suicide. He was a slacker at his job after he started going full bore back into heroin. He was calling in sick all the time.
But they ended up, you're absolutely right, Summer, but they used that slacker to fill up airtime, even when he wasn't coming in.
Yes,
100%. The phone calls,
You're right.
the calling in sick, everything like that. But I think there's something contractually that probably bans him from being on that show. I am almost positive that Howard says, you know what? This is fucked up. This was a fucked up situation. I can't have him on the show.
How could he not even phone? How could he not even do a phoner?
I remember that.
I'll pretend
I'm waiting for Artie to call me.
But he's been in the studio. He's done Opie and Anthony against him. So it's not a studio thing. It's all bullshit.
When did he do that?
No, it might be a studio, Howard Stern studio thing. It may not be a serious thing like it was with Bob Levy. But I think it is
That's right, with Bob Levy.
Yeah, he's banished. Right. He's banished from series. So, D.
Yes.
Dr. D, I love you. Thank you so much.
No worries. I hope I was able to contribute a little bit of psychological knowledge to all of this crazy. And there's so much more, too, that could be said. But,
of course. But we will share that on another day, my love. Thank you so much for coming on and hanging with us.
Welcome to the Radio-Gunk family.
And you're wonderful, Dr. D.
Welcome to being part of the Gunk Pack now.
Your Melissa Gilbert voice sounded so articulate. And so gentile, too. You don't even sound like a Jew.
I don't sound
Here.
Wow.
These two people.
Wow.
Wow.
What the hell does that mean? You don't sound like I know.
Oh, Miss hear like Lizzie Rubin or Shoshana Lonsky, but he has the Melissa Gilbert articulation.
Really? Oh my goodness.
How is it that once you think about somebody Jewish who's kind of cute, you just deflect automatically to Melissa Gilbert? Is she the only Jewish cute girl you've ever known in the world?
Is she Jewish?
Natalie Portman? Hello, Natalie Portman.
Hello, Natalie Portman. That's exactly right.
I can't stand that broad.
Oh, Natalie?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd she ever do to you? Be nice.
She's cute. Oh, be nice.
All right, Dr. D, thank you so much for coming on. We really, really appreciate it, and we love you, and it was awesome. So thank you.
So take care. Okay, bye.
Bye, baby.
What a voice. Bye.
Okay, you still there, Johnny Boy?
Yep. When I was walking in Memphis,
oh no!
And feet on the grill, walking in Memphis, and do you really feel the way I feel?
Good night, everybody.
Good
and
night.
thank you for the song, John.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we're going to do a little week in review, and then we're going to call on our friend H. Dizzle, Sir Dizzle,
Senior Dizzle,
F. Fizzle. I don't really know. I need to know the whole
H. Dizzle
genesis behind who he is and what he does. And we're going to talk a little bit about the future of podcasting. He has a little bit of Howard hate as well. So we'll talk to him. So we'll talk to him about that, and then we're going to get into the meat of the matter, which is going to be a little bit of a discussion about Robin and Fred and how our narcissistic, self-indulgent inner circle operates. And I got lots of really good, juicy discussion to talk about. There's another little brewing thing we're going to discuss as well, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So to start off the week in review, I feel like we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the ongoing ass lathering that is David Letterman.
Yep.
And how he has not shut the hell up about everybody else who has been on the Letterman show.
What a jealous little bitch he is.
He really is a bitch. He's a jealous little bitch. He is so upset that he didn't get to have the entire show for himself. But the fact that he did have the show with Don Rickles, and he basically commandeered the entire fucking show, was just not fair. I think a lot of people are starting to get the sniff of that, and he thought that his whole shtick was going to go viral and going to be the most amazing thing he's ever done. But the reality was, it wasn't fun, it wasn't funny, and it was just
stupid.
An epic fail. Epic fail. But we'll come back to that when we go to Wednesday's show. What do you got, John?
No, I was just going to say, and it's also anticlimactic because Letterman wants to leave. It's not like he's broken up. These people are coming on there and they're hugging him, and he's got the driest eye in the whole house. He's wanted to leave for 10 years. There's nothing. He's had one foot out the door since 1999.
99. Yeah, you're 100% right, John. Everybody's making it like he's dying of cancer and he's going off to some kitty cancer ranch in Long Island.
This is what he wants. He's wanted to leave for over a decade.
He's going out on his own terms,
exactly,
his own time.
And good for him.
And like you pointed out last week, who gives a shit? I mean, the ratings are like 3.5 at best.
But really, who cares about any late night?
Nobody cares about it. I mean, let's talk about, John and I were discussing Saturday Night Live, how this show, what does it get, like a 2.5 rating? Maybe a 3 rating at best? Nobody watches that shit.
The amount of attention it gets for the amount of viewers, it just doesn't. It just doesn't compute on any level. And the amount of it fails 9 out of 10 times. And anything else like that gets whacked. It doesn't go against anything on Saturday Night Live, and it doesn't even get decent ratings in that case. So it's just like the amount of attention this late night shit gets. It's maddening.
My point is, I do understand because he was really innovative at that time. And he's been around for how long?
I feel like they're all just like shticky comedians who've done good. Honestly.
Yeah, they have.
Because
He's been around a long time.
After post-Carson, what they decided was going to be the demographic and psychographic, if you will, that they go after was going to be the middle-aged comedian who can appeal to basically whoever watches that show. I mean,
it's got to be a white guy. It's got to be a white middle-aged man doing these.
Who watches that show, John?
As far as Letterman show?
Yeah, any of those shows.
I would say the demographic. It's not kids, so it's got to be. These guests haven't seen Letterman show. I'll bet you any amount of money they don't DVR it. They don't watch it on the right. They only watch it when they're on.
Of course.
So they're not going to miss it because they don't watch it. They don't watch it. They don't watch the show. They're all full of shit.
It's not must-see TV. And quite honestly, anybody worth their salt is probably watching Jon Stewart or doing that. What's that comedy channel After Dark thing that goes on?
After midnight.
After midnight. So
it's
those
called
are the things that kids are watching, or that 20-somethings, or that person I can't stand with the tattoo on their neck, the millennial. All millennials. I hate them all so much. Anybody between the ages of like 20, 22, 24, 26. The expectations are so very low.
Well,
I don't think we're going to have Social Security when it's time to retire. I got to be honest with you. Fucking kids don't even drive. They're just disgusting.
Well, save your pennies, honey.
I'm trying.
On to Howard.
I'm trying.
We don't want to talk about those horrible millennials. I've got a whole jar.
Blue shoe, 3-piece suit wearing douchebags with beards and Peaky Blinder haircuts.
Beards that are pitiful. They're like,
and where we live, all
in
the
10 years,
it's
we'll be
the Spin Doctor's beard. The Spin Doctors, remember them?
What, John? What?
The Spin Doctor beard.
Spin Doctor beard. It's not the ZZ Top beard because that would be disgusting and smelly. Spin Doctor beard.
Remember they said that thing that
right, but all the
beards are like
viral
poo-poos.
It's like typhoid Mary beards.
It's like a
That's what they are. They're just toilet bowl beards. That's exactly right.
Not like your father's garlic beard.
No, but it might as well be like Reacher drinking out of the fucking toilet bowl. Reacher's beard is more sanitary than this Lumber Bros.
What a Jackson.
Lumber Bros. They got Lumber Bros.
Listen, act. He's gonna win.
Okay, let's get to Monday's show.
Okay.
So let's see what happened on this day. And you know what? I'm going to give a pass to the David Crosby visit, which went on from almost 9 o'clock. It was 8:50 and ended at 10:25.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Mother of God.
Yes.
There is nobody that's been on the show actually this entire year that hasn't gone less than an hour. Except for Roger Daltrey, which I'll get to that in a second.
I actually listened to that.
I kind of like him, but I want to talk about that when we get to Roger. That was on Tuesday, I think. But yeah, so besides David Crosby, I feel like we just went over the same tired routines. I don't know who is doing the voice impersonations these days.
Yeah.
But goddamn, are they the most awful thing I've ever heard in my life. Who cares about Charlie Sheen? What happened? Did an intern come to him one day and say, hey, I do an awesome Charlie Sheen?
Gotta be. Maybe it's that guy who lives in Harlem that he puts on.
Mamet? What is he doing living in Harlem? See, this is how much he pays his people.
Yeah,
seriously. $900 a month in rent in any other city would probably be normal.
How much does he pay?
$900 a month.
But he has a roommate.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't pay attention that much because that was also retread information from another day.
Let's listen to the drunken Negroes outside, which was really, come on.
Come on, let's be honest. Who the fuck would want to live up there? Honestly. Would you ever?
No,
I'd sooner move to New Jersey, and nobody wants to live in New Jersey.
Well, there's some nice parts. And actually, I have to be honest about that.
What?
There are some nice parts now. I mean,
I know, but it's a commute.
But it's like so close, and yet so far.
But it's a commute. Honestly,
I hate to commute.
12 degrees outside. You're on a ferry coming across the ice-breaking water.
Horrible.
You're like a nomadic. You're like Shackleton.
It would be horrible.
Breaking through the ice, eating people's femurs. Come on, that's not fun.
I'll have you broads know I lived in Hoboken by choice.
So, did anything of any note happen?
Well, I can tell you about one thing.
Honestly.
Brangelina had a heart attack.
Oh, right. Oh,
Robin's cat
God.
died.
Okay. So Robin's cat passes away in the taxi on the way back to her apartment.
Yes.
On the west side.
And he did CPR on the cat.
Right. Brangelina, who had a kidney transplant, right?
Yes. Poor beast.
Who the fuck does that?
You know what?
It's
I
a
love my
cat.
cat. I paid thousands of dollars.
I know, but honestly, I grew up with guys. Most of them wound up being cops who literally would shove firecrackers up like cats' asses. Like, nobody cared about the feral
That's pretty
cat.
scary.
I know, but
they're evil.
I know, but I grew up having complete and general disdain for the cat. I understand.
And
You are Tiki, you are that girl.
I am that little cat.
But I would never give my cat a fucking kidney transplant.
Well, I don't think I'd do that either.
Come on,
I paid a lot
honestly.
of money for my cat.
Kidney transplant. Death to the pussy.
I don't want to put him through some
death.
You're awful, but you also think all cat people are fat, and you're wrong about that.
Well, I know that. I'm looking right at you.
Right.
Do you have a bra on today even?
No, I never wear a bra.
I love you. What else? Okay, so Robin's cat died, BFD.
The black guy.
What black guy?
The guy who called in and said, Howard, would you be upset if Beth fell in love with a man of color?
Well, what color does that actually constitute?
Well, I guess any color.
I missed this. Was it an actual Schwarzer that called in, or it just?
I doubt that.
No, it was some white guy who calls in all the time. Planted call because all the calls are planted.
So
I know there are no black listeners, right? How many black listeners do you think the show has?
One, King of all blacks.
And I don't even think he listens anymore.
He hasn't been on in a long time, has he?
No, he's been on Elisa's show.
Who was the other black guy who used to be on all the time? That they had a little fight, a little war.
I liked the one that
John. Who was it?
Big Black, King of all blacks,
and there was another one who sounded really white.
And does Riley really count?
Yeah, he does. He does.
I guess, but none of them have been on.
He doesn't
very
look.
long time.
He
He goes through phases. He likes people and then he doesn't. But okay, so I don't even know if there was anything else. I mean, this show has been so boring lately that. And you know who calls in all the time now? Monotone Matt. And who's that other one who's kind of retarded and it gives Fred an opportunity to actually make fun of him?
Shit. Slow Adam or no?
Thank you,
No,
John.
the dude from Arizona.
Exactly, the one with the wife.
Bong something or other.
Oh, I have no idea. See,
okay, no.
See how much we listen to the show anymore? Honestly, it's just horrible. All right, I really have no idea. Oh, right. And there was a whole big thing about where is Bigfoot. Like anybody gives a rat's ass where that gigantic retard is.
Today.
No. It started on Monday.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Shuli came in. No, not Shuli. Was it Shuli?
I think he's gone, isn't he?
I don't know. Have we even heard from Shuli?
No.
After the embedded with High Pitch Eric?
No.
Summer, I was telling T before. I'm at a point. I'm sure you're probably with me at this juncture. I have zero reverence for Bigfoot, Jeff the Drunk, High Pitch. The Whack Packers. It's so contrived. Like the comedy is gone. I find it more depressing than anything else, and exploiting. And they're not likable. So at the same time, like they just come on and my brain just dies. Like I lose chromosomes. My spirit dies. My brain, I just feel my insides just rotting. My innards just,
Baby, there's a 4 hours you can never get back, honestly. You might as well just plug your death in at like 62 at this point, because there's actually no reason to listen to the show anymore if it wasn't because we wanted to bash him later on in the program.
I have not listened
and do like a 3-day wrap up. I mean, honestly, there's nothing to say about what he does anymore.
Well, he's a hypocrite. Monday he was talking. It was funny about that. I never watched Game of Thrones. That Khaleesi chick.
Oh, right, not showing her tits anymore? Yeah, well, that's true.
And she's not getting naked anymore. And to me, it was ironic because, he said it's false advertising, blah, blah, blah. Well, wasn't he false advertising? And he said, all of a sudden she's going to take off her top and now she's not.
Well, there's a whole tirade about it today as well. And he did like a little spoiler thing, but I won't give it away as well. All right, let's go on to Tuesday because I feel like nothing went on Monday and we just did a whole retread when David Crosby was on about, giving the eggs to Melissa Etheridge, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Tuesday show. So, again, he had Charlie Sheen on, which I'm just not understanding.
Guys, why are you coming down on me? Why don't you get an management?
They did a little Baba Booey at the golf tournaments. There was also a little bit of I Am a Turtle at some golf tournaments. I gotta believe that most people that actually play golf have no idea where the Baba Booey comes from because I would say that 99.9% of America has no idea.
I agree.
Who the fuck Baba Booey is. So we had 2 gigantic interviews today. There was Pitbull, who is just a wonderkin of the English fucking language.
Oh, boy.
I'm almost embarrassed to tell you I'm half Puerto Rican when I listen to this fucking guy. Because there you go. No wonder, that makes total sense. That makes total sense now. He's right off the boat. I've been here forever.
He's Cuban, yeah.
He's unintelligible, honestly. I didn't understand a single word he said.
You went off on the millennials before, and he kind of epitomizes what's wrong with millennials, like how that even works today. The guy is uglier than he can't sing. He doesn't write lyrics, and this shit is all over. He has one hit after the next, and it is. This is what you're saying about the millennials. He encompasses everything wrong with millennials.
He's a Cuban fucking troll. That's what he is.
About him?
He should be planted in a garden with a little red T-shirt
or living under a bridge.
Or living under a fucking bridge. You're exactly right.
But the thing that cracked me up about him, there's a couple interesting things. A, he shaves his head and he has a full head of hair.
Yes, he has a full head of hair.
Yeah. And Howard is like, why in the world would you shave your head?
Well,
yeah,
the wigged wonder, exactly.
Wig-a-dig-a-dig.
Right.
And the other one was, there was some, what is it, the Billboards Award or something like
that?
And they were talking about J-Lo.
Oh, what about her?
That she was watching Mariah Carey.
Oh, she was texting the whole time.
And totally texted.
Well, let's be honest.
They hate each other.
Mariah Carey is the size of a small house.
A manatee-ette.
I didn't want to use the word manatee, because Mariah, one time when I was much, much younger and I was living on the east side, this Rolls Royce pulled up in front of the Haagen-Dazs, which was like 2 blocks away from me. And Mariah Carey gets out of the car with one of her girlfriends. She was maybe 25. She was gorgeous
and
no breast implants, as beautiful as a human being can be.
Yeah.
Just star written all over her.
Yeah.
And they went into the Haagen-Dazs and they literally sat on the hood of the Rolls Royce, which I guess was Tommy Mottola's at the time.
Of course.
Just, licking on their ice cream cones, being all sexy and shit. And I was like, wow, what a gorgeous fucking girl. Who is that? Like, no idea who she was.
Very pretty, though.
But she could bang out a note like nobody else.
Yeah. Like
She's very ripped off today by the little Pop-Tarts today. These Ariana
Pop-Tarts are
Grande.
so auto-tuned, though,
Did you call her Manatee Carrie? I cut out. Was that your name?
I said,
although that sounds really good.
I said, is she a manatee-ette?
She is a manatee.
She's not quite a manatee, because
Nah, she is. She's jumbo sized.
Is she really?
Yeah,
I haven't seen her
she's a Happy
recently.
Meal short of obese. She is tree fucking mendus. Her legs are literally the size of like both of my legs put together. She's tremendous, and she wears these skimpy, super
Ew.
tight things, and it's like, sweetheart, seriously, you have good hair, you have good voice.
and camel toe.
And yeah, you know what? She
Awful.
may as well be Aretha Franklin and just go into a studio, sing, and
not
never be
even
seen
close.
again. But
Not even
honestly, that was a total diss by J-Lo.
Yeah,
but
of course it was.
then he had on Roger Daltrey, which was actually a really good
I
interview.
did enjoy
but
it.
here's the thing that killed me about it. Howard comes out and says, do you feel bad or sad that you weren't in, like, the Rolling Stones or the Beatles?
Was that this time? Or?
Yeah. And Daltrey's like, fuck no, I was in the fucking Who.
Oh, God.
Yeah, again, John, with the whole Beatles
See what I mean?
reference thing.
He can't get off. I'm telling you.
Can't get off
Always
it.
back to that. He can't get off. Always back to that shit.
But that was such a diss. Like, I felt like, why the fuck would you say that to Roger Daltrey?
And he's been I heard 50 years with the Who.
50 years.
Toledo, we
And-
weren't born yet.
Yeah, and he started picking on him about, how many times you're doing like a going away tour or a final tour. But it's like, it's the fucking Who. Like, what is your problem?
I mean, they had this great.
How dare
Broadway
you be
show.
original? How dare you do your own thing?
Yes.
How dare you have your own arrangement? I mean, that's just he never stops embarrassing himself now, especially in the
Sure.
musical interviews.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The exact quote is, aren't you upset that you weren't in a cool band like the Beatles or the Stones?
Oh, who's way cooler?
I think so too. I mean, they did the rock
They
up
don't-
for
they don't-
Tommy.
yeah, the Beatles
It's the
broke up at
fucking
27
Who.
years old.
Hello. It's the Who.
Who? Yes.
It's
They-
not Mariah Carey. It's
Meanie. But Howard stood up for her. He
Crazy.
did stand up for Mariah
Hey,
Carey.
Guys, one last thing on Mariah. Jennifer Lopez broke up her marriage with Tommy Mottola.
What?
Yeah, when that whole Glitter debacle. Remember that movie Glitter came out and the album bombed that she thought her career was over, tried to kill herself.
Mariah Carey.
That was because Tommy Mottola had put all the attention into Jennifer Lopez. She
Who
took her
cannot
place.
sing.
And Mariah Carey's so insecure. Well,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
was the whole.
And that drove her to that.
Go back to Smichael. Maybe she'll talk
See,
about
Dan.
that.
Let's get a Crazy Days and Nights story. If I
See,
could,
Dan
Well,
Hathaway.
There's been a running C-Dan story for 1,000 years.
Oh, my Lord.
About the singer who early in her career had a ghost singer basically that they hired saying, we need somebody to actually sing the songs for this person for the next, and they apparently sang it for the next 2 albums. And then they were like, basically, fuck you, we don't need you anymore.
Who was that?
Well, everybody pointed to J-Lo because you know what? She was a dancer. She didn't have anything but her looks and being a dancer.
And
And when she started singing, she never went out on tour. She never did anything because she couldn't fucking sing.
Yep.
And believe me, I heard her on
90% of
American
people
Idol.
now.
She
Yeah.
barely can get a note out. She sings better in Spanish than and of course she was on with Pitbull on the American Idol season finale, which, by the way, I don't know why, but Howard kept pushing that kid, whatever his name is.
That Pitbull boy?
No, the Italian kid who won. Fragapani, Fra Diavolo.
I have never watched that show once.
Good for you, T. I'm proud of you. I'm proud.
Thank you.
You know what?
Never.
We should reward T for not watching the show and not make her watch AGT
I'm going to
when
give her a
we
kiss
have
on
to
the
make
knee
fun.
right now.
She just kissed my knee.
I gave her a kiss on the knee.
But I do have a mustard
I'm proud.
stain
I'm
there.
really proud of you for not watching. I truly am.
I smell your mustard stain. The only other thing I want to bring up is that on Tuesday, Robin apparently wore 2 different shoes.
I can't make fun of that because I have done that myself.
Are you
with
kidding?
flip-flops.
Yeah, but she can't. Yeah, but T, she can't see her feet.
She can't see her feet.
Right.
She really can't see her feet. And you know,
I
every
can't
one
see
of her
it. That's
shoes
fine.
is like those orthopedic-looking Bjorn shoes or whatever they are. The comfort shoes.
Like the glorified
Birkenstocks,
hospital
you
crop.
mean?
No, they're kind of like comfort shoes. They're like nurses' shoes.
I know what you mean.
What?
They're ugly. They're ugly and
Yeah.
disgusting. So it's actually very natural for, you know,
It's sort of like
Captain Quivers to fuck up her shoes, and they couldn't stop laughing about that. They introduced a new Gunk packer, Mike the Nerd, who was with Wolfie, I guess, at Wizardcom. That was boring.
Can I
Everything
get
was
to
boring.
one thing about
baby.
our boy,
Which
that
boy?
nice boy, Roger
Ooh.
Daltrey?
Yeah, what about him?
Talking about
Ooh.
his charity, which was he has paid millions of dollars for a charity for teens with cancer.
Yeah.
And which is true. Teens with cancer are usually put with children, and you get those stupid clowns and balloons and stuff.
Right.
Or if you're a little bit older, you get all the old
adults, which are
coots.
basically dying.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
So he has donated millions to this.
Of his own money?
Yes.
See,
And
that's
Howard
nice.
was surprisingly quiet about this.
Well,
Not
yeah,
wanting-
because he doesn't give a shit about
what does he want to talk
charity.
about? Because he's still Bianca Furry Friends for 5 years now.
Oh, I
$8 million
know.
bucks.
When the fuck are they breaking ground on that thing?
They
Well,
have.
actually, it's an addition on top.
Yes.
It's not like they
pitiful.
actually have to break ground.
And 7 million, now 8. So, you know,
for free
go
range,
Roger.
all this for free range pussy. Go figure.
Yes, please.
Gunkettes, did they bring up Pete Townsend's pedophilia during the interview?
Not at all. No.
Didn't
didn't
even
come up.
listen.
They're
Gotta be honest,
stuck in
didn't
that?
Listen. I hold on a second. I have to pause this. I have to pee. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Pause. Okay, so what else happened on Tuesday? Anything else?
I believe Marianne from Brooklyn called in
I
yesterday.
believe Marianne Colden.
Marianne from Brooklyn. Shocking. They took Marianne from Brooklyn's call, and she said, which is funny, Howard, I read that they're having new people on. Howard! Yes, judges.
I like how she bailed on that in the middle of it.
Yes.
She totally bailed on it.
Howard!
Great.
What day was this? Tuesday or Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Okay.
And she called up, and she was livid for Howard. She was so mad because they're having guests. Of course, this is all pre-planned. They're having guest judges on AGT. And one of them is Kelly Ripa, and another one is Neil Patrick Harris. And they're promoting it up the wazoo. And guest judges, different, like mystery judges.
So will that be a fifth person on the
5th and 6th. And they're going to
He
be,
hates that.
he's pissed. And they're going to be advising the judges on what they think. And Howard said, well, you know how I feel about that. Oh, Beecher. He said, you know how I feel about that? You know, I think we have too many judges already, and I think I should be the only judge.
Right. And
Mary
then
said,
I'm sure he got a couple. I'm sure he got a couple of ass lathering phone
Wouldn't
calls
it be
after that.
great if Simon Cowell was one of the great guest judges? I would
I'm
laugh.
going to tell you what would really be great. What would really be great, and the ultimate fuck you to Howard would have been, is that, and I know I keep hearkening back to the Letterman thing, but how fantastic would it be if David Letterman just took that fucking daffodil watercolor and threw it in the goddamn garden?
Wood chipper,
Like
wood
that
chipper.
fuckface has done to countless gifts
Wood chipper.
and things
Yep.
that people
Yep.
loved. Come on. How
asshole.
symbolically beautiful would that be?
Oh, today they talked about that. We got to get to the daffodil thing.
Daffodil.
But, and another thing they had, Howard wanted to talk, a guy called in and said, Howard, what's going on with Sirius? Are you going to renew your
Of
contract?
course he is.
And of course, he said, well, I don't know. I have a lot of exciting things planned for the future.
Yeah, because he's now with that Whale Rock company.
Yeah, but he
So
always says that. The
listen,
future is now. Be
it
good
almost
now.
doesn't matter. He'll be on a SIM card on Whale Rock and doing a semblance of a podcast in the near future.
Of course he will, but podcasts are for losers.
Okay, well, we're going to talk to Diz about
Yes,
that as soon as
of
he comes
course.
in. Okay, so Wednesday. So he was jealous clearly about
Bill
Obama's
Murray.
Twitter being the quickest. I went to like 1 million Twitter followers in less time than
Who?
anyone in America. Obama. So of
Oh.
course he had to come out with like a whole bunch of N-word shit
Yeah.
that he was getting like these bad Twitter things because he's just so jealous. He's just so jealous of
Yes.
anybody who has anything. He talked about Dancing with the Stars and the fact that Rumor Leno won.
Yes, and did you hear the one Robin said? It was
What?
funny. She said that Rumor thanked all her A-list Twitter friends like Gwyneth Paltrow and all this.
Oh, right.
For
Didn't thank
voting for
Howard.
her.
Didn't thank Howard.
Yes. And Robin said, she would have gotten more traction here. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Robin.
right.
Who hears? Yeah, I'm going to vote for Rumor Willis.
John, how many Twitter followers does Howard have? Do you have any idea?
It's not a lot. It's 1. I think it's 1.2, 1.4 million, which in the celebrity circles, that is lightweight as motherfucking hell.
Yeah.
It's 1.2 to 1.4. It's horrible.
And of course, how many are bought?
I'm sorry?
How many did he buy?
That's the big question. I would say Buckwald, that has to be at least 40% of those, right?
Buckwald is like the Dick Cheney of agents. He's just
that is brilliant. That is brilliant. I wish I thought it. That is brilliant.
Being that manipulates behind the scenes. And when we get to Robin and Fred, that whole Robin with Jim Florentine thing.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him when we get there. Bamboozled.
What else happened on Wednesday? Is there anything else we want to talk about? So he talked about being on YouPorn once again. I'm sure he gets paid under the fucking table for everything he says about YouPorn. He went through this whole thing about the sex tape that he watched the night before that he jerked off to, which was like this whole... I don't believe anything he says.
I don't believe he beats off at all.
I don't think he does at all. I think he just has a shriveled raisin down there.
What does he say? It's something really gross.
I don't know. He's disgusting.
It's like icky. Like it's something like dough. I don't know.
Like
something
pud?
Doughy.
Like pud?
He fondles his doughy thing.
So he makes up this whole story about, there's this whole backstory to the porn that he's watching, which I don't know if anybody here has watched porn before, but I gotta believe most people are gonna cut to the fucking chase and want to see the vag or the penetration or something.
No vag. He watched the storylines.
He's got the whole setup. He's like, this girl goes in for an interview and she's only 18 and the guy wants to see what she can do, so he takes her to a house. It's like, who fucking does that? Who does the backstory?
A gay guy does. A gay guy
No,
does.
actually, no. A woman does.
A woman does.
He should be living with
honestly,
the center.
Who doesn't want to just see the puss?
Yeah.
And the pen.
He doesn't want to see the puss.
It
disgusts
the finale.
He said pusses are gross.
Pusses are gross.
They're icky.
Yeah, they are fucking icky.
One thing they did say today.
What?
The Bill O'Reilly thing. Do you remember that?
Oh, he went on a whole tirade about Bill O'Reilly.
He said, I don't believe anything that says because of the paparazzi, this, that. If I find out it's true, then I would say
fuck
hello
you,
to
asshole.
him at a party.
Right.
He said I wouldn't say hello to him at a party.
Yeah, all right, but have Mike Tyson in 20 fucking times after you banged his ex-wife, who he beat the shit out of. But that's okay. Yep. That's okay.
No, he defended Bill O'Reilly, actually.
Kind of did. I think Bill O'Reilly might be a little bit of a scumbag. And, I didn't realize this until I had a discussion last weekend, but there are many, many conservative Republicans who hate Bill O'Reilly. They think he's too...
he's too down the middle. He's not neocon enough for that.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little tidbit of information that I know, I had a really good friend who worked at Fox News, and she's big time there. And I would say, honestly, there are maybe 40% of the people that are on air there that are truly conservative.
Yeah.
Most of them are like, there's some gays, there's some lesbians, there's some...
Who's the gay? Allegedly?
No, he is definitely gay. I saw him with a guy down in Atlanta.
We know, but he doesn't say it.
Shepherd Smith?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? He's actually probably the most tolerant of all of them.
Well, I think so, too.
But most of the people that are there or behind the scenes, they just drink the fucking Kool-Aid because that's who's paying them.
Money.
It's just a game.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. So all of you arch conservatives out there, just know that most of your Fox representatives are probably not what they appear to be. Maybe Sean Hannity is, because he's that guy.
He makes me want to barf.
He's that guy.
The show's not over yet. There was one thing they did again about Bill Murray was on last night, and he, I guess,
a little drunk.
Fell out of, was he? He bring a ding ding.
No, that's what I wanted to bring up.
Yes.
So Bill Murray fell out of a cake.
Yes.
And then he went to hug Dave. And then Ralphie Cakes called in and said something to the effect of, I don't really think that Dave likes to be touched
It was so
or anything like that. And Howard's like, I don't really think he likes to be touched at all. And they went on this whole tirade about how he doesn't like to be touched. But meanwhile, that's all Howard tried to do on the show.
Dance with him, hug him,
kiss him, everything.
Please. I mean, he's so clueless, is he not?
Well, and the best part about it was apparently...
Guys, every guest has successfully hugged and kissed Dave since Howard, and he's willingly gone. Bob Dylan did it last night. Tom Hanks, everybody has successfully given reach-arounds and had spit sessions with Dave since Howard. Successfully.
Well, here's the funny thing. He was
the most repulsed by Howard and his horrible ratings.
And can you imagine his breath?
Wait, I'm going to read this off to you. Ralph said Bill Murray was great. He said he came out of a cake and hugged Letterman. Howard said that he had some ideas for Letterman, and he was told not to do any of the bits that he had. Ready for this? This is the key one. Howard said he wanted to dress up like a woman, and they told him no. Are you kidding me?
I didn't hear that.
That's from this week. He said that again.
Oh, what a rebel.
He said everyone else does whatever they want to do. Howard said Bill Murray does his thing and Adam Sandler does his thing, but Howard said that they all said no to him. Howard said that he's just as famous and successful as most of these people. Ralph said Howard should have done what he wanted to do. Howard said he had to have it just right, though. And if he couldn't get, like, the orchestra with him and everybody else with him, then it wasn't right and he couldn't do it. Are you fucking kidding me?
That is a riot.
You guys think that's him humble bragging, like, I'm Mr. Shock back there. Like, who knows what I'm going to do? I'm so crazy. Like, they don't trust him.
He really does still think it. But the fact that he was going to dress as a woman.
Oh,
are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
How daring. Oh, my guy.
John T., is there anything else we want to bring up about this week? Jim Brewer, who gives a rat's ass.
I know John didn't do it. I don't blame him.
I'm kind of torn on. I know Jim Brewer annoys a lot of people, but there's something. I got a soft spot for him. Not just taking care of the dad, but this is like he's kind of like the anti-Adam Sandler. He's willing to say fuck you to Hollywood. He's willing to say fuck you to Lorne Michaels. He kind of has been married for a long time. He's good to his kids. I'm not saying you should want to hear him on I don't know what it is. I have a soft spot for him.
Yeah, I don't think he's a creep either.
I don't think he's a creep either. As a matter of fact, I'm actually surprised that he was in today. And it was a caller called in and said, why wouldn't you have Jim Brewer in the Artie chair? And he's like, I don't need anybody else in here. I got enough people. What do you want me to have? A fucking caravan of people in here?
Yeah, really. Oh, please.
And the truth is, he actually, as we all know, he's starved for that comedian in the fucking chair.
It stinks.
And Jim Brewer does
back to the veterans. In other words, he's actually the perfect fit for that chair. The way that the state of that show, he's probably the perfect fit for that chair.
Yeah, but you know what? Howard can't share the spotlight with anybody else. He learned his lesson from Artie.
J-Lo.
Everybody loved Artie so much that he's learned his lesson from that. He's not sharing any of his marbles ever again.
Agreed. But he's also Gunky McSheckelstein. And
you got that in there, baby.
You had to get that in.
Got that in.
Had to get that
promised.
But seriously, a guy like Brewer comes with 6 to 7.
Nice. Thank you.
You got to pay Jim Brewer. You can't pay him like Sour Shoes.
Thank you for the shout out.
Great.
So I think Sour Shoes probably ran his way out of there by like last week.
Yes.
He hasn't really basically been on all week.
Just bad.
So he's kind of done.
Horrible.
Yeah. So just a lot of Letterman jealousy and just a lot of shit today. It'll be interesting to see what happens on Letterman tonight. I know we're dating the podcast, but fuck it. I bet you he comes back. I bet you there's like some big, to do tonight because they were being a little cagey about it last night. I would have liked to have taken a walk over there to see what was going on.
There was a lot when I walked down here.
Yeah, but I don't really
no, me either.
Let's be honest.
But there was huge buses and,
I think a lot of people are going to come in and do some sort of kumbaya, we are the world, love you so much Letterman thing. And mark my words on this, I guarantee you that Evil Dave will not go away.
No, I know.
Evil Dave will be calling in from fucking Montana for months on end, even after nobody gives a rat's ass about what's going on with Letterman.
Era.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that whole thing. Yeah. All right, so we're going to see if we can get H. Dizzle on the line now.
Mr. Dizzle, Senior Dizzle, Mr.
Stay with us for a couple of seconds here, and let me work my interwebs magic.
He's an interesting young lad.
In the meantime, I'm going to rub you two down with a loofah. I'm going to get some wines in you, and let us never speak of this again.
right, let me Skype him and see if he's ready for us. Hold on.
We gotta read that O'Reilly transcript on here one day.
That's so gross.
Well, why don't you add that to the YouTube one day? That'll be pretty funny.
That's a very good idea.
You know what? So our YouTube's having
Fuck it, all right, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. I would love to pull that up right now. I love that fucking face. I love that.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a. I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. No. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
He's a real guy. He is a quintessential raging Irish drunk. You know that just
absolutely
egotistical,
rising out of him.
Piece of shit. All right, we're calling in for Diz.
Mr. Dizzle.
Hang on.
I'm going to call him.
What?
I'm going to call him Dizzle, and you're going to say Diz. That's the
Disney.
Well, that's rude.
You can tell he likes the Dizzle. Like I like Arm. Like I love Arm. He loves that Dizzle.
You do have a great arm. Yeah. After I saw you stir that beautiful soup, oh my God, I was never the same.
Arm. It's like a Dizzle arm.
Dizzle arm and arm and Dizzle.
Frizzle. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello? How are you doing?
All right, cool. Doing
Better?
good.
You sound great.
And
yeah, you sound great.
Are y'all in the same room? And
yeah,
we are, but John isn't, so I'm going to connect him.
I'm T, Mr. Dizzle.
Let me connect.
Okay. And Summer and
hold on.
John.
He knows me as Monique.
Did y'all do a segment right
John?
before this?
Hi, Men's View. This is Bonafide speaking.
What's up, man? How did you find me? I've been trying to get away from you.
So everybody, we have H Dizzle on right now. We're going to get a little history on him so that we can all kind of understand where he comes from, what he's about, what his podcast is about. He runs a podcast called The Men's View. You can check him out on mensview.com, and you can follow him on Twitter at HDizzle. And he's a really cool guy. We've been chatting a little bit. What, baby?
TheMensView.com. Does that sound like a gay URL? Because a lot of people, I used to be the guy spot.
You know, like
honestly, kinda.
I'm thinking Whoopi Goldberg and all those other people, men people.
It's slightly sphincter puckering. Yeah. Just so you know,
it's metrosexual. I wouldn't call it gay. I'd call it metrosexual. I'd call it ostrosexual.
I know, but if you go and check out some of his podcasts,
I don't know.
If you check out some of his podcasts, like the one I was listening to this morning, just for shits and gigs, was called "Twerking and Sucking Your Own Penis."
Oh, that was today.
Wow.
That wasn't today's podcast, but that was the one I chose to listen to this morning.
Yeah,
sucking your own penis is
sir can almost suck his own penis.
Ew.
Ew.
That makes
that's a very flexible boy.
A little push there.
That said, after listening to your podcast, I would love to suck your Rolodex.
You mean like that cocksucker Howard Stern? Is that what you're
that was great.
That's my lead-in.
That was funny.
Okay, no, but I'm glad you bring that up because am I the only guy? Because I'm not in this whole Howard Stern hating community. I just hate Howard Stern.
8,000 people in your camp. That's why we introduced you to Dog Shed so mightily. We have 8,000 people in your camp.
And are they pretty active? All 8,000?
Very active.
So, yeah.
What would you say, guys? About 15% of us are rabid.
I would say there's a solid 2,000.
2,000 that go every day.
That are rabid.
Yeah. Gary Puppet-esque.
That just like most of Howard Stern's audience at this point is just people that can't stand him, and then people that are mentally challenged, and that's who calls in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
let me ask you a question. How far does your Stern fandom go back? Because I probably started listening, I want to say it took hold in about 91. I think.
I'm not that far back. I came to this country in 91.
Are you kidding me?
You live in America.
That's when I first came to this country. And
than I do.
I was probably like 4 or 5 years from then. So I was 11. So 16 years old. So like 95, 96.
So you caught the West and all that.
Well, I only got the E! Show.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I found out about him. And then I realized he had a radio show from that. And I couldn't get it where I lived, which was Houston. So I would download every single episode and listen to them commercial free every single day.
Shocking. Commercial free. Wowee. Yeah.
Have you been in Texas your whole life?
Yeah.
When you got here, did you move around or did you stay in Texas?
No, I stayed in Texas.
Where are you from?
Unfortunately, I move around. I really like some other areas, but I'm in a good place. I'm in Austin now.
So what made you start your H. Dizzle men's show kind of gay?
I was actually, before Joe Rogan even had a podcast, I was just I went to one of Joe Rogan's comedy shows. And I started talking to him, and I started telling him about what happened to me when I was a kid when I first moved here. And he was laughing so hard. He said, that shit's great. You need to put some kind of show together. Wow. So I was like, fuck. And I could barely talk at that point. You know, I was a little picked on, bullied kid in high school, then middle school.
You're cute.
And I just started the show in my kitchen table with a buddy of mine, and it just blew up back then.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, there were only probably like 500 podcasts, so people could actually go through a few and then realize, well, hey, this is good. But I stopped doing it for a while, and now that I'm back, it's just hundreds of thousands of podcasts, you know? So it's very hard to...
Unbelievable.
Don't stop. You got a great show. It looks great, too. You know what it looks like to me? It looks like a Houston Rockets post-game show. I feel like Dwight Howard and James Harden are going to walk on the table, and you're going to start busting Josh Smith's balls about his free throws or something.
Yeah, it was the cheapest way to make something look cool is just throw LEDs everywhere. Yeah, you just light LED.
It does not look cheap.
Dizzle, let me ask you a question because you brought up Joe Rogan, and I guess that's what triggered Ari Shaffir. Are you friends with Ari Shaffir?
I'm not friends with Ari Shaffir. I'm not friends with any of those guys as in hanging out, but I know Brian Redband decently. Like we acknowledge each other, and whenever he's in town, I'll stop by and see him. So
but
that's Ari's association. So.
Ari's feud with Howard, that triggered you, did it not? To go on?
No. I was the whole reason that feud started. That whole podcast bit, it just flew under the radar. But I had just started listening to Stern again, which is, and I'm not the way I used to be because I'm quite disgusted with the man. So I basically just flip through them every now and then, and it's not that interesting anymore, so it doesn't really hold me. But I just happened to tune in when he was talking about that, and it was just fascinating.
You know what, it's so much fun to make fun of, though. Just listening to goof on it, it's endless. It's, as you can tell, now it's endless.
Handle it.
We use it for evil and not good.
Yeah, he's festering at home, and he sits there all day fuming about what you guys say. He just doesn't want to talk about it or give you guys attention.
Yeah, he'll never give us the satisfaction.
Yeah. By the way, Dizzle, I'm jealous of you because I'm not blocked from Howard's Twitter and you are.
Well, what are you doing? Are you just not?
I'm trying to get blocked. I'm trying. I swear to God. I want him to be Dikembe Mutombo and swap me and block me. He won't block me. I'm sending him transcripts of Beth's dad's medical fraud, banishment, Pittsburgh, and house arrest.
He's keeping it open. He's probably got some attorneys saying, this is the ringleader right here.
You know, he's so fucking litigious,
you gotta collect
honestly.
all this for evidence, and then he's going to have some massive lawsuit against you here in a couple of years. Maybe that's the reason.
I can't get blocked. Beth blocked me 15 times. He hasn't blocked me yet.
Well, how does he keep blocking?
Yes, I had like 10 fake. Her dad's name is Dr. Bob Ostrowski, and that's one of my. You can follow me at Dr. Bob. He's a dentist, and I want you to. Next podcast,
he's no longer, right?
So I want you to read Beth's dad's medical fraud charges. He was under house arrest in Pittsburgh in the early 2000s for.
This is what tells me that Howard Stern's career should be over. Like he's lost it. He calls himself king of all media. He's completely skipped the boat on this new media. He's nowhere on the fucking internet. And you know next year they're going to can his ass because, come on, let's be honest, the guy is not bringing in any revenue. Have you heard his fucking ads?
You're not going to put your podcast on a
Squatty potty?
I think what's happening...
That's his only option next year, whenever the contract's up.
Here's what's happening. I think that the profile or the model for Sirius satellite radio is going the way of the wind because every car going forward is not going to renew their contract with Sirius. They're going to have Wi-Fi built into the car, and you can just basically listen to whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, the moment you sit in a car It's going to sync up to Bluetooth. It already does that, and use the data off your cell phone plan to stream everything. Now, Sirius's only option is, well, we got great content, be curated. Fuck that. We got robots curating shit now. Pandora's curated by a robot. We don't need all these people. And there's a million Howard Sterns out there that understand this new environment. I'm not saying I'm particularly one of them. I can put on a good show, but I don't know how to really promote myself out there. But there's a lot of guys out there that, like Joe Rogan, man, he's got a way bigger audience than Howard Stern.
Oh, my God. Adam Carolla, I think, has a bigger audience than he does.
Well, Dizzle, you read Rogan's views on YouTube, right, versus Howard's, and it was staggering. It was like 20 to 1, right, or 200 to 1?
Well, you just have to look at what they on Twitter, the way people interact with you. When you see that they're genuine interactions, those are actually scores that get looked at by these people that book shows and publicists and stuff. If somebody tweets something out and they get like Howard Stern tweeted about Madonna, I think I looked at it 7 days later. It had 92 favorites and like after 100 tweets. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan posts a picture of his fucking his back or his bicep or something, and he gets like 10,000 tweets and favorites. And so what does that fucking show you? It shows you the only people that are listening to Stern are celebrity buddies because he's constantly talking about them. And he somehow sucked his fucking way into this network by sucking off Jimmy Kimmel. And Jimmy Kimmel filters him all his guests. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on.
I have to disagree with you.
Here's the inside scoop.
The stars to get those fucking.
Dizzle, here's something we uncovered. Here's something we uncovered on a previous podcast: is the fact that Benji Brunk's sister is huge in the media circuit. And she used to work for the government as the PR specialist.
Even at that show long.
That's what we're getting at.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting at.
The reason they keep that fat, disgusting, fleshy fuck is because he is, in fact, able to bring in guests. I mean, let's be honest, though. Half of the guests he has in, 90% of the guests he has in are basically people who have already been on, like, Opie and Anthony or have been on Sirius somewhere.
Yeah, have done the rounds. They're making the rounds. They got to do a town hall, or they're going to have a channel launch. It's not like they're bringing him in just
or they're 75 years old.
Right. Nobody gives a fuck about David Crosby.
Charo's coming on next week.
No, she's not.
So he might disagree with this. Hey, Arm.
Yeah,
you're a little older than me, so you might disagree with this, but every time I tune in now, I'm just like, who cares about these fucking guests he has on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, 2 hours.
I'm Generation X, so you think I'm beating off to Crosby, Stills, and Nash? You're crazy.
And Benji Bronk, like, Howard Stern has no respect for him. Because he doesn't have any respect for any of his crew because he's a billionaire and these guys don't have a fucking pot to piss in after all these fucking years.
And he has the nerve to make fun of their apartment.
People on that show can survive after this.
It's interesting because on today's show he had Mamet, who lives in the Bronx, and he basically
he chastised the guy. One of the guys.
No,
he lives in Harlem.
Mamet lives in Harlem or wherever it is, but he would tape all these fights from these, schwatzes outside.
Oh, how funny.
Having fights about like their pot or the candy or whatever the fuck they're talking about. And then
much of today's show. So
and then he would play, here's what it sounds like outside of my house. And it was like birds tweeting and chirping.
Did he really do that?
Yeah, he did. And it's like, you fucking dick.
You know what else I noticed about Stern recently that I stopped tuning? Because it gives me a new perspective. It's like stopping tuning in for like 2 years and then jumping back in again.
Yeah.
Right.
You realize where he's changed. It's like the guy you see at the gym, right? Like, if you watch him every day, you don't notice he's a monster after 2 years. Yep. If you suddenly walk in, go to another gym, come back, and this guy's all jacked, you're like, holy shit. That's how I feel about Stern. I notice little things about him now.
Nice analogy. And just like that guy, you want to towel snap him in the mirror, right?
Stern, dude, I I don't even know. I detest the guy because he's such a fucking greedy fuck. Because I have such a love for Jewish people. Like, I grew up around them. Stereotypical the way he's so greedy that it angers me how bad he makes other Jewish people look.
Mark,
No, I live in the. I mean, it's like Schindler's List over here on Long Island. And I hear that as well. You're right on the money with that. I hear that here. His wife, Allison Burns Simon, is a therapist. I live 30 minutes away from. I'm actually thinking about having her as my therapist for the summer. See how
oh my God, you should do that and just. Well, there might be a conflict of interest, right? I don't think she might be able to take that because Howard Stern will call it in the moment he finds out.
100%.
You should just have the entire dog shed become her as as their therapist.
You know what it is?
And do
Howard,
excellent idea. Very Long Island contingent, too. That's a great idea.
Howard basically has all the marbles on that fucking show.
He does.
And just by witnessing what happens on the Elisa Shit Show Spreecast and how Benji is still paying for like her shithole apartment that I think is like in Yonkers or something. I don't even know where the fuck she lives.
Moved?
No, she doesn't live anywhere.
The other day, Howard Stern said something like, Benji can barely afford. He makes good money, but it all goes to rent. And him and Robin like cackled and started giggling at the expense, knowing that's so funny that Benji has worked there his whole fucking life.
Yes.
Slog for that man. Although I think Benji's only job is to sit under the table and suck Howard off.
Yeah, no one's feeling sorry for him. He's got it's really his sister that is paying for us. I mean, when you really break it down to its lowest common denominator, and he is that.
Dude, I don't quite understand.
She was the head of the Clinton administration creative coalition with Hollywood. So she's basically a massive agent, and I think she's in bed with the Buchwald agency, and she books guests for the show. And that's how Benji remains employed.
That's how Benji remains employed.
Dizzle, let me ask you a question. You're Dizzle, and then there's a Bonafide on your show. You guys aren't wiggers, are you? Are you guys wiggers or no?
Do we sound like one?
No, you don't. That's the thing. No. You're perfectly articulate. But when I see that, I'm expecting to hear like Michael Rappaport and Jamie Kennedy talking to like Mark. But you guys are super articulate. There's no. Let me ask you.
Do you know that in the interview world, if you call a black person articulate, it's actually the worst thing that you could say about them.
It's like you
because it's basically like, what fuck you?
Yeah.
What are you trying to say? I was looking up everybody's net worth today because we were going to talk about Robin and Fred. Robin's net worth is $45 million.
No way.
And she makes $10 million a year.
Where'd you find it out?
Fred Norris is worth $16 million, and he gets $6 million a year.
Wowie kazowie. Where'd you find that?
That's their re-upped Sirius
Where'd you find it?
contracts on net worth. On, like the net
How much does he make a year, Fred?
What?
How much does Fred make a year?
Net worth is $16 million. What does he make a year, Summer?
$6 million a year.
$6 million a year.
$6 million. That sounds high, but
$10 million.
Now, Dizzle, if you were an executive at Sirius and you had to like break it down, and you had to, would Fred not be the first person you would cut?
Now, here's the problem, you guys. The problem is
Fred to me is main part of that show.
I don't think not anymore.
He used to be.
He used to be.
But not so much anymore.
Nobody was better with sound effects.
Nobody was better with the drops, but he's kind of calling
what
it
happened
nowadays.
with the sound effects? They disappeared.
That's right.
Howard's politically correct.
You know why? And Summer and I had analyzed this because there hasn't been a good moment in the show in 10 fucking years. So what effects are you going to play? You have nothing to
Right. There's no more Crazy Alice. There's no more Eric the Midget.
Yeah,
there's no more everybody.
If you talk about Jennifer Lopez, where's the chickens clucking?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Right. There's nothing good to pull from for the last couple of years. The best thing that they've had going on is that guy who came in, who was Whitney Cummings' boyfriend, by the way, who did the Perez Hilton thing.
Who was he?
Crazy. He did that whole thing.
Who?
I don't know. Whoever her boyfriend was at the time.
Right,
Was that the director?
right? Is he her current boyfriend?
It is her current boyfriend. That's the one who did all those drops.
The guy I miss the most is that parrot guy, Gilbert Godfrey.
Everybody misses Godfrey.
Gilbert's on the They're Around series, Dizzle. He's kind of somewhat banned from the show. Like he's a little too
banned from the show.
Why is he banned from the show?
I think because he's spitting cupcakes.
That I can't go down. I'm not down with that. That's disgusting.
Yeah,
That I
spit
can't.
on all the
I agree with
cupcakes.
you, but not that.
Stern's doing right now, he's in that phase where he always mentions this because all Stern thinks about is money. That's all that motivates that man.
It's all about
That's
the
all he
marbles.
asks people. How big is your cock?
It's all
How
about the
much money do you
marbles.
make?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which he would rather have a guy with a bigger wallet than a cock. That's more important to Stern because that's him, you know?
Yeah.
So, but basically what he's in that stage of his career, which he always, whenever he has those guys come in, he always tells them, God, why can't those musicians that they stop touring after a while when they get older?
Yep.
He's like, God, why did y'all just fucking break up? Just keep touring
Yeah,
and collect that
the moolah.
paycheck. And that's his
the
mentality.
marbles.
Keep Robin
Yes.
together, keep Fred together.
Exactly.
And all these other guys, I just need them around, but I don't really have to pay them. They have no other fucking options.
You
So
do
sad.
know,
No.
you do know that he bought a house in Palm Beach for $56 million cash. Cash.
Oh, it's ridiculous because he
And it
has
was
so
only
much cash
worth
he has to
$48
park it. He
million.
doesn't know where to put it.
And then sued the company after to rub it after that.
Right. The
Right
balls
after
on
he
him.
signed
Right.
his
So
contract.
basically what he did is he sued Sirius because when Sirius merged with XM, all of a sudden they went from, let's say, 6 million listeners to 14 million listeners. And he said, it's because of me that you got
And that
all
is
these
the
additional
stupidest fucking thing. I was thinking about that the other day. You know why
Right.
that's total shit? The
He's
reason they were on XM is they don't give a fuck about Stern. That's why
Yep.
they were on XM. So
Yep.
how did he get that together there? Those people wanted nothing to do with Stern, and there were more of them. When Sirius merged with XM, XM had more listeners.
This is how narcissistic this is how megalomaniacal. He's taking credit from Major League Baseball, people who listen to me, like the Houston Astros. He's taking credit for the NFL. He's taking credit for the NBA. He's taking credit for all the sports channels that he thinks that he created the merger. So if you're
Well,
listening
NASCAR
to a
is
baseball
huge as
game,
well,
he wants
right?
credit for you listening to a baseball game. He should be paid royalties. That's how psychotic this guy is. This is how fucking.
He needs money for every little thing, man. He's such a greedy fuck.
He's
that
gonna
guy.
take it with
I fucking hate him.
That is why he lost the lawsuit, because the judge looked at him and said, you got to be fucking kidding
He
me.
got $25 million when they merged.
Yeah, but he lost the lawsuit. He tried to sue for an additional
You're a
$100
judge.
million. He tried to sue for
You're
an
a judge. He
additional
comes
$100
before
million.
you. This guy's
And
chasing
you know
more.
what happens when you lose a lawsuit? You have to pay the other company's legal fees.
Exactly.
There's a fabulous saying
And he
in
lost
the
twice.
law. There's a fabulous saying in the law system. Every pig gets slaughtered, and it's fucking true.
Yeah.
Very poetic. I like that.
And you know what? He can be as litigious as he fucking wants to, but the reality is he didn't deserve the money. He makes a shit ton of fucking money as it is.
And he got $25 million because they merged.
Right.
Regardless, he got the $25 million.
But he wanted another $100 million.
And he said,
Right on the money. I mean, but like after at some point, you're a judge and you see him come before you again. You know his litigious history. This guy's chasing more ambulances than fucking T.J. Hooker. And he's coming at you. So you're not going to just roll your eyes. You're just going to tear it up in front of his stupid fucking pelican face. And the judge is well aware that he makes $100 million. Howard's salary was, everybody knew it, $100 million a year, 5 years. The judge knew, and to the state of people are losing their houses. This motherfucker
Exactly.
wants.
And my dad, basically the TA worker union guy, is sitting on the fucking jury saying, you gotta be fucking kidding me that this guy wants $100 million additional because he thinks, because Sirius merged with XM, that he deserves this new listener.
Exactly right. That's the jury listening to that horseshit.
but he
That's the whole
lost,
reason
he
I
said,
got
'cause it was a
disgusted with
woman.
him and stopped listening was his whole money hungry thing and his total it's like, how is he acting like he's every man and he's a common guy?
please.
He's so far removed from that. If the common person even like went near him, he would freak out and call the police.
He can't touch anybody. He doesn't know how to shop in a supermarket, as we saw in
Did you
Comedians
see
Driving
that?
in Cars.
With Jerry Seinfeld.
Did you ever see that? Dave?
It's
that out.
must watch. And it's, you know what? A repeat
You'll get a
watch
kick out of it.
is totally, you gotta watch it again.
Yeah,
And I've noticed recently, like he always has this weird pose where he cocks his head to the
The
side.
Messiah pose.
looks
The Messiah
handsome.
Oh, like,
Yeah, he
no,
thinks he looks
that's-
handsome where he has his hands up over his chin.
Yes.
But he's like one of those faces. You ever seen those like artworks? Like they look like a normal face, but if you like move your head left or right, it turns into like all sorts of geometric shapes. That's
Well,
his
he
face.
doesn't. Whatever face he
Kind of
has.
like
And he's got
Jesus,
it
where his
perfected.
eyes follow you when you
Well,
go
he's got the Messiah pose Dizzle, when he comes out in a talk show and the hands go up and he's like thinking that you gotta love that Messiah pose.
I
think
hate
that's
the Messiah pose.
Diz, I have a question for you. Did you see him on Letterman?
Yes, I did. Thank you for sending me the link, by the way. That shows how much I don't give a fuck about him. I used to
I
be
didn't watch either.
watching these
And,
things.
I used every talk show here.
Like I'd stay up to watch them, which I normally don't watch those type of show.
Me neither.
But
Nora.
I didn't give a fuck this time. And who gives a fuck about Letterman either? These two people are
just got. That's a good
Just had that discussion. Who gives a fuck about Letterman?
Letterman is not relevant. He's not funny. He's got some people that, for some reason, Leno is way funnier. Whenever I'd watch those two shows, I'd always go to Leno. Leno was just fucking funny.
You know what? Everybody has an
you hang
opinion
out
on that.
with
The
a
reality
gaggle.
is, I don't watch any of that shit.
Neither.
I'd sooner
Nor do
watch
I care.
I'd sooner watch Jon Stewart. To be honest with you.
What were you asking there, Arm?
No, I was just gonna say you hang out with a gaggle of Gen Xers, and
Gaggle.
how many of these people are watching Letterman? This is what we just got. Nobody.
Nobody.
Babe, it has a 3.0 share on any given day.
And that's his
Nobody's watching
farewell.
that shit.
That's his farewell.
They don't give a shit. The celebrity to them is like the fight video or some viral video of some guy flipping over a trash can, or they don't want to watch anything that's more than a minute long. You think they're listening to Howard Stern for 4 hours? They're not.
You're right on the money.
I would be really, I would love to start up a fictitious company that wants to advertise on Sirius and find out what the actual numbers are. I'd be really curious to know.
The quality of shit fucking advertiser, and these advertisers have no fucking self-respect going on Stern.
Oh my God, Ashley Madison, Squatty Potty. He has the shitty, you never see him with a McDonald's or a Budweiser.
Disdain, I would fucking walk into that office and kick that fucking guy in the face if that was my company was being an asshole.
You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. He does like these little backhanded advertisements for like Apple,
Or Sean John underwear.
Right.
Remember
he
we
does
talked
all
about
these,
it beforehand?
He does all these little
payola. They call it payola product
discussions.
placement.
Yeah.
I had a feeling because some of the shit he'd say was ridiculous. I'm like, why did he just mention that company?
That's
I love the Ashley Madison commercials using the Phil Collins song. I missed the game.
Did you hear the new one?
Madison.
Wow, first off, that fucking vocal fried twat that used to be on it, I wanted to kill myself.
The new one is a husband and wife discussing.
I understand. I understand that you want to cheat on me and fuck around with other people, but we have so much other stuff in common.
We have our children.
We have our kids, and basically, you make more money than I
And
do, so I
love
need to stay
you.
with you. But maybe if you tried Ashley Madison, you could fuck around with somebody too in
Do you
that
think
boring
so, honey?
suburban household where everybody is horn
If you
dogging and
listen
trying
to
to
all
fuck
his
somebody
ads,
else. Woo! Ashley Madison's gone. Bitches.
His ads are like targeted towards lowlifes, basically, if you listen to all of them.
Listen, it's the lowest common denominator, and basically to me, and for all of you who may do this for a living, I apologize, but to me, it's kind of like the 40-something trucker who has nothing else to fucking do but listen to 4 hours of drivel because he's got nothing else going on. He might go to like a Twin Peaks diner in the middle of fucking Scranton and get a blowjob from some Mexican whore.
You were just totally
Honestly,
that you go to?
But that's all he's got going for him.
How do you know? Every trucker in the world.
But who's the person that's getting persuaded by these ads where Howard Stern reads them like in this bored voice, like he's completely disgusted with his own advertising?
Yeah, Fred, what is this we're talking about right now?
When he
Mama
says that
Mancini's
pisses me
meatballs,
off
something
so
I've never put in my
fucking
fucking
bad.
mouth.
Do you guys think that Beth used Ashley Madison to cheat with Howard on Allison?
No.
Originally?
I know what website she might have used. My friend found somebody on there. MillionaireMatch.com. It's an actual website.
Beth is much more high priced than that. Beth is going through like the whole social circuit. John, you and I have talked about this. She goes through the whole social circuit. Just like Billy Joel's ex-wife, Katie Lee Joel, did.
Yep.
Because some girl from the middle of buttfuck nowhere happens to be at the Peninsula Hotel having drinks with her friend because she's spending a weekend in New York and just happens to meet Billy Joel at the Peninsula Hotel. Like, who the fuck would that ever happen to?
Summer, you said that was the move, right? Like, it's like the Peninsula Hotel, the Soho Hotel, and like the Tribeca Grand. You sit there and wait for celebrities to come in. You sort of like, you spotlight the event. If it's like the MTV Awards or like the ESPYs.
Absolutely.
That hoe would sit at the bar and wait for whomever was hot. You know,
and it's so much more obvious in LA because if you go to like hot spots, like Dan Tana's is a huge hot spot, and you can sit outside and you just do people watching, and people pull up in limos, and it's these girls that I swear to you are barely 19 years old with like these dresses on that come right up to their fucking booches. Right.
And they all look the same.
They all look exactly the same, and all they are looking for is the sugar daddy. That's all they want.
Do you think
they want the guy to take care of them, to pay for their things? What, babe?
Do you think Howard Stern got with Beth because she's one of these social climbers, or do you think he coached her to do that?
No, he didn't have to coach her.
She didn't have to coach her. I think what happens is, a guy gets a trophy wife. So here she is.
Shiksa?
She's a shiksa. She's not U.S. like Allison was. Allison's kind of like an Earth mother, She probably
you made fun of her Birkenstock.
Yeah, but she probably hasn't had a fucking pedicure since.
Well, nor have I. I do my own toes.
I know you look a little fucking Amish. I gotta be honest with you. Allison has not gotten a pedicure since Jesus left the Jews.
You're wrong.
She's probably going gray at this point.
Listen to Summer with the Pennsylvania references to Scranton and Amish.
You like that?
What was that?
I have never heard that I have Amish toes.
They're fucking Amish. Seriously. You look like you work out in the woods with no electricity.
My toes are nuts. You said that 3 podcasts ago.
Oh my God, that was months ago. I'm so recanting.
And your dog.
I'm recanting that now. But anyway,
I have nice toes.
Oh my God, I totally lost my train of thought.
I'm gonna kill you.
I'm so sorry.
If it makes you feel any better, I want to toe fuck you.
My toes are nice.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Oh, bitch, they are so not here. I'm gonna compare toes with you right now.
Look at these beauties. Your toenails are too long. They're
so not long. Some little Korean woman just told me I have fabulous fucking toes.
I just got scraped.
No.
This is the men's view, guys. This is the men's view. Get off the toe shit.
Alex, the gay view.
She just called me Amish toe.
It's the G-spot.
Speaking of Amish toe, do you think Benji listens to your show?
No.
Yes, it does.
Well, please,
I have a feeling Benji doesn't really like Stern.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, he loves him.
Yes.
Yeah, he called that.
Yeah, and I sometimes recently get that feeling about Robin. Like, she doesn't really fully respect Stern anymore.
Oh,
like,
no.
Now they love each other. Listen, Howard got her the best doctor in New York to cure that football-sized
cancer. And he told everybody in the world.
Yeah, he told everybody.
In every magazine. He had to let that be known.
Fred, on the other hand, I think Fred has general disdain for him.
Oh,
honestly.
Yes. I think Robin hates Beth. I think they all hate Beth.
Yeah, but
what do you think Fred likes on the show? Because I think he hates everybody.
Fred doesn't have his wife come to any functions.
Right,
I think that they're separated. They might be.
Allegedly. Yeah. I think that they actually were separated for a while, and then they started going to a marriage counselor, and they got back together. But apparently,
how do y'all find all this out?
Bop it?
We have no life. We're busy.
We do have lives.
This is our research. This is our research.
Yeah, it's research.
So bringing up your fucking Amish toes. What about David Arquette? What do we want to bring up about him?
Him. He did a great rant.
Oh, tell us about your rant, Diz.
Yeah.
Oh, about David Arquette?
Yeah.
Yes,
What do you guys know about David Arquette and Stern's relationship? The true relationship, which I guess came out on the air. He doesn't like Stern either.
Well, no, of course not.
He loves Stern. Are you kidding me?
He wants his approval.
He wants
his
approval.
Child.
Exactly.
And his big mistake was really feeling that Howard was his friend. You're wrong, David.
Howard was not his friend. Howard saw him as the in to add more Rolodex people to his Rolodex. He said, Look, this guy's a fan and he's married to an A-lister. Holy shit,
Courtney
I can
Cox.
suck that name out of his Rolodex.
And Howard was obsessed with Friends when it was on the air, too, so that was a huge...
Well, but the reality is he got into that whole crew with Jimmy Kimmel.
Right.
Yep.
That's the only way he
went
got
on
in.
vacation
Yep.
with Jennifer
They went to Mexico
Aniston,
2 seasons in a row.
Yes.
2 winters in a row they went with them. But Kimmel was the one who sucked them in.
And the whole thing was, Robin went out to dinner with them, and she said, Jimmy asked him, and he never thought that he would go.
Yeah, well, because he's so...
Right. So he asked him
Provincial.
to be polite. They really didn't want him there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But it doesn't, unlike Howard and his wife, doesn't David get along really well with Court? They have
Yes, he
have
does.
the name of that, and they're so civil and they speak all. I don't think that would be a problem whatsoever. How do you think it would turn out, guys, if David had a dinner party with Allison Burns, Simon, and Brad?
Nobody would give a fuck because Allison's not important. Allison's not famous.
It would be to Howard.
But Allison's not famous. It doesn't matter.
She kind of is.
Kinda not.
Nobody knows.
If you saw Earth Mother with her silver blonde hair walking down the street in her Birkenstocks, you would never look at it with Amish toes. She probably truly has Amish toes.
Let's have Dizzle talk about his David Arquette rant, which I thought was really great.
Tell me, Diz, what do you got?
David Arquette, this guy, it completely proves my point that I was making on my show that Howard Stern ditches all his friends, as he moves up the ladder. He's just there to suck their Rolodex to get to the next level.
He was friends with Richard Simmons, believe it or not, and Richard Simmons named Ashley Jade.
Oh, really?
Did you know that?
You know
Yes.
what I noticed?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The people that he can't befriend, he mocks them and makes fun of them until he can befriend them. You know who he wants to be the ultimate friend with. That's why he'd always make fun of her to get her attention, which is
Jennifer Aniston?
Because that's the other billionaire that he wants to say. He's like, he doesn't care about her fame even. He just wants to be near those billions to try to make some more billions.
Yeah, and I love sometimes when he'll come on and say, we had a dinner at a really famous person's house the other day, and nobody will indulge him.
I love it.
Nobody will say a word. Nobody will say, whose house? Whose house? Tell me. And
Well, they're sick of it, probably.
They're sick of it. Of course they are.
As friends. Like, they used to be probably some part of his life, which when you're working that close with somebody, you got to kind of get a little personal with them, let them know you kind of get. They probably only see him when he walks into that studio 2 seconds before the mic turns on.
They can't even make eye contact with him. He's stolen Letterman's business model of when Plughead leaves the studio and Wigward has a private freight elevator take him to a parking garage, he can have no eye contact with the staff. That happens every show.
Sickening, man.
Yep.
That's fucking sickening. And I'm just saying that as a person, not even a fan of the show or anything. That just...
As
that
human
just
beings,
burns
it's pretty
food.
vile.
He has become so far removed from society and from people other than sycophants and people that love him.
Man. It is vile.
It is vile.
A creep.
Wow.
A creep. There you go.
Why do they still work for that guy? I don't understand.
Because they make money. Where are they going to go? They've never known anything else. It's going to be really, actually fucking hysterical when they all try to get new jobs.
Well, I feel sorry.
Actually, the more pathetic thing, though, is that most of them have to get new jobs. Like, they didn't make enough money to kind of retire comfortably, like Robin and hopefully Fred did.
Yeah.
But Benji, you hear him, you would think that he basically can't even pay his fucking
once
rent.
You start working for him. And he doesn't do any kind of prevention program or sit down and talk with them. He's just like that Jason guy. He looks like one of those walruses you see on those BBC specials.
Yeah, that's what we're making. We mock him.
Oddly, Dizzle, Jason's the only one with any kind of ambition that we kind of care for. He had that back office radio, which was excellent. Howard pulled the plug on it, pun intended, because it was threatening to him, because it was more entertaining than his own fucking show. And he pulled that, and 101 is a wasteland now. There's how could you have 2 channels 24/7 in a rare live week? 5% live programming.
And the rest is just a repeat of the week prior.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
He's trying to make it last as long as he can to where it's an acceptable amount of money for him. That when it's a hit to his ego, the money wise, that's when you'll see him walk away. But as long as he can even pay the taxes on one of his houses every year. He'll still stick around. It's going to be
He'll
way
never
worse
leave.
than that Imus guy when he retires, because Howard will cling to fucking $3. They offer him $3
You
to just
betcha,
fart into a
honey.
mic once a week. He'll take it.
What do you think
Allison
Alice
got?
still gets them?
He had 3 kids. None of them were in college yet. So he had to pay not only spousal support, but also child support. And the way that basically works is that Allison got X amount, plus she may have gotten a deal with future earnings, because that's a big fucking thing right now. So she probably looked at what his income was at the time, then what his future potential earnings were going to be. Then she negotiated a deal based on the future potential earnings, and negotiated her deal based on that. So I'm going to say that she got the house. She got pretty much everything in the fucking house. I am positive Howard came away with probably like a Walkman or something like that. He paid for all the kids' educations, for their camps, for all of their clothes, for all of their needs, everything that they needed. But here's the thing. The codicil here is that Allison got married fairly quickly afterwards. And they say statistically that if a divorced woman doesn't get married within the first 5 years of being divorced, the odds are that she doesn't get married again. And so Allison got married really in very, very quick time.
For her.
So
I was shocked by that, and it was
she
another
must have gotten
social
a
climbing
good
situation.
She must have gotten a good
you-
bulk payout because she didn't need the spousal support anymore.
And she deserved
And-
every penny.
And by the way, she married a very wealthy guy.
Yeah.
I think, what industry is he in? He might even be in my industry. I think. I think
like
that might be.
Oh, he's
stuff like
probably managing Howard Stern's money. You know that guy's to the point where he's handing hedge fund managers
That's just
$300-400 million. He's not dealing with banks or anything. I remember one time he was asking one of the guests, like it almost was a personal conversation on air. He's like, "Well, where do you put your money? You can't really get a return in the stock market anymore."
That's why he put $56 million into a home in Florida, because there's a homestead rule down there. And actually, if you get divorced or if you lose your job or if anything happens and the government comes after your money, Florida has a rule that you can't go after real estate. That's why everybody, Jeter and just everybody you could possibly know, ties their money into a huge fucking house down in Florida. Because that is one of the only things that the government can't go after.
Hate him.
Oh, they all
His
hate
staff
him.
should absolutely detest him, because he's putting $57 million. Just the fucking taxes on that thing is probably close to $1 million a year.
Oh, 100%.
And he's probably this is a home that he's probably barely at. He's got a staff.
I think they've been there 10 days.
Throwing money, pissing it into the wind. And he's not giving his fucking staff a living.
No hyperbole, Dizzle. Beth's shoe closet is more than they all make combined. I'm not making a joke about
God.
Easily.
That shoe closet.
Was it $10 million?
$10 million for her closet.
My God.
Well, you gotta put your Hermes and
All
your
these years he's strung these
somewhere.
fucking people along.
That's why the terrorists hate us. No offense, Dizzle.
All right, so on that note, I'm going to wrap this shit up because
We've been on forever.
we were supposed to get to a whole Robin and the 15 Foundation thing and
day. And her
Fred and
romances,
his
her
predilections and
Respect to
Robin's
him as a person.
romances and stuff like that. But this was much more fun to just
This
kind of
was, you were
fucking
great.
bash
Thank you.
I
Howard.
respect Fred as a person. I respect Robin as a person. So I would like to bow out of that. But Howard Stern, I have no respect for that man.
I'll respect that, Dizzle, but just hear us out when we do it and then give us an opinion after we're done. Because we're going to have stuff that you haven't heard on both those twats.
Well, I don't dislike either.
I hate Fred, so
I don't.
You're so entitled to your opinion. But just hear us out when we do it and listen, and then formulate your opinion.
Yeah, honestly, fuck them all. I don't really care. I mean, that's the whole point of our show, so that's what we're doing. All right, so H. Dizzle, we want to thank you for coming on to our show and for having a fabulously sort of gay podcast called The Men's View. And you can follow
What? At themensview.com or add me on Twitter at HDizzle and tweet me all your horrible Howard Stern stuff so I can sit there and feel better about myself.
Promise me you'll read Beth's dad's medical fraud transcript at some point.
I already read it. I loved it.
Out loud? Did you read it? Did you read it on the air, on your podcast?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Please.
It's not that important.
When you get, yes, it is very important when you get around to it.
All right, Diz, thank you so much for coming on to our show.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you coming on.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye, guys.
I have
there?
to. Yes, hey guys.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you have to
I bet
pee?
we'll be together for a million years, and I bet
Oh, for
we'll be
Jayla.
together for a million more. What do we do, baby, without us? Sha-la-la-la.
Is that Family Ties?
Yes,
Oh, my
So you're
God,
getting
I
a
love it.
muffin, baby.
that was
All right.
that was for Jayla.
I
Yeah.
knew it was.
And on that note, we're going to say goodnight to you
Thank
guys.
you, everybody.
So good night, all. Good night, John.
Love you.
Bye. Hi, everybody. It's Monique. Welcome to yet another edition of Radio Gunk. What are we on now? 8?
8 is right.
8 without the drunken stupor hidden file that we did
Really
one day.
good one, though.
Which I know
Loved
we're going
it.
to do that one day for sure.
Yes.
How you doing, T?
I'm doing just groovy. Fine. How are you?
Did you have a good Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, I did nothing. I chilled, baby chilled. I
Yeah.
had nobody in the house but me and the kitties. And I, did whatever I
John,
wanted.
anything? What'd you do?
If I could fly, I'll lift you up, I'll take you into the night and show you a love like you've never seen. Hi, broads. Hi, broads. I'm all right.
So that's what you did this
That's what you
weekend.
did this
You went
weekend.
to karaoke and sang. 8 tunes.
I sat around on
my
my
window
fat
just
ass.
broke.
Hello, Mr. Clumpster.
Mr.
So
Classic
let us,
Clumpy.
Hold on,
let
I'm
us
just
introduce
finishing
you.
off a response to Stuttering John. One sec. Slimy, low-life piece of shit. Okay, all done.
That's great.
So we want to introduce
Come on,
you.
Clumpy. We got to book him soon.
Yeah,
Really,
exactly.
don't be mean, will ya?
Exactly. I'm trying to be super nice to him on PMs, and here
He's
you are
quite-
ripping him a new
John is
asshole.
so
Honestly, Clumpy though, give John a chance. He tore ass on that Kumia podcast.
Give
That
John
he
a
seriously, you got to check him out on some of these things. He is not the underhanded Iago like you're making him out to be.
And I guess I just hate the character that he played for 15 years on the show.
You sound tired and sluggish. Is that true?
Yeah, I got my cheetah power surge.
I have no idea what they're talking about. Just like that.
That's the energy drink that Howard kept payoling during the Superfan Roundtable. That
Oh,
Clumpy
fucking
so
Peter Power,
masterfully
that's
worked in
exactly right.
10 times in the best subliminal since Kevin Nealon on 1991 Saturday Night Live, for Christ's sake.
Wow, references extraordinaire that I have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
You know who Kevin Nealon is.
Yes,
Don't play
of
too
course I
close
know
to the
Kevin
rule.
Nealon.
Are you talking about Hans and Franz?
Yeah. He's on
Hans and
weeds
Franz
now,
sketch.
you broads.
Broads. So let's try and start the show now, shall we?
Okay, dudes.
So dudes, men with balls. We have no weekend reviews this week because
Yay.
nothing happened.
We didn't have to watch. I didn't have to listen.
We didn't have to listen.
Oh,
I
we,
didn't
of
have to
course.
spend quality hours with Charlie Brown's teacher in the background,
Wah,
which
wah,
is
wah,
basically
wah.
what he is right now.
ADD.
Only things that happened this week, right? So AGT premiered, and I watched it, admittedly at work during
God
my
bless
lunchtime.
you.
And it was just the most insipid, ridiculous. Howard looks like he's perhaps gotten a little bit more work done. I mean, you don't quote me on this, but I feel like he just looks like Witchy Poo from HR Puff and stuff. That's exactly who he looks like.
Monique,
Who
did
was
you
running
hear
from
did you hear the histrionic voiceover to start the show Plughead did? He voiced over. He voiced over that America's Got Talent is the most important thing to American pop culture in his life to start the. That's how the show. We gotta get a. You know what? I'll actually play the clip in the beginning of the
That's
show. And
pitiful.
put
Yeah, that's because he's getting paid $15 million to say this to them.
What about his wife?
is it 15 or 20?
I think it's 15. Doesn't it make it
15,
million?
supposedly.
15?
Allegedly.
Okay.
What'd
We
you say,
don't know.
T? What?
Did he look so skinny? Did he look as skinny as usual?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
He's
Wait.
incredibly thin. He looks gaunt, and he basically looks like we should be giving him money in the Sudan for his charitable cause of himself.
Pitiful.
Beth also went to a couple of Hampton openings this week. There was an incredibly hideous
No,
picture of her
you
online.
serious?
With that big sweater?
What's it called?
Get out of here.
Yes, I mean, you know that Beth Stern will go to the opening of a fucking paper bag. So, of course, she took advantage of the fact that it's the first summer weekend in the Hamptons. And there were some hideous photos of her online with her pork pie.
Oh, that hat. With her grease bomb
and
hair.
a big, chunky fucking sweater. I swear to you, she looked like the Abominable Snowman. Like, she looked like this freakish Neanderthal. She was at the party, and I noticed that the pussies have come to Manhattan.
I didn't see that.
Missed
that. I'm just
so she did a little humble brag Instagram this morning with the pussies looking out the window onto Central Park. And
was Blind Bella there?
Well, apparently what's happening is that the 3 kittens are all going to the same family. Mm-hmm. One sycophant, Stern fan has adopted all 3 of them. So it made her job super easy. And now I guess she can just come from the city and go give them away in her limo. And
what a saint.
I told you, Monique, I saw her on Verizon Fios. They have their own little news, and she just for the 10-minute spot, got out of a limo, passed out a few kittens, jumped back in the limo at the end of the spot in Port Washington, Long Island. So it was the most. You could see the limo waiting with the engine running in the background.
Jason Kaplan happened to have posted a video maybe about 4 or 5 days ago. It is, I couldn't link to it for some reason. It's the most pathetic thing you have ever seen. It's basically Howard, Beth, and the kittens. And, how good the work is that she does.
Jason wrote this, Monique?
So Jason wrote on Bianca's Furry Friends on Facebook, and he linked to a video of Howard and Beth and the kittens. It was Saint Beth, basically.
Was there mushy sound in the background?
Oh, the whole thing. It was
feed
like
the children
music and showing her feeding the kittens with like a little syringe. Bless her heart, honestly.
She's so good.
She's like the Mother Teresa of pussy.
I'm going to contact the Pope.
I think you should.
You guys just Monique just gave me a vision based on Clumpy's Superfan Roundtable. If Jason and Robin procreated, we would have a nice Grimace kid.
Oh, that's a horrifying thought.
We would have a hairy, 400-pound monster child. Do you remember this? Do you remember the movie It?
Yeah, of course. The one with the clown?
Oh, no, not It. It's Alive.
Oh, it's Alive, yes, of course. With the kid. I couldn't see it. I was too young. My mother wouldn't let me go with my friend and her family.
These little evil succubus children. Oh, my God. It would be hairy and disgusting, and nobody would adopt it.
Clumpy called Robin Grimace with dreadlocks. It's like the best line I've heard in 10 years. And they gave him that uncomfortable silence from the booth. They weren't sure if Sabian gave him the green light to laugh at it, but it was what a great line that was.
Clumpy, talk to us about Stern Fan Roundtable, because I'll tell you, T and I actually on Tuesday, met up with Jay Yanks.
Lovely girl, lovely woman,
super sweet, super cute too. By the way,
cute. She thought we looked very young.
Normal.
So there you go,
which
guys.
I loved.
Yes,
she wasn't like a 400-pound basement dwelling troll.
That has really shocked me about the people that I've met through dogs. Is like nobody is beastly. Expecting some kind of fiend or something, or fat manateette or man-o-T man. No, everybody's been fine.
Yeah, I know.
So far.
But
then we've met 5 people, so.
Right, and everybody else isn't going to show themselves to us,
really.
So it's okay. But she had some great stories about her time on the Roundtable show. She did it 6 times. And I think, Clumpy, how many times did you do that show?
I did that shit 18 times.
Wow. Jesus. How long was that show on? Can you give us a little history of
I think it actually started before they got to Sirius.
Yes, it did.
It was Ralph and that piece of shit Joey Boots.
Oh.
That other piece of shit Gay Tony.
Yep.
Gay Tony.
Clumpy, do you remember John Hine originally hosted it?
Yeah, I never listened to it back then.
That was exactly when you're talking about. That was before Howard actually got to Sirius. Hine hosted it, passed the baton, for lack of a better word, on to Ralph, and then Ralph passed it on to Mutt. And that's where it became, and it just got increasingly less and less minutes and worse and worse.
How long did it last exactly?
I think it just went off. Right? They just pulled it because the marble hoarding.
Not just.
They pulled it a year ago.
No, not by just. I mean, like 4 months ago.
No,
A year
much
ago?
longer than that.
It has
A year
been
much
about a year,
longer.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I've never actually heard the show.
I
myself,
never did either.
personally.
I just, for the first time, heard the one you did, Clumpy, and that was it.
Yeah,
Never
I
heard it
know.
before.
Me neither. I never knew from it. It wasn't part of our world, but everybody says it was so amazing. And I know that ARM took an extended amount of time trying to find
This
some
Clumpy
shows, some recordings. He actually went deep into the dark net to find anything on it. At the same time, he found the recipe for methadone, and also, and he actually did some gun deals while he was at it.
Go, baby.
That's how deep he went.
Can you make a bomb now?
I got it off Prodigy and Lotus Notes.
He can make a bomb in his meth lab now. Super setup.
Commodore 64.
Okay, so Jay Yanks was telling us that Mutt got paid $100 a week
Pitiful.
to do the show. As we can all recall, Bob Levy also only got paid $100 to do Miserable Men, which also was on before the Stern Show got
Sundays.
too serious.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was. He told me what it was at the time. It was either 100 or 200. It would
I
basically
think they
just paid
upped
for
him
his
to
gas
2,
and tolls.
Clumpy, at one point.
Do you know Yanks actually paid for his parking a couple of times because he had to drive in, he did all the setup, he did all this shit for the show, and still they gave him 100 marbles.
Well, he was
That's all.
foolish, and he ruined his whole his whole website.
Do you think it was part of that, or do you think that was just that he became such a sycophant and Howard told him what to do and he listened?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Even though he
and
wasn't
Howard
paying for the
threatened
site.
him that he would not be able to go on Superfan anymore, and then Howard took him off Superfan.
Do you
There's
know
no
anything about that,
Superfan.
Clumpy? Do you know what happened with that whole thing with Stern Fan Network?
No, I had no idea. I was just. I got my information from your guys' site.
Well, Clumpy, I mean, like it ties into like when you were on, you said Sabian and/or Mutt and/or Kaplan gave you marching orders.
Generally, there was no big conspiracy, and it wasn't heavily censored or anything. Basically, Jason would just brief everybody. He would have you sign the release, and his speech was essentially, look, you can't libel or slander anybody. Don't talk about anybody's kids. Just, don't accuse
Basic stuff
anybody
that
of
you
a
would do.
crime, stuff like that. And that was it. That was really the only instruction they gave. It was just that one particular day. I think it was the first or second time I ever did the show. We were setting up. We were about maybe 2 minutes before air, and Mutt got a call on his cell phone. He goes, "Excuse me, I got to take this." He jumped up, went out of the room, and he came back in with a real hustle. And he says, "Hold on, Tim wants a thread taken down." And he just said it out loud. And then as he sat down on the computer, he looked straight up at me and he goes, "You didn't hear me say that."
He wanted the thread taken down?
From Surfan Network.
Right. He had a thread. So apparently, there was a thread up that was too honest or that bashed Beth or something. And Tim just calls Mutt and tells him, take it down.
Why is that okay, though? I mean, it's not like Stern was paying for his website.
No, but
Because it's legal blackmail. Because Mutt, he's threatening Mutt's site. I'm sorry,
He
he's
didn't have to.
threatening
It's
Mutt.
implied. It's just implied that if you want to keep your show, you'll do what we say.
exactly the show.
It's mafia.
Mutt
It's
liked the
mafia-esque.
show.
It's no different. It's no different.
Curious.
They never bothered anybody about what you said on the air at all. Never, and never gave us any other instructions.
When you took shots at Howard during that, because the Robin bashing the Robin bashing's got to be
The Robin
ratio
bashing is a given because you can't help
50 to
yourself.
1. And it's very easy to do. But when you were hitting Howard with those little jabs, you
Or
didn't
Beth.
get anything.
No, nobody ever said. There were always more smiles than audible laughs.
Like
but
evil smiles.
Yeah, people who weren't laughing out loud were smiling ear to ear. Nobody ever responded negatively to anything I said on there. Even that day with Robin, they said they liked the controversy.
But
Because
do
you were
find
speaking
that,
the truth. They didn't have the balls to speak themselves.
Well, but do you find that
suppose-
most of the people that were on the show were had so drank the Kool-Aid at that point that there wasn't a lot of negativity kind of being thrown out there?
I responded to a thread on the site today that I like Pedro, and he was never afraid to call Howard an idiot or douchebag, whatever. He would criticize Sabian. He was very critical. He didn't drink any Kool-Aid.
And they were
Everybody
okay
else,
with that?
pretty much the same. Yeah, I couldn't stand what's his name, Irish John, complete idiot.
Yeah.
Everybody else was pretty much Howard for life.
You were in there with Ralph a few times, right? Who you
I was in there with Ralph once. The second time, I just emailed Jason. I said, if Ralph's coming in, I'm not coming in. I said it turns my stomach to sit at a table with that slimy fuck.
Jason understood. Jason was like,
he laughed. He laughed. In fact, he told Ralph about it on the air that night, and he read the email. and Ralph said something along goofed on the fact that I started my email to Jason with the word bro. So that was creepy. Yeah, I'm creepy.
And now they all call it bro. You're not my bro.
Right.
But you know, Jay Yanks, when she met Ralph, she said he was actually the nicest of all of them. He was sweet to her. He was polite. He introduced himself.
Let me guess, she's attractive.
Yeah,
she's attractive.
Say that.
You guys understand how that works, right? And anybody can act nice. The test of being a nice person isn't whether you can or can't act nice. It's under what circumstances and why you choose to act nice and to whom. And Ralph doesn't act nice. Ralph basically ignores anybody who's not a hot chick or, some kind of celebrity.
You don't think he's gay?
I don't know. I don't really have good gaydar. There's a lot of questionable shit going on with him, and certainly he failed that lie detector test. But, no, I mean, that was back in like 99. And, I have no idea. I don't have good gaydar.
You know what you do have, Clumpy, and this is just me playing armchair psychologist, pun intended.
I love that.
You have a background in law, right?
Yeah, I got a law degree.
Okay. You also seem like you have I don't know, maybe did you minor in psychology?
Can I tell you, it's the funny, it's fucking ridiculous. I would have preferred to go to grad school for psychology than law, but at the time, like all other college students, I hated writing. And I dreaded having...
Don't tell you, you're good at it, though. You're posting...
No, let me tell you. I dreaded writing like other college students, and I didn't want to do any kind of program that had you write like dissertations and papers and stuff. And the one thing I liked about law school is that you just take one test at the end of every class, and that's your grade.
Yep.
30 years later, I'm writing for a living. It's all I do is write for a living.
Yeah.
Wait, do you practice law, Clumpy?
No, I never practice. I'm a writer. I've always been a writer.
Yeah, it shows in your posts. You got your great screeds and rants. You don't post often, but when you do, it's like makes up for the lost time because it's always just a vitriolic thing at like Hunter S. Thompson, kind of absinthe fueled rant at like 4:30 in the morning on a weekday.
All right, ass latherer. So we're he is a latherer. He's a latherer. He is like Mr. fucking Bubbles.
He is Mr. Bubbles. He's up everybody's bathtub.
Mr. fucking Bubbles.
Gee whiz.
Psychology, kind of, because you had a great psychoanalysis of Robin that said, she's got to go to every concert, every fucking play, and she's got to jet off to this place to not face.
That's classic. Anytime you have somebody who's always on the move, who's never just not doing anything, who's always going to a restaurant, always going to a movie, always needs external entertainment. It's usually people who are afraid to not be doing something for a minute because it makes them think about themselves.
Yes.
And they feel quote unquote bored. Usually the people who always complain about being bored are the most boring people.
Exactly.
John and I had a whole discussion about this not too long ago about how Robin has eaten at every good restaurant. She has seen every fucking TV show. She sees every movie. She's kind of like the Energizer Bunny. Like, she just doesn't fucking stop, which is surprising to me since she's, 300 right now?
Right now,
She's got to be $3. She's got to be $3.
It's not just every restaurant and every movie. She always has to be the first to go to a new restaurant or a new movie. It doesn't really mean that much to her. She's got to be the first one in the room to be able to say, I was there. I had that.
I love her reading news stories on how lazy kids are today, and she's the one watching 16 hours of TV, and she's 310 pounds. She watches 4 times the TV than my nephews collectively play video games and watch TV, and I have 3 of them. Easily she watch. So I don't know who's the lazy one there, Ms. Quiv.
RadioGunk is working on a little bit of investigative journalism when it comes to Robin, so I'm working on some stuff with Benjamin and some other people, just in terms of Robin's timeline in the military, and I think it'll be really, really good, interesting reading when we do get around to it. I was reading this somewhere. Robin said she was in the Big Sister program.
I remember that.
Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Howard asked her if she stayed in touch with the girl that she was a big sister to. Robin said that they do stay in touch and that now this woman has kids of her own. The kids call her grandma. The kids call her grandma. And she embraces this and that this is part of her world.
If that's true, that's nice.
So, can we discuss her nephew for a really quick second?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
Does Robin have brothers and sisters?
I believe she has a brother.
I'm just really curious about that because she always talks about her nephew. I feel like she put him through college. he's the guy that she travels with. Do you remember that time that they went to Amsterdam not too long ago and she smoked pot? And Howard was
she's
all over her
spending more
shit?
time around them than their actual parents do. It's seemingly, or she's doing more than. It's like they're either absentee or that people simply don't exist.
Yeah, but she can. She's the woman's money. I think it's perfectly natural to be the person that would fund something for a child that has less than, I guess, everybody else. But I'm a little curious about whether or not that is, in fact, her true nephew. So anyway, just to tie in the big sister thing, the girl that she was the big sister to was actually a white girl, which I thought was kind of interesting. Howard asked Robin if the girl keeps in touch with her biological mother. Robin said she doesn't see her. Robin said she's like a mother to the girl. She said that she has 2 mothers other than her, because she apparently had 3 big sisters. She had a big sister before her, so she's the other one.
That Robin's the person she chose to maintain contact with?
Yeah, that's a good
Really?
point.
Robin said she explained this to Howard before. Howard said he doesn't pay attention to this stuff. He just wants to go back and sleep in his office. That's the end of the fucking story.
Then just kill yourself. If you all you want to do is take a nap, then kill yourself. Please,
wait, I got another one.
and kill yourself.
Robin said she just got a note from one of the kids. Ready for the name? Diamond. And she was thinking about it. Howard asked if all the grandkids are white. Robin said they're all adopted and they're all black. Isn't that curious?
From whom?
Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, Howard asked if the girl is married. You ready? Here's the kicker. Robin said she has a, quote, life mate.
Oh my
So
God.
she's a lesbian.
What?
So she's a lesbian. Yeah. See, this is what Robin gravitates towards.
What
I
is
thought
going
Robin
on?
was a lesbian for a long time.
Well, so did I, but
Clumpy,
I
any
don't.
thoughts?
No, I don't have good gaydar.
That's
I
right.
have no reason to feel for that. I never got a vibe from her that she wasn't straight.
Yeah,
See,
I
always
think
had
she's
the-
straight.
I always had the vibe that she was gay.
I
Always.
thought she was.
I
but
think all of her
she is.
friends are gay. I stalked a couple of her friends on Facebook. They're all gay.
But don't you guys think there's a ratio of Broadway plays to gay that there's a very good chance that she... I mean, you could really base someone's sexual orientation on the amount of plays
men,
they
perhaps.
men.
For men, perhaps. But women always...
No,
go
and
to the
broads,
theater.
and broads.
No, not really.
Broads. Yeah, I would say broads too.
Women get together with their friends. They come in from Long Island or from,
it's not some Broadway thing. You're not going to have
Jersey.
some guy singing "There's Nothing Like a Dame" while he's looking at the guy's butt next to him.
And everybody likes to look at that sphincter puckering Hugh Jackman on Broadway.
Yes, please.
See, my gaydar pings with him. I got to be honest.
With you, he's lovely though. What
He's
a
lovely.
nice man.
He's lovely to look at, but pingy.
But he's a nice man as well.
Pingy.
Ping, ping, ping.
Oh, what a
I'm saying
beautiful
is when you're fat-
morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Yes, I got a
have this
wonderful feeling.
All right, we're digressing.
Everything's
We're
going
digressing.
our way. Put it to a vote. Is Robin gay? You go first.
No.
Monique.
I'm going to go with, I think Robin is gay-friendly, and she would go that way if it was available to her.
I don't think she's actually ever muff dived. That's
She's
my
just
feeling.
gay-friendly.
Yes,
maybe.
gay-friendly.
What do you think, Clumpster?
The thought of Robin having sex with anybody just makes me want to hurl.
Yes, that's a diet tip.
So here's the last thing I wanted to get out about the 15 Foundation. So Robin became involved with this guy named Brendan Murphy. And I wasn't really sure who he was until I started looking at a couple of details about him online. So apparently he's an artist. He does all sorts of shit. He makes these T-shirts, etc., etc. He donated a lot of the artwork to the 15 Foundation so that she could auction it off. And she actually took that as part of her tax deductions. The total cost of Brendan's artwork she took as a tax deduction.
How much did you get for Brennan's artwork?
I have no...
$22.95.
Yeah.
I really can't imagine.
Apparently, here's the way it worked out. So Brendan, okay, so here's the story with Brendan. Apparently, Brendan had a little bit of a hots for, Robin had a little bit of a hots
there was no
for this guy,
apparent.
Brendan. So Robin at the time had an assistant named Anne-Marie.
I remember that.
Remember Anne-Marie?
Yes.
Anne-Marie McCann, who refused to go on air when she was on the show.
Okay, so Anne-Marie apparently started having a little thing with Brendan.
I always thought he was gay.
And this, I know, people said that, but this apparently is when the 15 Foundation came to an end.
She was hurt.
Because Robin was hurt. She was totally butthurt, or colostomy hurt in her case. 'cause
she didn't have it then.
I'm not sure she has an
And
ass
she
at this
she
point.
said that she was betrayed by a friend on the air.
Correct. She said it was a small betrayal, and she had to end the charity. Back to her total revenue of $196,634. She gave $112,000 in 2011. She raised $206,000. $62,000 was for somebody to tell them where the rest of the money should go to. $5,000 was for Robin's trainer for the marathon because she said that I don't even think she finished that fucking marathon.
She was eating in the bagel shop.
That's another thing we have to look into, whether or not she actually did that. $5,000 for the trainer, $8,000 for the post-marathon party that she held for herself.
God, for herself. You know, we all run. I've actually run a few marathons in my life. You know what I did to train for it? I ran as far as I could, as fast as I could, as often as I could. I don't hire someone to tell me how to run. I do it on my own terms. What on earth do you need a trainer to tell you how to run distances? It blows my mind. It's so typical. It's the vintage quivers.
$97,000 was for salaries and expenses. Non-cash expenses for her artwork, for the artwork for that guy, were valued at $77,000. This is what our Miss Quivers does. So that ended, and I guess because
what's his face?
Yeah,
Cut it on with Anne-Marie.
We're going to also, at some point, get into Robin's military service and the timeline of Robin becoming an officer and a manatee, if you will.
I thought you weren't going to say manatee.
I know, but that was just too perfect.
In 4 months, she jumped 6 military ranks.
Exactly. And there's a lot of the guys online who actually were in the Air Force are like, that's absolutely impossible. That absolutely could not happen.
I've never heard
of it. They never blew anybody.
I bet
right, she was dating an officer.
Was she?
Yeah, she just... It just boggles one's mind. Oh, right, because the other day she was talking about how in the Air Force, that the Air Force kind of sucks. It was the worst time of her life. She didn't like any part of it. But meanwhile, she voluntarily joined.
Yes.
And she became a nurse. She never saw any active duty. She refused to salute her superiors. How the fuck does anybody get away with that?
That sounds
some
outrageous.
Bullshit.
She said it was the worst part of her life. Can you imagine the poor bastards that had to take orders from her?
Can you imagine? No, but she actually became an officer. She became a captain, and then she left service a month later. And she was on vacation for 2 weeks of that month of service. So it's a very curious timeline for what she did there. And we're going to explore that a little bit. She also said that she became a stoner and she fantasized about getting into the drug trade. Okay? She also had an affair with a married superior. She also claims that when she got into the service that she was based at some boot camp or whatever, but that she actually had maid service. So she never had to do anything for herself.
That's such bullshit.
As usual.
I've never heard such things in my life.
Can you even fucking imagine?
No.
Apparently Robin was overpaid $10,000 for her services during the first 18 months of the Air Force. She became the subject of a criminal investigation because of the overpayment. They determined it was a mistake due to a clerical error. She was then ordered to pay back the money. Because this meant extending her Air Force service from 2 years to 2 years and 6 months, she then went on a shopping frenzy, thinking to herself that she deserved some new things to make it bearable.
At the A&P?
Yeah, because it was just so unbearable. She bought a color TV at the time, ran up all her credit cards, and then she stopped paying her bills after leaving the Air Force. And it took her years before she actually got another credit card. So she's just always been like some sort of, she probably was abused as a child because only people like that are so fucked up.
Horribly abused.
I think so. I think she really was abused.
Yes.
I mean, it might be a little suspect what she came out with in the book, just in terms of the level of abuse. I don't really know.
I'm not
Details are
really
hazy.
surprised. I've heard so many stories.
I'm not surprised as well, but I think it's very curious that earlier this year, her mother was really, really sick. And she talked about that for a while. And then there was an article, I guess, in the Baltimore Sun or something like that when she was doing some sort of fundraiser down there that her mother had passed away sometime in February or March. They never mentioned it on the air. They never talked about her mother dying.
I thought Howard did.
You sure they weren't off for 2 weeks?
Probably, or 3 weeks, probably.
3 weeks? You sure that they didn't take a month off for Canadian Boxer Day or something?
Yeah, it was yesterday's news.
She also said that she would have starved during her time in the Air Force if it wasn't for McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's. She also developed an intense love for Friendly's ice cream, which also helped her starve off stave off the starvation.
Friendly's is delicious. Can you blame her?
I don't know from Friendly's.
Oh, yum.
I've never had that in my life.
Yum.
We're just really curious about Robin and her lies and her things. Just as a side note and an end to this, Robin's net worth is $45 million.
Amazing.
And she gets paid $10 million a year. Clumpy, what do you think about Nukas? What's your thoughts on Nukas?
On who?
Fred.
So Fred Norris's original last name was Nukas.
Okay.
And he changed it sometime in the 90s to actually be Norris.
Yeah, I remember that. He had a very troubled relationship, I think, with his father and his brother.
Bad, very bad.
Yeah, it was interesting because somebody asked me the other day, they said, hey, do you think that Fred is still actually married to his wife? I'm like, good question. I have absolutely no idea. He never mentions her. She doesn't
And
come to any of the
she's
functions.
cutting out on all the Stern-related parties, right?
Do
She
you
never
blame
goes
her?
No, I can't. No,
What can
that was my opinion on Robin not going into the studio. I'm like, who wants to sit next to Benji? I would stay home too if I could.
Oh, please. She's in a glass fucking
Yeah,
cage.
she's
Did you
safe.
actually, Clumpy, did you actually get to tour the premises there?
Yeah, they make a big deal out of it. I went in the first time, and then I think the second time I went in with my wife, and then like the subsequent times they were like, "Want to take a tour?" I'm like, "How many fucking times are you going to see a room?" I've seen it.
So is Robin physically segregated from everybody, just in terms of
Yeah, she's
not
right.
really
She's
having
right
to...
opposite Howard. Like there's a part of a wall that's just glass, and there's a door next to the glass. You just walk in that door, walk through a tiny little closet, and you're looking at everybody from the other side of the glass.
What are we ascertaining the purpose of the booth is again? Because I've heard mixed shit on it, and I still am foggy. I still don't
That's a good
understand.
question. I have absolutely no idea. Any thoughts?
I've heard theories that it's some kind of news feed shit, or that it's like easier to give her access to, like the interns are shuttling her shit. I still can't get a clear. I'm sure somebody at the shed will clear it up, but I've never.
Well, Howard explained it one time, but I don't really remember what the explanation was.
It was so ambiguous that it didn't stick in your brain.
I think she always said that she's constantly printing off stuff and that she's constantly, because she's such a fucking newswoman.
Off rooters right now, right?
Ever since the cancer, I truly believe that she just has, 2 or 3 interns pulling shit for her, pulling clips for her.
I think beforehand as well.
I feel like she doesn't really read the news until she reads it.
She's watching 16 hours of TV a day, and she's going to every fucking movie and play and traveling to Seattle for 4 days. How would you possibly be honing your craft with the news? Where is time for that?
I don't know, but I gotta believe that she can find the fucking time to actually get names right, to get stories correct,
One would
to
hope.
read things correctly.
Why would you bother when you're making $10 million a year just to
Exactly.
read whatever they put in front of you?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
There's no drive. There's no, and it's so symptomatic of the entire show. And we've gotten into Fred's complacency I think it's worse, if anything. When Artie left the show, I guess Fred would have to step up a little bit and maybe comment on stuff and maybe verbally contribute a little more. He got more mute when Artie left.
You're 100% right. And the drops also became less and less frequent. And we had a discussion about this not too long ago that the whack pack is really not a whack pack anymore. There's like 2 or 3 people who may or may not come in every once in a while. There's no Crazy Alice. There's no there's no Elliot. There's no.
To be fair, the whack pack is in the studio.
There you go. That's a great. That's a great iron. That's right. That's
right.
That's in keeping with what we said. There's actually and the repartee among the people in the studio. There's nothing to pull from because they haven't said anything funny or interesting in about 15 years.
There's no drops anymore, so he only can rely on old shit.
I don't think he can because Howard is politically correct. You can't say the clucking chickens. You can't do anything.
Oh my God, Sofia Vergara came in.
Gay.
100% Fred would have played the clucking chickens.
Because she said that she had chickens and cows, befriended them, and then ate them.
I don't even think he pays attention to the show anymore. I mean, everything used to. I used to relish Fred's drops.
They were so great. He
so
really
timely,
was good.
so right on the fucking button. Now it's like, Fred, do you have that clip? Fred, and there's nothing. Fred Norris, I guess, is worth $16 million and gets $6 million a year.
Jesus.
Fred gets $6 million a year to play a drop or two, to make believe he's Nicole Bass for a minute.
Play an 8-minute Led Zeppelin song 3 times a show.
Tell Howard what commercial to go to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least Fred contributed, when Howard allowed humor on the show.
Yes.
As Stuttering John told us, Fred actually tried to leave the show. He thought he was going to be on Saturday Night Live, so he tried to get his agent to get him auditions for Saturday. So he tried to get he just has no options.
Really?
Let me guess.
Swear to God.
Fred probably told that to Stuttering John in confidence, too.
No, you know what, Clumpy? I think he told Gary that, and Gary told John.
Oh, Gary is a yenta. He's such a god.
Gary's the yenta.
Do you think that the inner circle of people in Howard's world get paid by Howard or get paid by Sirius?
They get paid by Sirius, but he decides the numbers. He and Buckwald decide the numbers. That's my theory. I think I'm right.
What do you think, Clumster?
Yeah, that sounds right, because Howard just gets paid by Sirius, and he determines how much he's going to get and how much they're going to get.
So you think it is up to him, because he always loves to say, I don't know how much they get paid. I don't know what they do.
He's full of shit, and he's a big fat liar. Big manorexic liar, excuse me. No, he knows. He is. He's a liar. He knows what they're getting paid. It comes out of his marble.
Well, he has to. I know what my employees are getting paid. Obviously, you have to.
Hence.
But I don't pay them. No. I'm just curious whether, I know, we had this discussion the other night when we went out with Jay Yanks, and she had said that somebody had kind of uncovered the 112 Corporation paperwork, which basically said that Beth was an employee, Ralph was an employee, and then some lawyer in Long Island was also an employee. And they all get 401k shares in this 112 Corporation. So those are actually Howard's employees. Ralph is a direct employee of Howard's and gets a fucking 401k. He's like, it's amazing to me.
He knows where all the skeletons are buried. Ralph knows everything. Everything.
Ralph knows everything.
Yeah.
When we get into the Beth show, it's going to be very interesting to do her fucking timeline,
too. Oh, boy. There's going to be 10 Beth shows. She's a prize. She's a prize. I mean, God.
Clumpy, ever meet Beth?
Nah.
Any talk about Beth while you were on the show?
No. I think everybody was afraid to say anything negative about her.
They didn't tell you specifically not to speak about her.
No, they never did.
But then again, Mike never probably brought it up.
It was interesting, guys. When Clumpy, that particular show that I'm obsessed with, that Clumpy was on, that was a big tipping point. Because I remember that's kind of exactly when I joined Dogs, and the shift from SFN to Dog Shed had taken place, and there was a massive negativity had gone. That was really like the groundswell. That was when you knew they weren't going to replace Artie. Things weren't going to get any better. And the negativity, I thought, was at an all-time apex right about then. And I thought it reflected in what Clumpy did on that panel. That's why I was so moved by it.
Don't you think that happened when Howard made the AGT announcement and Mutt pulled a prank?
Yeah, that was phases.
That
was enough phase.
Please tell that story to people who don't know it, because I don't know it. Clumpy, tell us that story.
Arm, remind me what happened. I know. Yeah.
Shut his own. Go ahead. I know you got it.
Eric the Midget, right? Started that whole thing.
Yes.
Calling up and complaining about Stern Fan Network.
Yep.
And Howard says on the air, I don't know why they call it a Stern Fan Network. They're not my fans. If Mutt really cared about me, he would just shut that shit down.
Yep.
And then you tried to log it on later that day, and there was just a sign there that said.
I love Howard Stern. Fuck you.
I love Howard Stern. Fuck you, midget.
Wow. Was the Stern Fan Roundtable still on air?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So he actually chose. Wow.
For a day.
All right. So go ahead. So what happened?
People left.
That's it. So that's when I left. And,
Mass exodus.
It lasted for a few days, and they did like a flushing. They did sort of like a purging. They were banning people like T just said, mass exodus at the same time. And then there was super censoring going on. So all the mods went into high mode, and they were taking threads down, and the anti-best, and people were just, and that was the end of it. I thought, Clumpy's right. That was like the big one, but I thought it came in phases, and I thought even before that, there was like things were happening and people were sensing things. It just came in like waves, and it's decimated. It's a ghost town now. I mean, it's absolute ghost
Tumbleweeds.
Does Mutt make any money off of that Stern Fan Network?
Same as Dogs. You can join for free, and I think you can get extra privileges if you donate something.
There were all sorts of theories he was getting. People think this advertising. To this day, do we really know? He might have made stuff. We don't know. We'll never know.
Do you guys remember this one? Mutt said he was offered $1 million for that website.
For somebody to buy it?
Yes.
Yes.
No, he turned it down because he had to. They wanted to buy it off him, right? It was the actual Stern show.
No.
You know, it's really amazing to me. I have to tell you, we always joke about the power of Stern, but the power of Stern is really limited to the fucking people that work for him and the people that are around him.
Yeah, now
because he has them all by the balls. Everybody, especially after the Letterman retirement and all that stuff, they had to start kind of wondering to themselves, well, what's going to happen with us? How is this going to end for us when Howard decides that it's time to leave? Is he going to take us with him wherever he goes? Is he going to do something else? And he just leaves them fucking wondering.
I was just reading that Letterman, his big regret, and I don't know if I believe him, I don't know what to believe, but he said that if he didn't develop his worldwide pants company, that they actually, Everybody Loves Raymond is actually spawned from Letterman's production company. And part of the reason why Letterman's ratings was so bad all those years, and he stayed on the air, and they were paying him $30-something million a year for this show nobody watches, and it's in total cruise control, was that CBS felt beholden to him because he really launched Everybody Loves Raymond, which spawned into King of Queens and all that shit. So they were like, it was kind of like, what's that?
Yeah, those regular guy shows were never really my thing.
No, I didn't watch it. I'm just saying that's the origin of it.
Yeah, but Howard doesn't have that. What does he have? Reruns of Son of a Beach?
They're not even on. No.
I'm kidding.
Netflix didn't even buy it. Come on, give me a break. Nobody bought that shit. These guys don't know to the last minute if he's going to sign or resign. He has none of that. But he said it was very low key when he went to Letterman's, and that everybody was really quiet. And he felt so badly for the staff because they were losing their jobs. And I'm like, you piece of shit. Yeah, he
won't say a word to them. He won't say a word to them to the day he's out the fucking door.
Exactly. And he's
we know how
staff.
that Schadenfreude motherfucker thinks. He wants everybody to be fatter than him and everybody to be making less money than him. He loves it.
Like they have to rely on him for their popularity,
and
for their notoriety, for their money, and for everything that they do. How many times has he just put the fucking kibosh on anything they wanted to do outside the show? Because he swore that it was, using his name for gain. But who fucking cares?
Exactly, but he said it was demeaning his brand and his name.
Fuck you!
Mr. America's Got Talent.
Demeaning his legacy of fart and dick jokes.
Yeah.
Really? No.
Exactly. And whores on the Symbian.
Yes.
Yep.
Seriously. Symbian.
Oh, pretending that they're coming. Oh, are you coming? Oh, yeah.
The
was
worst.
So disgusting.
One time I was driving with my mother to Pennsylvania, and we had the show on, and he decides to put Blue Iris on the Symbian.
Oh, poor Blue Iris.
And your mom listened to this.
My God. My mother was like, Monique, what the fuck are you listening to? This is the most disgusting, vile thing I have ever heard in my life. And I was actually... I was so embarrassed.
Is that how that went? I know I deliberately
didn't hear that one.
We may have to splice that in at this point.
This is better than rejuvenation.
I am telling you, it was the most embarrassing.
For Mom.
I feel like that was actually a jump the shark moment. I have to tell you.
Well, Blue Iris, she did so much on that show. They were begging for money to bury her. You would think Howard would pass them $10,000 so they could bury that old bag.
Absolutely.
Who did everything that they asked her.
Eric also. I'm very curious as to what his donation was to the Eric family.
Remember, poor Artie had to make out with her?
Oh,
no wonder he was on heroin, for God's sake. She was giving him time. The horror.
Oh, my God. See, but you know what? It was funny.
I loved it. It was
I'm even laughing about it today. I can't describe a single moment to you over the course of the last 12 months that has made me laugh. Clumpy, do you listen to this show at all anymore?
Yeah, you don't listen anymore, right?
No, I have a radio in the bathroom. I have Sirius on it just for Jay Thomas.
I shower with Howard. That's what I do.
Ew.
If I've heard all of Jay, I tape them. If I'm out of my Jay tapes, then I'll put it on 100 or 101. And literally, if I'm in there taking a shit or taking a shower, that's whatever I hear of the show.
That's it.
10 minutes a day.
Clumpy, let me ask you a question. Just browsing through your
Sure.
brilliant roundtable. You had said And I completely concur with you. It's ridiculous, Artie. He's never been on the show since. He hasn't been interviewed. He can't have a phoner.
Yeah, just everywhere else, right?
Every other venue, he'll be on this show next week, by the way.
You wish.
Reverend Bob or John?
Artie.
Artie.
Monique, it's hard. I can't come in. I'm sick.
My shrink told me that I should not do any other
I ate too many red and green M&Ms. I can't come in.
Now, Clump, are we in agreement that you think it's a Howard legalese, cover my own ass lawsuit thing, that he can't even do a phoner, as if Artie being on the phone, nowhere in the history of suicide has anyone killed themselves because they call the radio show to hang out?
I don't think there's no legal issue. I think it's just Howard's neurosis. He just wants to, probably feels some guilt about it.
Yes.
And, just doesn't want to see him publicly anymore.
I think he's afraid, though, that Artie may say something that will indict him or that makes him feel bad.
He can't even do a fucking phoner.
Well, he'd rather have Sour Shoes call in as Artie so that he can make believe that he has Artie on the show, but he won't actually have Artie.
That's pretty bad.
Which is actually more traumatizing than to someone like, I would think that would drive Artie over the edge more than anything.
Oh, man, that would
I'm so expendable, someone can impersonate me and be more interesting than I am.
I'm not familiar with any legal issues about prohibiting you from, having contact with the firm that you left. That's up to the firm. Howard is probably deathly afraid of what Artie will say, because Artie might reference all the shit that they let him do there. I mean, it sounded like he just dumped out some kind of drugs right on the counter the day that Gary said something to the effect that he just couldn't believe what he saw, but they would never explain what he was talking about.
Oh, that's right. Good point.
It sounds like he just dumped out some powder and snorted it like right off the console.
Right.
And if Artie made a reference to any of that, then, it all comes out that Howard sat there and, let him do all that shit in front of him.
I forgot all about that.
That's a fantastic point.
Because Artie's honest, right? Because Artie's always honest.
Sometimes.
Artie is honest unless you ask him something about himself that he doesn't want to divulge. Otherwise, he has no filter. Howard doesn't want to hear what was really happening right under his nose, because it's going to be obvious that, he should have gotten the guy some help much earlier.
Yeah, and you know what? Howard needs to whitewash it. Howard can't have a heroin addict in his presence that, just the same thing like what Chauncey talked about with Hank the Angry Dwarf, or, what he does to Wendy the Retard, or any of these people. He capitalizes on their misfortune and on their addictions.
Remember, like Sam Kinison or
100%
when
Sam
they
Kinison.
were sober. Oh, you're not funny when you're not drinking or on drugs.
Yeah, that's exactly
he would
right.
Say that to Sam Kinison.
Sam Kinison would
He'd
come
say
in
it to our
so
poor little
fucking
Hank.
wasted, and they would love that.
Oh yeah,
they would love that. And he's done that for. You know what? The fact that he now is like America's judge and does all these interviews and is so fucking great at basically people getting shit off Wikipedia so he could read it off to these people. Before he was that person, he's had many more years of being a scumbag than he has of being this person he's trying to reinvent himself into being.
He is. Yep. And he's still a scumbag.
He's still a scumbag. He has no personality. He is not a person. He's more of a chameleon. He's more of a chameleon than he is anything else.
His Twitter is a direct indication of his personality. It is the most banal bunch of it's like it's basically Fred going, there you go. That's the extent of Howard's Twitter. He tweets links and kitty shit. That's his real when he doesn't have Jackie writing for him, that's the real person.
But do you think that he's actually doing any of the fucking Twittering?
And he's probably not even writing the banal shit.
He's not even reading. He likes to read shit because he likes to feel like he's in touch with the people, but I don't think he does anything that has to do with that. I mean, look what fucking Beth does all day.
And he makes fun of people who do that.
And he makes fun of people who
take
do
selfies, people who do this.
My favorite Beth fact,
pal.
I think, of all time was right around the time that she was, quote unquote, writing her book.
Which one?
Remember that fiasco when she accused Howard of losing the document that she couldn't
she didn't know how to save a document.
Yeah, right.
And it came out that she had a computer he said, you've had a computer for 10 years, you don't know how to save anything, because she's only been using it to go to celebrity gossip websites
and Google herself.
Yeah. She doesn't know enough to go to file, click save as, and 2000.
In 2007, after 10 years of having a computer, she didn't know how to create a document in any program and save it.
Nobody ever accused her of being a Rhodes Scholar.
No, nor.
She's an English major.
English
though, right?
major.
Shouldn't English majors know how to click save as?
English
please.
major who speaks fluent French.
If she made it out of sophomore year, it's a lot. Let's be honest.
I don't think she did.
Are you fucking kidding me? If she actually went to Europe to be a model at 19, okay, there is no mention of her ever coming back to Pittsburgh to finish her degree.
She didn't.
She went directly to New York. She tried to become an actress. She
did all that fat lingerie modeling. She did a lot of bridal, though, too, which was scrubbed from the internet. Seen those,
it was totally scrubbed from the internet. And, she was just like a low-rung wannabe player. That's all she ever was.
Monsoon's fingering herself right now listening to this.
I really want her on the show for our next episode. I really do.
Monsoon, we want you.
Yeah, we do. We do, Monsoon, if you're listening to this. All right, so I'm going to wrap it up tonight.
I think so. We've covered
a lot.
We
covered a lot of shit. I really wanted to get into Robin's 15 Foundation because I think that's such a crock of shit.
It is.
And I think there's more to be said about that. Fred, there's really nothing to say about it except that he's fucking phoning it in now, and he's just blah.
He is. He's a blazo.
Yeah, nothing to say about him.
Fred probably used to love coming to work when the show was funny, but he knows Howard. He can see the direction that he's going, and now he just, gets up to an alarm clock, comes in, sits in his booth, and makes some sounds and makes his $6 million.
Now he's just a daffodil on the wall.
Who likes to cheat in trivia.
You keep saying that, but I think that he just knows what he knows.
I dare you. Why doesn't he go first, ever?
It is what it is, Arn.
Why doesn't he ever go first?
They were going to cheat. What difference does it make whether he goes first or not? They could just funnel in the questions.
If they're going to cheat, who cares?
Ahead of time.
Because he could refresh his memory and listen while he
goes refresh my memory. It's 7 fucking questions. How hard is that to remember?
I think he can. I honestly don't think he can. I honestly think he needs all the advantages he can get. I think that show lies about everything, and I think that's one of the big ones.
Well, I agree with you on that, Mr. Armstrong.
All right, Mr. Clumpy, we're going to let you go. We want to thank you.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
I know. I think it was fun. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hopefully we'll have you on again when we do our Benji Bronk Symposium.
Oh, definitely. And say hello to Mrs. Clumpy.
Thank you for being part of the Gunk Pack.
Okay,
thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
All right,
gone?
guys.
All right. Clumpster no more.
Yep.
Clumpster be gone.
And we'll be gone.
Sans Clumpy.
And it's Mrs. Clump.
All right. Johnny still there?
Sarah.
I knew it.
No time is a good time.
What the fuck is that?
In your eyes.
Starship.
I don't know the song.
I do.
What is that?
Look, you like to. Sarah. Songs are brewing in your eyes.
No time is a good time for goodbye.
You know what? Do not quit your day jobs, people.
I can sing better, but I hate that song.
Johnny Boy, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to go have a nice little chicken paillard. All right, guys. So thank you for listening to this week. I really promise you that we do really have some good guests coming up soon.
And yes, we do.
If they're not such flaky fucks and you know who I'm talking about, I'm not going to mention any names, but his initials are Bob Levy.
Yes, Mr. Reverend.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we do have some special guests coming up. We just wanted to get something on this week. Happy Memorial Day for everybody, and we really appreciate anybody out there who has served our country and has served our country well, unlike Captain fucking Gibbons.
Yes.
So take care, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, John.
Bye, Johnny.
Bye, Brad.
Bye. Hi, everybody. It's Monique, ready for our weekend review.
Yay!
We are so excited. We have an interview with Stuttering John. We kind of taped that before we did this.
So we had a good interview. Wasn't it fun? Oh, we loved it.
Sober.
Yes. We didn't talk over each other.
We were highly aware of our surroundings, and John.
It was fun.
I think it was fun. And
yeah.
we got a couple of tidbits out of him.
Some things you haven't heard.
He's not a Howard hater, and so don't expect any, trashing shit talk. But I think he had some really good insight
He did.
to the show, and We also touched on a couple of the Leno days and
yes,
his
and a little
thoughts about
personal
Caitlyn
stuff.
Jenner.
Yes, his
fun.
daughter, son, slash.
Yeah, so I think
it's
it's
great.
all good. All right, so we're going to do our week in review and see what
Okey-dokey.
happened this week on the show. Arm, John, are you there?
Yes.
What?
John didn't listen.
What are you doing? So
He was flossing his teeth, I think.
I was masturbating the Beth Sucks is what I was doing.
I'm calling the FBI.
Okay, so let's see what happened on Monday. Poor little Howard.
Oh, yeah, that.
Was crying about how sick he was,
He had a
and how
cold.
overworked he was, and how AGT was just the most grueling vacation he has ever had in his life.
Yes.
And everybody got sick.
Sweatshop.
Oh, right. It
was like
would
a
be
sweat-
easier to work in a Chinese sweatshop.
Yeah, $15 million for that rather than like $15 a year, Howard.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
I can really relate to you. You
Speak
poor
to one
pedophile.
fucking fat who works for like $2 a week so that he can buy more fucking McDonald's
Or his-
and see how he feels
I
about,
can't. I want to smack
you know, sewing up children's panties all fucking day.
him. Really?
And then
Or the soldier right now, or the cop in
Anybody.
Baltimore or Ferguson right now. It's like that. Yeah, I'm watching Gay GT. Do you guys think he has like some form of rigor mortis? Like where you can't
Are you talking
bend
about
your
the
joints.
stiffness of
He
his
cannot.
body or his hair?
Yeah, right.
What do you mean?
The hair or the body?
Or both?
I would
Or
say
both.
both.
Yeah, his hair is looking really fucked up. He actually happened to mention that later on.
Yes, he
in
got
the
a
week.
phone call
Right.
about somebody called in. We know it was a planned phone call, as everyone is. And he said, I don't want to be mean, Howard, but your hair looked really funny this week. And Howard said, I know. I was just, I'm getting sick of the
I was
4
trying something
hours.
different.
Yeah,
And
and
it was
Tony wasn't
4
doing it.
hours
Yes.
to prepare his hair.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
He said he just got out of the shower, and that's why his hair looked like that.
Seriously, the makeup for Alien 2.
Oh, please.
To put it together, and his hair system takes 4 hours. He flat
Exactly.
I heard it. And then we curls with a curling iron. But he didn't do it this week, he said. So next week it'll look different, kids. So hence, new wig.
Meanwhile, did anybody see the picture of him sitting? I think it was Mel B's birthday.
Eating cake.
They were all having cake. And there is
Yes.
Grandma Moses.
Yes, in the back. Miserable.
You're right. It was rigor mortis. He was sitting
Rigor
there,
mortis.
Miserable.
as stiff as can be, like a
He can't
cadaver.
bend his elbows or something.
Yeah, with a giant piece of cake in front of him.
And he wasn't going to eat it. He's like, like the no fun
Oh my
bitch in the house. It was awful.
Oh, anybody who hasn't seen this, it is
It's
the most
funny.
classic picture of him I have ever seen.
And he's like so afraid and pissed and
Yeah, it's like his
aggravated.
hands are perpetually like a 90-degree angle.
He looks
He's never
like
grabbed a fork in his life.
he
So
looks
it's
like
just
the
his hands
farmer
are straight.
in American Gothic. Like he looks like that guy in that painting.
Oh, that American Gothic
Stiff
guy.
and miserable,
but
and just pissed at the fucking world.
Oh, that
there
guy's
has
such a
to be
hunk.
A smell of sweetness in the air
Oh.
and joy around
I
him.
know, they're all having fun.
He kind of sucks the air out of a room. He's like a
Right.
fucking fart in an elevator.
Well, he's a vampire. He sucks joy out of everyone.
joy out.
Oh, you've got to be miserable like me because I can't eat, I can't drink,
No,
I
he
can't
can.
fart, I
He
can't.
just won't.
Of course,
That can't.
But of course he can. But he's just a miserable fuck.
And
He even said that
he's
this
got to
week.
lurk in the back. He's got to lurk in the background.
lurk.
Trent Reznor with that too cool for school look on. Rebel.
He's such a rebel.
Rebel. And you just go, oh God.
Daring would be 2 pieces of cake.
Let us talk about the wigged walrus now freezing herself.
Oh, the cryogenic shit.
Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yes.
And why is she? What benefit to her blubber-laden body does that do? Does the freeze even get to the layers that it needs to get to?
Yes, it does.
Now,
There are
honestly, like what happens now?
what are they called? Those things? Those poor things.
cryogenic
A seal. They have a lot of blubber and fat. They're
That's
from
what I
the
said.
freezing,
It's,
yes.
it's like a full-grown walrus
Yes.
going into a freeze chamber.
And they get
And
cold.
it goes down to the minus 235 degrees or something.
It's like
that.
when you freeze your head and stuff.
But why does she do this? Why? Is
Because
she
it's
such a
this
freak?
it's
Why
this
does
new
she
thing.
Try something
It's the
new.
latest. It's the latest thing.
It's the latest fad, and Robin has to do the latest fad.
Just to say she did it.
Yes.
She didn't have to mention it on the air.
Oh yes, she did.
That she was rife for abuse by saying that.
Oh well,
I just don't really understand.
I don't get it. And Howard was like pissed. I cured you of cancer, and here you are going in and doing this and making yourself sick again.
Warlock miracle worker.
Yes.
Right?
Let me ask you guys this: if Howard went into that chamber, do you think he'd wear a scarf and his Varvatos jacket?
Naked, and I feel like his very, very small Jewish penis would have just like.
But you know what?
You know what he would have looked like? Freeze Miser from The Year Without a Santa Claus.
You loved him.
Man, that's great.
Okay, this I found really interesting, and some people did a little investigative journalism on this afterwards, but Howard went to a memorial for his cousin.
Oh, I love that.
So apparently he was a homosexual. His name was Stacy. He had a lover, and
they got married.
I'm trying to. I don't really recall what he died.
He died of cancer.
Fine. Okay,
Yes.
so let's say Stacy died of cancer. So I think he just brought this up because he's trying to be very, very gay-friendly these days, because I know he wants that Caitlyn Jenner on the air so bad.
Oh, he's sad.
I mean, you can taste it. It's palpable.
Well, he said, no one's more gay-friendly or trans-friendly than me.
It's palpable
This is what
how
he said.
much
No
he
one
wants this.
Oh, of course.
And we'll come back to this on Wednesday, because he said some other shit that it really just friggin' rocked me. So somebody did a little research, and I am so sorry if I don't remember who it was, but apparently his cousin had to do a GoFund. What he said on the GoFund was that they had to close their catering business.
Yes.
That was started over 30 years ago because Stacey got sick and he had all these
medical
hospital bills and rehab fees and stuff like that.
Insurance only covers so much.
Right. So they were looking to raise $100,000, and sadly enough, they only wound up raising $13,000.
Yes.
And the page was created in November of 2014. But, you know, we all wanted to kind of rip Howard a new asshole about this and say, oh, what a prick. I can't believe he didn't, you know, fund him and whatever. But I kind of feel like maybe Gacy didn't tell him about the fact that he was dying.
You know,
you honestly don't think word got to him.
I'm going to say this one thing.
To him?
His daughter, Emily, gave $150 to the GoFundMe.
Really?
Howard knew about the GoFundMe.
I still don't feel. I feel like he lives in such a bubble.
That's her weekly scissoring money too.
And stop that. And by the way, you know, we don't know if like the GoFund got to 13,000 and then maybe he took it over. Maybe he just paid the bills and that's why.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Wouldn't that be a nice thing?
I'm gonna go.
That's a half hour's work, right? So Monique, if let's just say he knew about it and he pretended to not know about it, and he waited until now, and goes, I had no idea. So it would be a half hour's work on that shit show, right? For him to just kind of wipe that out.
That's exactly right. It would be a half hour of his interview with that twirling fucking fidget Jada Pinkett Smith.
Who's so hot? Who's so hot?
So
he was beating off to her.
I'm going to give Howard the benefit of the doubt and say that because he mentioned it on air, that you know it was because it was some sort of gratification, knowing that he probably did something towards
his cousin.
The end. I'm really giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, what he did, he was playing the martyr. That he had a cold, and he went to the wake. And he didn't feel good, and he was tired. But
hopefully it was in the Hamptons, because he sure as shit didn't go to Gary's.
No, exactly. That's all I was thinking.
And his parents went.
Yes, he said, if I didn't go, they'd all talk about me, blah, blah, blah. So it wasn't going out of the goodness of his heart.
Right, it wasn't genuine, of course.
It was all about Martyr Howard going.
I'm going to go on the hopeful side and hope that he actually funded poor Stacey.
I doubt it.
Did I just call him Gaysty?
Yeah, I'm with T on that.
Not at all. I'm with you, John.
Okay, then he played a little bit of Tracy Morgan on the Today Show, which I thought was superiorly pathetic and very, very sad.
Very sad.
I feel like his brain injury is really going to make him kind of like The Walking Dead a little bit.
It's so sad. It's heart-wrenching.
I feel like he's not going to recover in a.
Do you think it's terminal? I can't
Not
figure it out.
terminal. It's just that he's going to
has some brain trauma that is going to either take a shitload of time for him to recover from,
or he's not going to.
Or he's not going to.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of sad and
incredibly sad.
I'm not necessarily sure that I would reveal my vulnerability that way. I
give him credit for that.
But I kind of feel like people really wanted to know what the fuck was going on with
Yeah.
him. You know, he's been out of the limelight for such a long time. He had horrible, horrific injuries. He's still dealing with the trauma of it, and I think it's
his friend died.
And his friend died.
Yeah.
That was really kind of a sad thing.
Horribly sad.
And now Walmart just raised their prices now because of the
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because again, Wolf Fat is making children's underwear.
I know.
Fucking Shanghai
So wrong. So
for
wrong.
10 cents a piece or whatever.
It's
the hell
just-
it is.
But then Howard's working AGT. They shouldn't feel bad the way he has to suffer.
No, that's
God
definitely
bless
worse.
them.
You're right, Grace. That's definitely worse. No contest.
I don't really feel like anything else happened.
Wasn't it the day that Melissa McCarthy was on, that horrible
that
piece?
delicious
Jason Alexander.
Oh, yeah. That was Tuesday, wasn't it?
That was Tuesday, baby.
Yeah.
So Melissa McCarthy, I think, was the only interview.
And a snore fest.
Monday. It was an hour long, as everything is nowadays.
And very boring.
It was very boring. Rehash of old material.
I have never seen one of her movies. Have you?
No.
Oh, other than Bridesmaids.
I never. Did you like her?
Oh, my God. Bridesmaids was fabulous.
Was
She
it
was
really?
like this bulldykey fat woman.
Who farted and burped,
Her
right?
only good thing is that she has no fear. She is so proud of her.
Yep. She owns it.
She owns it.
Like she
She
owns her blubber. She
Good
really
for her.
does.
I admire, and I think you should if you're going to be fat.
Kind of has a
She's Jenny McCarthy's cousin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that is 14
That's an odd-
degrees of
that is
fucking
an odd
separation.
connection.
Yeah.
That's
really
like
is.
anybody's really, really bad before and after picture from Jenny Craig.
Well,
Honestly.
I just don't think I don't like Jenny McCarthy.
I
at
think
all.
she's a pig. I don't like her at all.
Yeah. I don't think she's funny either.
How are they related, by the way? I mean,
Cousins.
everybody's called fucking McCarthy.
Cousins.
You got
They're
Irish.
they're actually first cousins, right?
Yeah, they are first cousins.
First cousins.
Yes, first cousins.
Really?
So many celebrities out of Chicago. That whole Second City circle jerk, and it's a really big exporting of. These people go to like the two coasts, and all I do is talk about Chicago. Well, then move back there if Chicago's so great.
Well, the Cusack family are all from there.
Yeah, exactly. That's a
McCarthy.
good. That's a perfect.
Do you think Melissa McCarthy looks at Jenny McCarthy and says, God, I hate you? Like, seriously,
Yeah.
do you think she looks at her with loathing and despise?
Because she thinks she's funny too. She's trying to do comedy.
You know what Jenny McCarthy does? Is she burps. I'm hot and I burp and I fart. Well, now you're 50.
She tries to be a guy's girl.
She's
and it doesn't
not.
really work for her. It's
No.
being forced.
Especially now.
All right, so Melissa McCarthy, blah, blah, blah. Who gives a shit? All right, let's go on.
Boing, boing, boing. Tuesday.
Oh, well, of course. So it was all about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Transgender.
Would you bang her? Everybody, the old would you bang her bit.
And you know what? Honestly, who is really... First off, who's banging a 65-year-old woman?
Period.
I mean, really.
And doesn't get her period.
Cobweb puss.
Yes.
There's
exactly.
Oh, right.
And fake cobweb puss.
Fake cobweb puss.
And with the feet even bigger than Beth. I'm like, holy Toledo. Look at those. Look at them dogs.
FCP. Fake cobweb puss.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Yes.
There's like cat hair down there. There's like...
I don't even want to know.
I don't want to know what goes
John,
on.
would you bang her?
Yeah, John, would you bang her?
I wouldn't bang her with Khloe Kardashian's dick.
With Reacher's dick.
I was going to say Reacher's Reacher would because he's gay. So maybe he would.
I think Howard is dead wrong on the fact that he thinks that Caitlyn Jenner is gay.
I know.
And that he's going to go with men.
I think he will go with men. She will.
So. I think he's a staunch... Well, now lesbian. I think he's like he on the Diane Sawyer interview was very, very adamant about the fact that he really loves women.
He had to say that because he married 3 of them.
But then the question begs to be asked: who would date her? Like, who wants
fame whores,
the woman? Well, and doesn't she have to go through like a year of kind of psychotherapy and stuff like that before?
Did you see the Diane Sawyer interview?
He said he
said he didn't have to go through the year. He speed dialed.
Somebody on the show had a great point. I wish I could quote them properly, but I'm going to get the gist of it. His whole thing and the transgender shit and everything about it. He's acting like he's some pioneer, some cause, and it's inspiring people. How much of a percentage of people is he representing? in this.
Zero,
right? So what movement is
of the
this?
population. 0.3% of the
Exactly.
population.
It's not gay guys aren't relating to you.
They
Heteros
say that
aren't
there's
related to you.
approximately
Women aren't related to you. Who are you?
700,000 transgender
Really?
people in the United States.
Gonna get a makeup line. Did you see that on Mac?
You know what? He's going to make tons of money off of this.
Millions.
I just question the need to be in the public's eye so much. And I guess it's the Kardashian way, but I just question why it needs to be so out.
I don't know.
I don't
It bugs
care
me.
that he's doing it.
Me either.
You know,
Ugh.
go crazy. You felt this your whole life.
Well, we could
Knock yourself
tell.
out.
Who couldn't tell?
Move to Montana. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need you in my face.
You know, we don't want your cover girl spread.
And I don't care what
Me
he
either.
does. I don't give a shit who he wants to be. And, you know, I talked about this on our blog the other day. You know, I work in design. I work in fashion. I went to school for design. I live in New York City. We live in a very gay neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen.
Very much
You
so,
know,
yeah.
and I don't know a single transgendered person. And
I do.
I feel like my entire life, I don't know, but it's not something that's a part of my life. I've officially put Riley Martin on my death watch list because he sounds like
holy
absolute
heartbreak.
dog shit.
I am so
What is
sad
going
for
on with
him.
Is it drugs? Is it drinking? Is it
Also, I think emphysema as well. I think he has that. I hope the mothership beams him up soon.
Oh, it's like he has a rattle, like he has a hole in his throat from like esophageal cancer, and he has to hold the throat hole. So
Made
that
me
he can
sad.
talk. It's
It
like,
made me really sad to hear because I always liked him and I loved how he'd call Howard, "You cheap Jew motherfucker."
It amazes me that he's still on the air. I thought he was a one-trick pony. I don't even understand why he's still on how he is still on the air, where everybody else has to be off of like the wrap-up show, everything else.
I know, everybody else.
You know, back office radio, but Riley Martin. Well, it's because he pays him basically my lunch money for the fucking week.
Right, $200
to do a show.
But I love it. You pork-eating fat bitch. He calls
what
up.
I pay you and.
John and I, we're so wealthy. Yeah, yeah.
Let's think about Wolfie first, just
Who
a
is
quick
he?
second. Wolfie.
He's kind of like he's Stuttering John light, to say the least.
Nobody could be like
they're
John.
trying, like on the scene interviews, very calculated, very edited,
He's kind of like
censored,
a
very
freelance
lame,
Stuttering
no personality.
No personality.
And no guts.
When you listen to like a Wolfie interview, it just really makes you realize what contribution Stuttering John
was
did
great.
make to.
Yep, you realize how great John is. Exactly.
John was.
No, there's so many other questions
Fabulous.
I really.
Me too. I was
really
so
wanted to
bummed.
ask
Come
him, but
back,
really-
John. We
yeah.
loved you.
It went from John to Gary Garver, who we should have on sometime. And we
He was. Yeah.
to Wolfie, and
I don't even know Wolfie.
And Wolfie is really just like the convention guy. Like after John left, I feel like Sal Governelli came in and became more of like an internal shit stirrer as opposed to what John was.
And now he can't do it anymore.
Internal shit stirrer. But they all of a sudden just stopped going to like the Grammys, the Emmys, all these things.
Because Howard
I
wants
used to,
to
I
be.
used to love that.
By the way, once John was gone, you know, nobody had that face to associate with the fucked up questions.
Yeah.
So how hard would it have been to put anybody else into that role and ask the funny questions? And here's what happened. Because Mr. Evolved then didn't want to offend anybody anymore because he wanted to have these people on. So therefore...
And also be BFFs with them.
Yeah, so
to be a
now
hero
you're
to
looked
his
at in a
wife.
different light because you can't be that rabble-rouser shit stirrer anymore. So it's actually kind of pathetic that it happened. All right, something else we wanted to bring up. So Jason Alexander came in. I love him. He hasn't been on the show in a long time. He was there.
At least a decade.
Yeah, he was there to
That
promote,
long, huh?
Fish in the Dark.
Yeah, at his height on Seinfeld, Howard discarded him like he would do to anybody else. You ever know that? And all of a sudden, he found a relevancy for him here. But he used to be on all the time. He's actually kind of like a super fan. Very, very talented guy.
Oh, I love Jason Alexander.
And he's good on the air. Really can
He was
be
really
on.
good. He's the kind of guy that you would love to like meet up with at a bar.
Oh, he'd be fun.
And just
Have dinner and
with.
yak. Yeah.
I think he is like a prime example of somebody who done good. You know, who thinks about this, you know, short, balding guy with glasses.
Yeah, he's adorable.
Being
This little.
such an incredible, charismatic actor
Yeah, he's
in
adorable.
a world where probably today he wouldn't get that job. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like he wouldn't be that person. Well, Seinfeld wouldn't have lasted on in the air more than like a season if it was today. Well, let's talk about Jada Pinkett just for a quick moment in time.
Yes, I was shocked because Howard was saying, "Oh, she's so hot. Oh, she's so
in
sexy.
love with
Oh,
the
did you see her
Afro-Midget.
pictures? Oh,
By
she's
the
so
way,
beautiful."
Picture on the show, she looked so jacked up. Like, she looked like she had cheek implants, fillers, Botox.
She's what? How old is she? 50?
She's so in character for Fish Mooney on Gotham because she's so committed to that role that they fucking created just for her.
She kind of looks like a fish now. She honestly, she looks like a puffer fish.
But she's got the little
puffed up.
And her lips are over puffed.
Puckered and puffed. She actually was singularly unattractive. Honestly.
I always found her to be unattractive.
I found her story to be amazing, and I have a slight tie to them a little bit because of I've actually been to a thing with them with Jada and Will is probably like the nicest person you ever want to meet.
Here comes the humble brag, Grace.
Now I just want to say this because she was a bit of a twat.
Oh, I think she comes off like that.
She's very haughty, and she's very don't talk to me.
You know what it is? It's also the Napoleonic thing.
She's very short. I mean, she came up to like.
She's really about 4'10", and Will's about 6 feet.
I will bet you guys. OC Dan Hathaway herself has like 5 Sedan stories on her being a twat.
And also a lesbian.
Yeah, they never went into the Scientology thing. They never went into the superhero that is their son who wore dresses to
the prom. And the poor daughter.
The
poor little girl.
I don't know. I'm very fuzzy on that whole family dynamic.
And remember how Howard used to talk about them? Oh, all they talk about is how great their sex life is, how wonderful it is, and you know that there's something wrong. When people have to brag about their sex life and this, then
sharing is caring.
So,
case.
What do you guys think about the swinger part? Do you think Howard having her on and justifying the swinger lifestyle is qualifying what Beth actually does at night and how
I can't see her banging anybody.
Beth is a lonely bird in a gilded cage out in the heavens. She's... You know, she has gay friends. You know, it's a classic scenario of a single woman with no children, actually.
But
most of her friends are gay because a lot of her married friends have kids, so she doesn't really associate
I don't think she has friends. I don't even think her gay friends. Yeah, but I think they're employed.
No. She has those 2 guys that one of them is like a big PR guy, I think.
Exactly, and he does PR for her.
But, T, we're talking about 17 Squabble Lane. Everybody's employed under 112.
Exactly. I don't think she has friends. I don't think she's fun.
I agree with you. She doesn't have friends. I think she's leading a very lonely existence.
Yes, but I also think she's a bitch. I really do.
I don't know enough about her, but we're saving that for my 14 pages of Lotus Notes.
It could be like a five-part series on Beth. Really, I just she wants to be famous and. I don't take her as sincere. I don't like her.
P is Adora syndrome of life. She's somebody.
P is Adora. Wow.
Remember that? She got the Golden Globe.
You like that?
I think Reacher farted. It stinks.
Who's next, Monique? Isabella Rossellini? Who are you going to pull out of this next?
The interesting thing was that Jada, and it was very, very... I mean, it was a very telling interview. Her mother was on drugs. Her father was fucked up. I mean, she had like some really, really serious issues. And she knew Tupac Shakur growing up, and they were friends, and they were.
I liked Tupac Shakur. I was very sad when he died.
I don't know from that whole culture of people.
Nor do I, but I liked him.
I only knew the one white rapper, Eminem.
Those people.
That's all I got.
Those people. What do you expect? She's a $3,500 piece of
the original Wiggers. The original Wiggers guys was the Beastie Boys. In 87, who actually gave Howard an ass whipping, I think, in an interview, and they haven't been on since. I think it was 87. We're going to have to go back.
One of them did, right?
Yeah. So it's not really going to
You know who I used to love coming on? Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg is
he's good. He's
I like him strong. And he said he'd give, like, he had hoes, and he'd kick their ass with his boots and stuff. I mean, that was pretty...
The best part of the interview was at the end. All right? So he was wrapping up. He did his whole, I think you've said it all, look at you.
You're gorgeous, you're so hot.
Absolutely bangable
midget.
And then, all of a sudden, he says, hey, Jada, what is it that makes your skin look so beautiful? I mean, it was almost like a Winston ad on This Is Your Life back in the 50s. Jada, what is it that makes your skin look so good? And she's like, well, I'm so happy you asked me that because I use a product called Whip Ash. Whip Ash. I almost can't even say it. It doesn't even roll off the tongue.
Never heard of that in my life.
Why would you? Not black. You don't have skin that looks like a fucking chalkboard. How could you possibly know about this product?
Well, I did know about Jerry Curl, and I'm not black, and I don't have Jerry Curl
hair. But you don't have ashy skin. You're practically fucking translucent.
Yes. Okay.
And so apparently it was invented by Will Smith's ex-wife.
Which is who? He was married. I didn't even know he was married.
Yeah.
Who?
He has a son from.
She doesn't really have a name. It's just Will Smith's ex-wife.
Yes, and he has a son who's like a normal kid.
I looked it up on the website. She's actually beautiful.
And his son is a handsome
And his
boy.
son is really handsome, right? So he had a family prior to JPS.
Yes.
And so she said, something that she
Whiplash.
And he's like, yeah, it must be a real big problem in the black community with ashy skin. And Robin's like, oh, yeah, it's a really big problem with us to have ashy skin.
Remember her ashy toes?
And she's like, well, thank you so much. You know, it looks so beautiful. Oh, with those fucking gnarly toes.
With corns? Ashy corns.
Ashy corns with two different orthopedic shoes. She's a real fucking pretty picture, that one. So it's really just a horrible plug commercial kind of thing. I'm positive when she walked in the door, make sure that we mentioned Whiplash at the end of the show. You know, it was just the most aesthetically blatant.
But where do you buy Whiplash? At Dwayne Reed's, or is it an infomercial? Can you get it at your CVS store?
Get your ass on the number 1 train. Go up to fucking 168th Street and find good stuff. Go visit Showtime at the Apollo. Get yourself a little Whiplash. And report it back. Why don't you do that like an honest reporter?
I want Whiplash.
Get us some fucking Whiplash.
And I'll get beat up.
Exactly.
What you talking about, bitch? Where your Whiplash? I'll show you some Whiplash. No.
I want a homeless guy to spit Whiplash on that Howard have the FBI investigate the guy.
Oh, you know what? Just fling it like a fucking monkey. You know, just like take it out on the floor and just like throw it at him.
I am compelled to find Whiplash.
Whiplash.
That's a riot.
Available.
You guys mean Whiplash is sold at Nobu?
Yo, let me get some of that Whiplash. I want some Relasta and get some Whiplash.
Shit. That stuff will really work.
Last question.
All right.
Do you you have very shiny, smooth legs. I look at all your pictures. What do you put on them?
You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
There's this product called Whiplash that my husband's ex-wife Cherie makes.
Whiplash.
Whiplash.
Ash is a big problem in the black community.
That's right.
You get ashy. I put on Vaseline when
I go to Whip Ash, and so Cherie made this product that before I go out, that's what I put on my legs. Whiplash.
Whiplash.
That's right.
Yeah,
It whips ash.
Yeah, I learned about Ash when I was very young.
John, hi.
Hi, John.
Welcome to the show, and we're super happy that you decided to come on with us because we kind of feel that you are probably one of the most polarizing characters that has ever been on the Stern Show. I was listening to a couple of best of things of you on YouTube, and the comments below, every single one of them were either this fucking scumbag, such an asshole, yeah, I don't know why I listen to this shit, or the complete opposite side where it's like, he's such a great guy, he was such a great contributor to the show, he's such an amazing person, why is everybody picking on him? Why do you feel that you caused such dissension?
I guess I'm the Darth Vader of the Howard Stern Show.
Yeah, you're kind of like the Spicoli of the Howard Stern Show. Like, people thought that you were just kind of like this hothead, grifter, loser, taking money from people. You know, like, they felt like you were just this guy who just grifted off of everybody and never really realizing what an incredible contributor you were to the show. Like, I don't think anybody got it.
I did. I love John, and
I put John on the Mount Rushmore of my Stern peeps. Seriously, I knew. Just to give you, in the '90s, if you said you were a Howard Stern fan to any novice, you literally 50% of the time they would come back to you. Oh, you mean that stuttering John guy? You just sort of put the face on it. You were every reason I tuned in. Seriously.
I think now I should call you Summer. Is that the name?
You can call me Monique. It's fine.
I mean, what are the real names so we can actually talk like real people?
Grace, Monique, and John.
Oh, this is Arm?
Yes.
Oh, I love you.
How you doing, John?
Dude, John, I love you because on Dog Show you have the Mike Francesa picture. I love it.
Well, Woodward's me. And I got to thank you. You facilitated my FME nomination in 1999. I was for Best Celebrity Fight. I was versus the Baldwin brothers from your hometown of Massapequa. And I theorize you were in the same high school as Stephen Baldwin.
No. I was. It's weird. Like, Massapequa is broken up by two sections. So
right, Massapequa Park, right?
No, there's the rich section with the Baldwins and Seinfeld, and there's a poor section with me and like Steve Guttenberg. So I went to high school with like Steve Guttenberg's sister, who was pretty hot, but she never gave it up.
And he was a lot older.
Jewish blood, they never give it up.
Where does Joey Buttafuoco factor into all this, we wonder?
I don't.
I'm just kidding.
Nor do I care.
Really?
So, John, I just want you to know that I was listening to what I feel is probably one of the funniest bits I had ever heard on the show, and it was the Miracle House. And I just thought...
I love that one. That was
hysterical.
And it was so hard for me because I'm such a, like, at least I was brought up such a staunch Catholic that I didn't want to mock you people. For the sake of comedy.
What's better? You're just like me. Like, I'm half Puerto Rican also. I have no fucking idea how to speak a lick of Spanish. Like, raised within the whole thing. No idea how to speak Spanish. And you're trying like your hardest to talk to these people.
I don't speak it that well. I mean, I think I can get by, a little bit, but I'm not fluent. Just because I have a Danish mom as well, which a lot of people mistake for Dutch, but Denmark is in Scandinavia, which is what happened. I was on stage once, and it was this hot blonde, really tall, and I said, "Hey, are you Scandinavian?" She said, "No, I'm Norwegian," and I was like, "What an idiot!"
Say fucking
I said, "So you're a natural blonde." But it's a true story. But no, I don't speak Spanish well. But you know what? Here's how this all happened. We might as well say what happened. Every once in a while, I go in Dog Shed, and I go there because I know there's a lot of Stuttering fans, and I don't have I'm not in the I hate Howard thing. I mean, Howard gave me my start. I'm very grateful for that. And so I don't they asked me if he's wearing a wig. How the hell do I know? I mean, it's like, oh, I know if he's wearing a wig. Would you choose that one?
No, but what else could he wear?
You know what the reality is? They just want to get a rise out of you, John. But you know that.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I never thought it. And, they trash a lot of things. And the truth is, I don't listen to the show. I stopped listening when he went to Sirius because, I'm sorry.
Good for you.
Right.
It stinks.
Yeah. No, I said I stopped listening to Howard when he went to Sirius. And, it's partially because I didn't want to pay to hear myself get ripped apart. Yeah. So, but you are right, Summer or whatever your fucking name is.
Monique. You can just call me Monique.
Oh, it's Monique. That's right. And I don't really get it because I know I was a troublemaker there, but I think that was what my role was.
It was.
And I think, it's a shame that I get these people that turn on me only because, most of the things that I crafted and most of the things that I did were solely for the benefit of the show. And there was never, even like me goofing on Gary, me even goofing on Howard. And there were times that I did. And, I guess that, there are a certain percentage of Stern fans who just don't like me because of that. They just, it's like, just like you said, Monique, like, who am I to be, But, that's just what I was. I would call out everybody for the things that I would call bullshit. And
what I find interesting, though, too, John, is that, so many times you were such the butt of beratement because they wanted to kind of exploit your stutter. Like, it almost felt abusive to me when I was listening back to a couple of the old shows where, you know, Howard would just beat the shit out of you for being late, or just beat the shit out of you because, you know, you went and did some sort of show that wasn't sanctioned by him the night before, and just be a good 45 minutes of poor John just like sitting there it's almost like having an abusive parent. You know
what, Monique, though? John's so much more than a stuttering. It used to get me pissed off. It's the same way that I get pissed off when people think Captain America is just a shield. He's so much more than a shield. John is
please don't compare me to a comic book character.
Johnny always does. Oh, my God.
Are we going down the nerd hallway?
John, you're the one who did a voice for True Crime New York City for Xbox, right? I played that with my nephew.
Yes, I did.
That was great. I played that with my nephew. I hear your voice.
Really?
And I watched my nephew take a car and go right up to Howard's building on West 67th in Columbus and bomb it. So who's the nerd now?
You still have a fucking nerd arm.
Yeah, of course, I do.
Can I get this straight? So we have Monique and Army. What's your real name?
My real name's John.
It's really John, but we don't want to confuse the two of
and
you.
the other woman there.
Grace.
Besides John.
I'm half Polish and half Italian, John, just to give you some racial perspective if you want to throw some.
No, it's okay. And what's the name of the other woman there?
Grace. Graceful.
Oh,
As
Grace.
in Holy
Grace.
Name. Graceful.
That's a great name.
Oh, John, let me get this out of the way, because I want to. You can, if we say plughead, we're referring to Howard, not to you plugging. So you can plug anything you want all the time.
I get so mad at. I know.
I love when you. John, that's your audience. Who else the fuck are you supposed to be talking to? I love it. You're one of the only people, seriously, I would pay to see out. And I'm an agoraphobe. I don't see shit comedy. I could entertain myself all day long. I don't need anyone to make me laugh. But at your I seriously would see you live. You're one of the few people I would pay to see live.
Oh, well, then you should.
We're taking them. All right, John.
Here's the thing. Like, the only reason why that I would plug gig is not to like expect anyone from the whatever. I don't know how many people are on that site. It would just be because I know that there are a lot of Stern fans. So why not? You know, if any Stern fan wants
capitalize on it, why not? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. It's better than I agree with you.
It isn't for any monetary reason, but yet I get squashed by it on there. But
I hate that. I don't think it's fair.
For every person that hates it, John, there's 5 that loves it.
True.
You remember the negativity. For every one person that hates it, there's 5 that love it. You're harping on the one negative like everybody else does.
But again,
you always think about the one negative.
They do it to get a rise out of him. That's
I know.
Plain and simple truth.
No, just like Monique said, before, I'm very polarized, and I think part of that is because I left to go to the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, and I think, in some respect, people or a certain percentage of Stern fans got very angry about that move, especially how it was, formulated on the air. They don't talk about the year before when I confided in Robin that I had an offer from the Tonight Show, and they don't talk about how I tried talking to Howard about it and how he refused to talk. He refused to talk to me.
Yeah, John, walk me through that very thing. John, walk me through that. So you can't. Howard's a friend of yours. You have his home phone number. You hang out with the fucking guy. Why do you have to go through Laura Lochner to get a fucking meeting with him? Why can't you just call him on the phone? Why can't you? Here's the hallways cleared and all that shit now. So that.
I don't know. I took the advice of Robin Quivers, who I loved and respected. And I told her of my dilemma because I went to NYU for film and television, and it would be my dream to not only, be on camera for the Tonight Show, but also to be a staff writer. I mean, that's just a dream come true.
How could you refuse that?
So, I talked to her, and she recommended exactly to answer your question, John. She said, listen, you're not a kid anymore. You call Howard's assistant, and you tell him, and you'll tell her that you want to set up a meeting with Howard and talk to him. which I took her advice because I know you think that I'm hanging out with Howard and everything else, but I didn't feel comfortable, having dinner with him and then bringing up, hey,
by the way. But the reality is that I work in fashion. I've had tons of assistants. I've had tons of people work for me. I've had tons of people that have learned from me, from my head designers, learned from other people.
Easy, Meryl Streep.
Thank you. And Anna Wintour. And but what happens, most good, benevolent bosses know that their people need to grow.
Exactly.
And what you forget about that entire show is that the reality is, other than Robin being a nurse, in broadcasting and in that world of radio, nobody ever had another job except to be with Howard. Fred started right out of he knew of Howard like in college. Robin, one of her first jobs was going to talk the news on his station.
Gary was born
into the fucking job. Yeah. Everybody who's there has never had another job, really.
Well, I think, I think Gary's wife said it best to me. The only person that I feel was actually honest and true to their heart was when my last week there, and I did take it, man. I mean,
you took it like a champ, by the way.
I was so angry for
Howard, and I owed that to the fans to just take it for a week and get abused for a week, but that's fine. I'll take it. But the only person that said the most honest thing was Gary's wife, and Gary had her on speakerphone in his office, and she said to me, John, and we're so jealous.
Yeah, that was the prevailing.
And at least, someone was honest about it. Like, I mean, I always wanted to be, in television. It was something that was, burning inside of me. So why instead of hating on somebody to move on, not Howard's competition, I didn't go at that point and get a job on whoever.
Opie and Anthony or something like that.
Right.
I went on to do a whole different medium, a television show. So I think there's a lot of hatred just for that. But I mean, I did try, and I tried twice, and Howard refused to talk to me. And I know, in hindsight, he'll say, oh, well, you can always talk to me about anything. And you know what? That's not true.
I know
and if that were true, then Baba Booey and I, when we were trying to, do gigs, and we didn't know how to ask Howard to do the plug for us instead of, having that fake tape Fred played and said, yep. And now here's Fred with the plug. I have Fred read and then almost 95% of the markets already were out.
Yeah.
So then Gary convinced me to send me and him to send an email to Howard because it's very uncomfortable. So you don't want to, and then, on a tangent, and of course we did, and then Gary, in his ultimate way, when we sent the email from Gary's own email address, and then like a week later, Casey comes on and he goes, "Hey, Howard was just trashing in there, God." And Howard asked about what the hell was this email John sent me, and Gary goes, "Oh, I don't know." He was asking for plug. Gary threw me directly
right under that fucking train. Jesus Christ.
But I mean, it wasn't very easy to ask Howard things like that.
Oh,
it wasn't.
Please.
And maybe that's my mistake. And maybe if I thought we would act close, and if I thought he wouldn't freak out, then John, you're right. I would have just, called him and said, "Hey, Howard, I'm getting this offer from the I should be a correspondent. But, they really like me there. What do you think?"
To what end, John? To what end?
To
what end would you ask Howard about this? Did you really think that he would actually be able to come back with competitive money? Or was it just a matter of saying to him, "Hey, look I got this offer and I don't know what to do"? Like, what was the expectation, even if you would have told him in advance?
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other, job thing that if you talk to any person in the business, you don't tell somebody, this is after, again, this is after, he had, hold on a second, I'm lighting my cigarette.
It makes two of us.
Smokers. Scourge of America.
I don't smoke.
No, I used to not, but I just started again. It's called divorce. Anyway.
Poor thing. I'm sorry about
Hello, that's what Lexapro is for. You big dumb.
No, but after he refuses to talk to me the first 2 times, and on the air, and it's documented, he said, "John, I don't care about you. I don't care about your career. Do whatever you want." So what do you do from there?
All gloves.
Exactly.
You feel like you're like
aggressive
you feel like he thinks that you're worthless. You know what I mean? And so I did what I did. I mean, I told Ari like 4 months before about everything because Ari
you think it was a good idea?
Was one of my closest friends on the show.
I remember he told you not to say anything to Howard as well, just like Robin.
No. Artie actually said, well, maybe you should mention to Howard. Artie, but then again, if you ask, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything, but I don't know if Artie would say the same thing now because let's say I did. Let's just go to that world where 2 weeks before I signed the Tonight Show contract, I pull Howard aside like John says. And then I go, all right, well, Howard, I got this great offer to be the announcer on the Tonight Show, and what do you think? Now, let's say he has an adverse reaction, which we don't know what the reaction would be.
John, do you think he would?
Adverse reaction? Hold on, if it's an adverse reaction, and he goes on the air and trashes me and Jay, maybe the Tonight Show will get cold feet.
Exactly. And then where does that leave you?
Now, not only do I not get the job, but now Howard hates me.
And you don't have it. He cans you.
That's how you played it masterfully. It was diabolical. Like, you couldn't have handled that. I'm not kidding.
Oh, it's just logical.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you couldn't have played that. And so when anybody refutes you and anybody would have done exactly what you did, and probably not played it as well. In a way, you're better than all of us.
But that's
you pulled the plug in 04. I'm jealous. I didn't have the foresight you had.
This is what you do. You do these things behind your company's back. Obviously, you have to get a job. If you get another job, you're not telling your boss.
It wasn't behind, or if that's Grace, I'm sorry. But it wasn't behind. I tried a year before with Robin. She knew what was going on.
But John,
and so
what I'm trying to get at, though, and I don't understand.
I tried talking to him.
I don't understand, though, but to what end? Like, talking to Howard about it, what was the expectation? That you would get more money? That you would stay on the show and get
No.
You knew they weren't going to match it.
So what's the point?
I wanted to leave. Like, people still ask me, John, do you regret your decision? And I don't, because, look, I was there for 15 years.
Yeah,
straight out of college, just like you said about Gary and Fred. I mean, at some point you go, I want to do other things. It's not like any disrespect to Howard, because I think he's one of the most talented men in the world. But I mean, it was more about I just wanted to try and do something different. Look at him right now. He's on America's Got Talent. I mean, obviously he wanted to do something different.
Right? Did everybody rip him a new asshole about it? Well, I guess we do. Actually,
we do, because it's such a ridiculous show.
Right. Everybody who's there now, like, I still don't think. And John, you can kind of talk to this a little bit. Do you think that everybody on the show is actually paid by Sirius, or do you think that Howard actually pays some of the people on the show? Like, I always wonder about that.
I have no idea. All I know is that when I had to ask for more money, here's a great story for you, and this is the God's honest truth. I told it on Anthony Cumia, who I love, but it's true. I was in Tom Chiusano's office, Tom Chiusano, as you know, and I'm in his office, and I was making $42,000 a year after being there 10 years.
Wow,
and I asked Tom, and he was like suffering from cancer.
Right.
And I said, Tom, I want $50,000 a year, and he looked at me. And he moved over on his desk, and he said, John, I'll die of cancer before I pay you $50,000.
Oh, my God. That's disgusting. Really.
The life insurance thing. So you get he chisels like $10,000 off your salary. Gives you, this is Mr. Religious. This is Mr.
How do you guys know about that? How do you know about the life insurance thing?
We know everything.
I have my sources.
Yeah.
Well, no, okay, but this is Mr. Religious, and the core tenets. I'm a Roman Catholic myself.
Me too.
Take care of your brother. We're all equal. Blah blah blah. Mr. Religious rips your life insurance away. I would think that. How many commandments does that break, guys? I'm not even sure.
Well, like part of one of the negotiations that Monique and Grace, what John's talking about, is one of the times I asked for money, and it wasn't. I mean, we're talking. You heard the numbers I just mentioned.
Yep.
I had asked for a small amount of money for a raise.
That's not a lot. That's almost like a
nothing.
And then Tom said, instead, I'll give you family life insurance, and that's worth X amount, whatever. So then 2 months later,
as if he's paying.
Really?
2 months later, they come up with a new thing where everyone's got to pay for their own life insurance, and then Tom took it away. And I went to him with Tom. And I said, Tom, what the hell? I mean, this is where our negotiation. When he goes, John, if I do it for you, I got to do it for everybody.
Oh my God!
But can I ask you something? Not life insurance. You mean health insurance?
Yeah, health insurance. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
John said life insurance, so I was with it.
I'd written. That's where. Okay, either or. It's the same. It's the same atrocity. It's the same thing.
That always
again, guys. I don't blame Howard for any of that.
No, you're talking about Tom Chiasano.
That's a Tom Chiasano thing. I remember once I was in there with Tom and Steve Kingston, and I was asking for more money. I was there for so many years. I was making shit. It was in Manhattan. So
New York City.
So I asked him for more money. And Steve Kingston looked at me and he said, look, Howard created you. And I said, no, Steve. Years and years of bad parenting created me.
It's so true. We are our parents' children.
Ain't it the truth?
Honestly.
You hit on a key word here, and this is two things I want to string together here: Fred Norris and jealousy. As I really think Fred was jealous of you on many levels. Two, I will give you. Fred wanted to go to Saturday Night Live. You went to the Tonight Show. Fred wanted to start a band. You got a record deal with the Stuttering John band. I think when you left, him being cantankerous was all pure jealousy and nothing but. And I think it still is to this day. And
you are a smart man, John.
Oh, thank you, Norton.
I think, and I don't give a shit about, I don't really have anything bad to say about Fred, but I do. No, but I do think that there was a certain amount of animosity caused because I was very ambitious, and
talented.
I did things like, I went out and I worked my ass off and got a band and I went through the avenues and got hooked up with the vice president of Atlantic at the time, who's now the co-chair, and got him to come out one of my gigs, and so he came to see the band, and he saw now I would do like jokes in between and did comedy songs and did regular songs. There's a stutter for you, and
we love
you. And I worked my ass off and I got a record deal. Now, who knew that Fred always wanted one, but I did, so I think that was I think Fred might have been had some envy in that, and then, he did a lot of voiceover auditions, and then I got the voiceover job in the world.
John, I have a question for you. Did they pay you extra money to do that show that you did after Howard was on?
Out to lunch.
Out to lunch? Did they pay you for that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's how, I supplemented my income because, thankfully, that's why I don't disparage Howard or anything else because there was other opportunities. So, so I got the out to lunch thing and that paid whatever, like another $30,000. So, hey, look, at the end of the day, I don't feel slighted. I just, this is how I look at it.
John?
It's very simple. If you're unhappy with your salary, then leave. Or just stay and do your job. So,
well, what do you think about people?
My move had nothing, zero to do with the salary. Nothing.
Really?
No, it was a huge opportunity. How come I'm not taking it?
But I mean, he said not to do with the salary.
Would you have done it just because of the opportunity that it presented to you?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the money.
Right.
Listen, if the Tonight Show offered me $150,000 to do it, I would have done it. Because it had nothing to do with the money. It was just like, look, I mean, this was my dream. I wanted to be on television. I wanted to write for television. And, that's what it had nothing to do with the money.
And I feel like the character that you played.
The only, let me go back. The only thing I had to do with the money is that for the Tonight Show, there had to be enough money so I could, move my family out to L.A. and be able to support them.
Yes.
I mean, that was the only thing. But besides that, it wasn't like, it wasn't like I was so unhappy with the money. Because the truth is, I mean, I did, the Stuttering John and Friends tour when I was at Howard, and was able to supplement my income by doing all that,
But even though he gave you shit about that, it was okay to do it?
At my stand-up.
Because Howard used to give you shit about, Howard basically gave everybody shit about
they do any extra
doing something outside of the job that used his name to get people in the door, right? How could you not? Like, I don't understand.
Again, like I said in the beginning, Monique, I'm not about I'm not about trashing Howard. He was great to me. I have nothing bad to say. Like, for any employee, if you're unhappy with your salary, and then you ask for a raise, and if you don't get it, then you leave. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't disparage Howard for my salary or anything. I just, it was what it was.
It was a great opportunity.
The original point is, do you think that Sirius is paying the salaries or Howard is? I would assume that Sirius, because just because when I was at K-Rock, it was K-Rock paying the salaries. I mean, look, when Jackie Martling was going through his salary negotiation, it was with Tom, and it was with K-Rock. It wasn't with Howard. So
with Jackie, that was the only time Howard ever reached into his pocket, though, right? Because didn't he hold out for $62,000, and Jackie had Columbus Day Monday, just didn't come in. Howard got all nervous and said, I'll make up the difference, and he cut him a check for a few years for $62,000. So as I understand it, that was the only time he ever went into his pocket for anyone.
Do we know this for a fact?
I heard, yes. I researched Jackie.
Well, that's Jackie's story. I don't, that never happened to me.
You guys are friends, right?
You know what? I'll tell you what, John. It should have happened to you, because I'll tell you why. How many Whack Packers did you create that's still on the air today?
Oh, let's talk about that.
Again, I didn't create them. They were there. They were.
You know what I mean?
Wacky before I did them, but
you facilitated their.
Listen, I would do the phones, and I would find a Jeff the Drunk, or Guy the Retard, or Wendy the Retard, or whoever, Joe Cancer. And I would
Joe Cancer, I forgot about it.
Yeah, and I would. Oh, by the way, I named him. By the way,
is he dead?
Like a writer, you should get residuals.
Dead?
You should get residuals.
No, but I did. I would just find him on the phone. Put it this way: Jeff the Drunk took 9 months to get him on the air. Because in the beginning, I kept going to Howard. I would have him on the screen, and I would go in there, in the commercial breaks, and go, Howard, you got to pick this guy out, please. Yep. But it would, but then he got, then he had a show to do. He had other guests or whatever. So he never got to him for like 9 months. But then look what happened. You know. But I knew the guy was, comedy gold.
Yeah.
But
remember he had that thing on his butt?
But here's the thing. I didn't create them. I just was able to, put them on. And by the way, also, on my screen, I would write jokes for Howard, and that's something that a lot of these people don't. Like, they just, trash me like crazy on, like Monique said, on Dog Shed. And so I don't understand the hatred, because everything that I did on that show, and I swear to God, everything I did on that show was to do all I can to make it
good radio.
As good as I can.
And you did.
And I gave my life to that show. I talked about me trying to bang an emphysema bottle and, and freaking burning my penis. I mean, I talked about anything like all this stuff. And Howard knew it. And Howard loved that I was there to goof on Gary. It's not like he didn't laugh when I goofed on Gary.
He loved it. He egged it on.
I mean, hell, I stole the Gary puppet.
You did steal the Gary puppet.
Honestly,
we were just
one
talking
of the best
about
things
that.
Ever. One of the best
I
things ever.
orchestrated that whole thing. I freaking had me and a dude and a girl I wanted to be with. We pulled up at Gary's appearance. Because initially, the honest truth was, we were in, the K-Rock studio. And they're like, Gary's doing an appearance, taking a Gary puppet. So Jackie said, how about we just try and figure out a way to break it? And I said, no, Jack, let me just steal it. I was like, you think you can pull that off? I'm like, I know I can pull it off. So this was from my Long Island upbringing.
Of course you can.
Not from the high-priced Long Island,
Who made the puppet?
It's a classic.
I don't know. But then I just pulled up with my friend. I told the guy, I go, all right, just pull the owner aside, and just tell him, don't say anything, and then pull the puppet out. We'll put it in your car, and we'll drive off. And that's what we did. And then, all weekend, it was one of the funniest, conversations I had with Howard all weekend. We were laughing every minute. Because Gary would call me and go, son, I don't know what money was off. I lost the puppet. I'm what happened. He goes, you didn't break it. No, Gary, I'm with my girlfriend. I don't know what the hell happened. Then I call Howard. He's freaking, and me and Howard laugh our ass off.
Where was the puppet ultimately?
But was that good radio? I think.
It was just fabulous.
Obviously it was.
Did you try to get ransom for the puppet? Was he held hostage?
Well, that's what some guy called it. Some guy called and goes, let me talk to the puppet.
The show was so funny,
honestly,
John.
I have to tell you, as I was studying for this interview, I was just listening to, classic bits that were on Howard's show that would still be valid today.
Oh, so funny.
Your interviews, and I realized that you played the foil, for a lot of questions that nobody in the world would ask anyone. And I was just looking at the stupid Tommy Lasorda one where I'm laughing hysterical to myself with you trying to disguise yourself with glasses. I don't know who the fuck you are. The ridiculousness of it now, 15, 20 years later, it's just so funny. I wanted to bring up a couple of things. I wanted to know when you were on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, you were on with Bruce Jenner, and I'm wondering what you think about the whole Caitlyn Jenner thing.
Like I've said before, my eldest daughter, or son, if you will, is transgender.
Uh-huh.
I mean, when she told me she's transgender, I said, so what are you, an airline? I didn't know. I had no idea what it meant.
Yeah, right.
But I knew she was a lesbian. I mean, she was the homecoming queen, her and her girlfriend in Calabasas high school history. And, this is a place that used to be called Calabackless, and that's until the freaking Wayans family moved in those 50s.
Now it's Calabackless. There's a lot of Wayans.
I've always been, I'm very liberal with everything, so I've always been, pro same-sex marriage. I don't really
100%.
give a shit, and I don't know why people care that much.
I don't either. It's just ridiculous.
They're the only people that care about this.
I'm actually happy for Caitlyn because, it took her a while, or him, those are the
65
pronouns that it's hard to get used to, and it's hard for me as a parent to get used to because, even my son now,
yeah,
he wants me to say his or him. It's not easy when for 18 years
your baby girl, of course.
I've called her my daughter. I mean, I wrote a song about her. On my second album called Pretty Girl. I mean, so it's not easy to do that. But then I asked myself, as hard as it is for me as a parent, how hard is it for her or him to, deal with this and come out, and say that for all her life she felt like a man trapped in a girl's body. So I get the whole thing. So as far as Caitlyn goes,
but how she came out, how Caitlyn
I applaud
came out.
Bruce. I do applaud, but there are two things I'm going to say. I think it's great for the transgender community.
Right.
But I also think hanging out with Bruce, when he was Bruce, he is the most staunch conservative, shoot him up, ask questions later, totally Republican Party. And not to say, I don't want to make it political.
No, you don't have to say it, because the reality is that party is not the party.
But if you're that into the Republican Party, how do you think they're going to accept you? Because let's face it, the Republican Party is not exactly, it's not exactly into same-sex marriage.
No, it's not a bathhouse at all. You're right.
But it's not about that, I don't think.
I wonder if his politics or her politics are going to change.
Not at all.
Now,
no.
being transgender. And if they're not, then guess what? Then she should be pushing for the acceptance of gays and bisexuals and transgenders, wherever she goes.
But it's just like being accepted for the church, John. It's the exact same thing. People have their beliefs. If you're raised a Catholic and you change genders, you're still going to be a Catholic at heart, even though the church isn't accepting you. You still have your beliefs. And yeah, you know what? He may be a staunch Republican, so he probably still thinks of, smaller government, bigger business, et cetera, et cetera.
Give me my gun. I'm going to put it in my garter belt.
It's not going to change that feeling. But the fact that everybody
but just like the great Doug Stanhope says about the of an a la carte. But if you can't have it a la carte, you can't go, I'm a staunch Republican, and then, look at their views on same-sex marriage and go, okay, we want to be, conservative on everything else. We want to go to war at the drop of a dime. But, now with Caitlyn, but we got to accept, transgender. How's she going to deal with that?
You can't reconcile that.
Because they don't go hand in hand.
No, of course not.
Now, the only time it actually changes...
it's just not going to happen.
If a Republican has a daughter who's 14 years old who has to get an abortion, they'd sooner talk about abortion being wrong for the rest of their fucking lives and never mention the fact that in their own household that the same thing happened. It's just like all these Republicans who talk about gay rights, but meanwhile there's somebody in a fucking glory hole.
That was Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney's daughter is a lesbian and is married to a woman.
And he's absolutely against it. Of course. Absolutely against it. And he will be till the day he dies.
And his wife wrote a book about lesbos.
You just can't change, how you feel.
Wrote a book about what?
She wrote a book, Dick Cheney's wife wrote a book, like a woman's novel, and it had this really steamy lesbo sex scenes in the book.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, and Dick Cheney's always going to be Dick. I mean, let's be honest. He's the Darth Nihilus of...
No wonder she's writing the lesbo love scenes.
and John, I got news for you. Emily Stern... allegedly has got to be a lesbian too. I mean, she's
No, see, I don't know about that because.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we don't know, and we don't care.
I have my reasons to not know about that, but I'm not going to say. But I will say, I don't ever talk or disparage. I try to disparage her, but I also try to disparage. I don't disparage anybody's kid.
Really?
I do want to talk about one thing. I want to talk about that whole fight with Anna Nicole Smith. And was that actually staged?
I care about Anna Nicole Smith, though.
I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't staged. And you know what? Again, on the show, I think it was probably one of my favorite moments to keep on going back in and asking you to get on the scale. And,
so funny.
I love that I went back in the third time and said, listen, I just want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying anything, but get the fuck on the scale.
That was a riot.
Tell us, John, what are you doing with yourself these days? So you had a couple of really great years at Leno. You
A couple.
10 years, decade.
You've chiseled down 10 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's really not. I just want to know, the Howard era was, his formative years. His growing up, his getting to be a popular personality on a very, very important, very, very popular radio show.
Yes.
He goes off to Leno, and I kind of feel like we lost a little sight of you, just in terms of what you were doing and what your contributions were.
And I agree with that. I mean, the truth is, this is, not what Howard will say, but it is the truth. There was this segment producer, Dave Berg, who saw me on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Right.
And, he said, this guy, he's the guy. He could be the guy that sits next to Jay. He could be the Edmund Man guy. He's very honest and innocent and whatever, this guy thought. So then when I got hired, I was in the executive producer's office, so I loved very much Libby Vickers and the head writer, the line producer, and they were going over where I was going to sit in the, on the Tonight Show stage, and they couldn't come up with a place, and they put me in the audience. So as far as me being Stuttering John or me being me, it was impossible because I essentially became a glorified heckler.
Yeah.
So there was no way that I could be that guy to be on the couch with Jay and call out a celebrity for saying something that, I might not agree. You know what I mean? Just the way I did on the Stern Show. I mean, just it took that whole element out of it.
Right. It's not a working profile for TV.
I do think that I didn't do exactly what I had hoped or what I had thought I would, like being stuck in the audience there. I felt like it was just because I remember once I yelled something out and Jay looked around like I was a heckler.
Like, who is this guy? We don't know him. Get him out of here.
So what did you wind up morphing into on that show?
What's that?
What did you wind up morphing into on that show for like the next 9 years or so?
Well, then I just started writing bits all the time, and I would send them to the executive producer and the head writer, and then suddenly, they started doing them, and then I got hired as a staff writer, which, by the way, to me, at that point, was way more, it was way cooler than, just to announce, because I mean, look, one of my favorite experiences in my life is that when Jay hosted the White House Correspondents' Dinner, they played one of my video bits, for the president. And they,
fabulous. After
it was done, they cut to the president. He was laughing his ass off. So at the end of the day, I could say I made the president laugh.
Which one was that, John? What was it?
Oh, it was this one about the difference between how one news network covered when they took down a leather jacket that, a billboard that Barack was, they were trying to promote, I think it was weatherproof or something, and they took it down.
Oh, right. And it was in Times Square.
And then I did my take on how Fox News handled.
Why after 10 years, on Leno? So how did that not parlay into another full-time writing gig? Like, I feel
it did. I got hired a month later to write for this network, Bite Size TV. I wrote for them for like 3-4 months, and then they folded. And then now, but in the meantime, I'm doing stand-up every night.
How's that?
Let's look. I'm into one of those things, like, I love doing stand-up, but I think that my, dream now is to get back in the radio and do either hosting or co-hosting a radio show, and that's something that I'm focused on. And I have some opportunities that might come up. And then the other thing is that, I love doing stand-up and telling jokes. And then I also have like a book thing that might be happening very soon.
I hope you do a book.
Awesome. Are you thinking of actually doing true radio or like a podcast?
No, I think it would. Listen, I mean, there are things in the works, and hopefully I'll be back on the radio soon.
I hope so. That'd be
Unfortunately,
great.
I haven't been invited to be a guest on the Howard Stern show, but I don't know why.
They're lost.
I think
honest.
There's so much animosity, and I don't get it, but it is what it is.
I don't get it. Within months of leaving, Jackie was invited back on. And I think Gary had asked him
but
to
he
come back.
didn't leave
also
for a
berated
better
by Robin and Fred.
I mean,
and
not
treated
saying
like
that, but
shit.
he didn't, he didn't leave to, do something that irritated her. I don't know what it was. I don't know why Jackie. I don't get it. I mean, he walked up the show. I don't get it.
Because you left victorious, John.
Exactly.
And they can't, and you're honest, and that's one thing he can't deal with. You got to leave with your tail between your legs. He can't deal with that.
Like a Roman warrior.
Yes.
You left victorious.
He did.
But again, I'm not here to trash the guy. I'm grateful to him. If I went on a show, I would give him a hug. And, if everything else is behind me, I don't care about all the crappy shit that he said since I left. I don't care about it. And as far as, Monique, just to wind up, I don't know why I'm so polarizing. I mean, I think a lot of it is because that I told the truth. I mean, look, the guys pulled me aside after I went out for a 2-week hiatus, and they said, "Hey, John, look at these 2 pictures," and they showed me one with Howard's nose, and they showed me another of his nose smaller, and then it's again on the air. I went in and I said, "Hey, Howard, you got a nose job." He goes, "No, I didn't." I go, "Yes, you did. Your freaking nose got small." And then he denied it. And I mean, I guess maybe that's one of the reasons, because I was always the guy to, I guess, in some people's mind, be the asshole.
You weren't an asshole. You're telling the truth. He did have a nose job.
You're just telling the truth.
Fucking asshole.
3 months later, 3 years later, he finally admitted he got.
I know. That was his big reveal going to Sirius. Exactly. Oh, I had a nose
but
job.
I called him out on it.
Please.
Tell me about Leno. I love this. Leno is such a mensch, and I love this guy more and more as the years tick on. And I can't stand Leno. I'm with you. I think Leno is such a better person than Letterman. Is it not true that during the writer's strike, Leno actually paid you guys out of his own pocket?
During the writer's strike, well, I wasn't a staff writer then, so I did get paid. But John, I can't remember exactly. I know that Jay, if you want to really show what a great guy Jay is, and then I'm going to leave with this because I got to get my beer. What Jay did for all of us and for all of the staff, not only the Christmas bonuses that were in the thousands.
Oh, you didn't give me popcorn? John, he didn't give you popcorn?
No. But I mean, I'm just saying that what Jay did for all of us was when they were going to move in Fallon, they wanted Fallon to come in February, so they could promote Fallon during the Olympics. Jay said, and they're going to move Jay out, and he said, "Look, if you want me out," because they had to honor his contract until September.
Anyway, right.
And Jay said, "Hey, if you want me to leave, fine, but then you're going to pay my whole staff until September."
Wow.
And that's the deal. Take it or leave it. And all of us got paid until the following September. And that's just an incredible testament to what a good guy Jay is.
Yes, it is.
And, he's always been that guy. You could talk to Jay. You can call Jay. I was in the hospital for a staph infection. The guy calls me, as soon as I got out, he goes, "John, you all right? Everything all right?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "What happened?" I go, "Well, I got a staph infection, and whatever." He goes, "John, you got to bathe every once in a while." Jay's that guy. Jay's a good guy, and all the crap he gets,
I know it's not fair.
He's truly, truly one of the most personal guys, and I have really nothing bad to say about him.
Honestly,
John, are you going to be touring with him? Are you going to open for him?
bitter creep.
No, I mean, Jay only has a music opener, but I will say that I love the man, and there's a lot of great stories about me and him that I'll have in my book that's coming out soon.
Okay.
It's coming out.
Are you working on it now,
I'm
John?
writing it. And guys, I gotta go, but look, just tell people to follow me at Stuttering John M. Because they're all verified.
Yeah, let's get John verified. Can we work on getting John verified? It really pisses me off. Shit's
it's awful.
That's stupid.
But
Wait, who has your name?
I'm going to do a ride. Hey, John, I'm going to do a ride. I am going to Periscope my whole ride from New York to L.A. And my father's ailing, and he's undergoing chemo. And I'm gonna take my motorcycle from L.A. to New York and just stop off, try and do it on $500 just to see if I can do it and just stop off at comedy places and do sets. So and thank you guys, you've been great.
John, we love you.
We love you.
We really do.
We're just really happy that you came on
Thank
just
you
to shoot
so
the
much.
shit with us. It was awesome.
Really, you
really
were great,
appreciate
John.
it.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys so much, and have a great day. And I'm
You
gonna
too.
go.
We only want the best for you, John.
Goodbye.
Go get him, baby.
Thank you guys.
John,
Bye.
Oh, I hung up on him. I'm sorry.
That was good.
Arm?
I thought it was fun.
The decision. Yeah, it was fun. I thought it was
It's just, you don't understand. I can't get enough.
I could have gone into 14 other things.
So could I, or another
There's
hour and a half.
There's shows we've done where you're like, okay, that's good. This one, I don't want it to end.
I know. I was like, wait, don't leave.
Yeah, I didn't
I'll
want
get you
that.
beer. I'll drive you over there. Really? Hi, everyone. It's Monique. Welcome to another edition of Radio Gunk. Let's talk about our week in review. What happened this week? I feel like it was very bit-driven. Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn
Very
Jenner.
good.
Just up the wazoo. Yes.
Did you see my post this morning about Caitlyn Jenner? Still sitting like a guy with the penis spread?
Yes.
You know what it is? It's because he still has balls. It's kind of like when Reacher sits, he has to spread his legs because his balls are in the way. There's no way that's going away.
You can talk.
I guarantee you if he chops that shit off, he's still going to sit like that.
Yeah, I think so. I just his whole thing.
What's up, John?
Are we falling into the Caitlyn Jenner vortex as anybody else now?
Yes.
Are we?
Yes.
We're supposed to be the cynical ones, and here we are talking about it in the way that, I mean, I do think we have to talk about it to talk about Plughead and how gay his shit. It's the Tonys and Caitlyn Jenner, but it's almost like we're playing right into their Kardashians by talking about it. No, I'm not even. It's not even a reach. I feel like we're as guilty as anybody bringing attention to this shit.
You know what? You have to. It is such a fucking car wreck. I feel like I'm slightly drawn to it like a moth to the flame.
So
I
am I.
want to see him
Fascinating.
getting fucked up. I want to see him outside with his man hands and his balls hanging to the
With
left.
his heels.
With his jeans on and his heels and everything.
Peep toe shoes.
Hand raised. We need to do this. We cannot talk over each other.
I'm not going to say you can't. But I'm with Bob Costas on this. I'm completely 100% with Bob Costas on this.
What do you mean?
The attention grab of how it's manipulated and how you shouldn't be, and the ESPYs are giving him the Arthur Ashe Award. Listen, I'm so burned out on it. But for your sake, we can't all be in concurrence with every single thing. But I am going to. This is a team play. This is team player arm going along with something I'm completely spent on.
What do you mean? Oh, so the
spent on the whole thing, the whole Kardashian clan, and I would rather talk about Rick Fox and Khloe Kardashian, the new couple. But this is I'm in. I'm a team player.
So what does that mean? You're team Caitlyn?
No, I'm team Summer and T talking about this. I will power through.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to look at this shit on a constant basis. I can't wait for the TV show to be on. I can't wait to hate him.
Have they officially announced? Is that's the Ryan Seacrest Kardashian production company? Has E officially announced this?
Yes. It's starting in July. Right? July 9th or something like that. I'm waiting for the hate. I really am. I want to hate him. I think he's a sanctimonious, holier than fucking thou. I hate his voice.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I know.
And I hate that guy that they use as a mimic of him as well. I can't stand him.
I don't like him.
All right, so let's start off with Monday. And if
Let me tell you, guys, before you jump into that, we had Stuttering John on last week, and off mic, Stuttering John told us that Bruce used to try to get on Howard's show all the time when he was on Celebrity Get Me Out of Here, and now they're coming after him. So it's just another example of how Plughead is always like 2 years, 3 years too late. You know, Jenna was trying to get on the show for a long time, and now it's too late.
You know, there's a part of Gunk that is so jealous of any exposure or any celebrity, and once he found out that he has $100 million of net value, and now that he, plopped on some silicone, he's going to be a $500 million man, woman. So Monday, Tony's. Classic bits that Howard does every single time the Tonys are on. Yep. He goes into Music Man mode and starts singing some ridiculous musical, because anybody can do it. And if anybody could do it, then certainly everybody would fucking do it. But they can't. So he went into Music Man mode, did his whole fake Broadway song. He kind of got in a little slam about George Takei not being there because he would have loved to talk to him about the Tonys and how he felt about who won and the whole thing. Then he went into his whole fake Vietnam.
Oh, I hated that.
Chop off some ears, kill some gook bit. Yeah. Which always amazes me that it's okay to rag on the Asians. It's okay to rag on the gooks and all that shit. But all of a sudden, he's super PC with everything else that's going on in life.
He's so full of shit.
It's so disrespectful to that Vietnam generation, too. And not only is it just not funny, but, like, it is a horrible time in American history. Really and wasn't he draft age, too? Howard's 61.
Absolutely. He's just a little bit outside of it.
All right, so he dodged that too. You know, he just misses it. Okay. Yeah. So it's just, and then like I said, not only is it just so tedious and so unfunny, and so something is dated and obsolete, but it's so fucking disrespectful to just an awful time.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you.
Pretend that the biggest pussy in history was actually fought in a war.
And the thing about it is that many people that served in Vietnam don't ever talk about their time there. Ever.
No.
You know, it's one of those things they kind of keep to themselves, to their band of brothers, and they don't ever really expose other people to it. I know somebody who was in Vietnam who's, I think, in his 70s now, and his wife has told me that he never, ever, ever has spoken about his time out there. Ever.
And you don't want to bring it up either. Like, you're really, reticent to even bring it up. You see that person, you have all these things swirling around in your mind, like,
oh my God,
I'd love to ask
dozen questions I would love to ask. But you can't. You just can't.
No.
And so it is very disrespectful. And again, that's another thing where he loves to pontificate about how he is pro the guy in the Army or the Navy.
Pro cops. The cop lathering is just a bomb. I've hated that since the day I started listening to him.
Yeah, but he did that because he was a New York guy. And
he wants special treatment. He wants to be like, because he knows everybody hates him, and if he steps foot on the street, he wants cops to kiss his, he wants that kind of special treatment thing in case he has to chase down someone who hawks a big league chew goober on Beth at 11 o'clock at night, and the entire 15th precinct's going to get on that case.
Right. Okay, then let's talk about Mick the Nerd.
Ugh. What's that
smelly wildebeest that I'm sure smells like rotted cheese in that beard of his, that festering mold.
Well, it's also fecal matter is in your beard.
Fecal matter. Yeah. Exactly.
He has that. You see this guy?
Yeah.
You did see him.
I saw him on I saw him on Reddit. Somebody had posted a picture of Mick the Nerd, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Boring.
He's disgusting.
Yeah.
He looks like an Amish farmer.
The Thomas Toe.
I am almost positive there are like crabs or lice in that beard of his.
Gross.
It's really disgusting. So here trying to make this guy the new Eric the Midget. And he's not fun. He's not funny. I don't care about him at all.
I fast forwarded it. Hated it.
Do you guys do what I do every time I try to crowbar a new whack packer in? I think about the cat packer herself, Beth, and I think that Beth is actually if you compare Beth to any of these people, her idiosyncrasies are actually way more embarrassing than any. If you went category for category, Beth is 4 times more embarrassing than Hansy,
Miriam from Brooklyn.
All of them.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
I constantly do. I constantly compare her and her daily events to what these people do, and I think it's far more embarrassing to be Beth.
Well, that goes without saying.
Yes.
I don't even think I'm stating the obvious. Like, I'm thinking he is in fucking Schadenfreude mode with these people, but it's amazing how in 10 seconds you could throw that into his face with the cat packer. Easily.
So next on was Dr. Ruth.
Which was great. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like he thought he was having a conversation with his mother. Think about it, because here she is, I guess, a Holocaust. I didn't listen to it, I have to be honest with you, because I'm a little bit over Dr. Ruth. Anybody who talks about sex who's, like, in her 80s, I don't really... Cobweb Puss. There's no way there's anything she has to say.
Midget, Land of Oz, Old Battle Axe. Yeah, I don't want sex tips. But interesting, forget the Holocaust stuff, Howard projected big time about his own sex life with Dr. Ruth. He said, well, they were talking about the honeymoon phase and what's that over. What if your spouse just wants to have sex, straight sex, get it over with, no blowjobs, no cunnilingus. He was discussing himself, basically. And she said, well, fantasy and, take her out to dinner.
She's been saying this shit for 100 years.
But he was talking about himself. And,
it's always channeled through the prism of the hair system.
But the funny part is, Dr. Ruth, he mentioned her second divorce, and the reason for it was intellectually boring. He was boring, intellectually, and that's how she got a divorce.
Really?
So to me, it was like, bing, 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 Beth, why didn't you?
Yep. It's always that. It's always that.
Totally
if you guys, when he went to Sirius, like, let's say this is like the fall of 2005, and they said to you, like, I'm gonna start my monologue with the Tonys for an hour and have Dr. Ruth on. How many people do you think would have signed up back then?
No, nobody.
Well, I didn't sign up.
Dr. Ruth, still. That's still on his radar. That's how fucking senile he is. Dr. Ruth and Jerry Lewis.
And I think you're 100% right, that he was projecting his sexual frustrations. He was talking to his mother, which because of the whole Holocaust thing, and they had a little recap.
Parents.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was a really curious thing that he did there. We may have to re-listen to that and really parse through it.
You should.
Kind of like that. I thought it was really interesting that Robin totally threw Dr. Drew under the bus because he was talking about how he had done cocaine back in the day. And, Howard was like, oh, I spoke to my children about drugs. And he totally threw Gary under the bus, too. He said, Gary, did you ever talk to your kids about all the blow you used to do and how fucked up you were? And
what a swell guy.
It's like, okay, yeah, my kids probably listen to this, you fucking douchebag. I cannot believe that you would say that to me. And then he said, I spoke to my kids about drugs and told them they never should do acid. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm in my 40s, and acid was way before my time.
Mine
it wasn't
too.
really like drug of choice when I was growing up. And I can hardly imagine that Emily and the other two
more ecstasy or
exactly, or blow or pot or whatever, but not acid. So he went through a whole dissertation about that. What, John? What were you going to say?
Nothing. I had done acid one time, and it was in the form of a mudslide, and somehow it was put into a drink. And all I remember is I sang Peebo Bryson and And Chris Cornell's voice from Soundgarden. That was like that was the big acid revelation I had. Never did it again. It was never like I need to do this. But you're right. It is like it is a Jimi Hendrix drug. It's a dinosaur rock drug that just won't. I don't even know. I wouldn't know where to. You can give me 2 months straight. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have 3 leads on it. You can give me Darknet. You can give me Craigslist. You can give me, God knows. I would not be able to have any idea where to get it, how to get it, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but you don't go out much. So Tuesday.
Bad girl.
Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday. Fake Bruce Jenner. So now he's so writhing in pain about not having, penis plus balls on, that he did a fake Bruce Jenner who is exactly fake Mitt Romney. So I did a little research on who exactly this person is, and it's a guy named Mike McRae. Now listen to this array of voices that he does, and tell me if any of these interest you in terms of being something you ever want to fucking hear. Bill O'Reilly, Dan Aykroyd, Dirk Nowitzki. Who is that, Arm?
He's a basketball player. He's a Dallas Mavericks German basketball player. He's a 7-foot stretch power forward.
Thank you. Edward Asner. Because
wow.
Who cares about that? Alec Guinness, Harrison Ford, Ian McKellen, Mel Gibson, Peter O'Toole, Rip Torn, Russell Crowe,
that I like,
Tom Brokaw, Ozzy Osbourne, and Vince Vaughn. This is his array of characters.
Well, Vince Vaughn at least is
how would you know his voice?
Generation.
I know, but how would you know his voice?
I wouldn't. I would have no idea.
Yeah, so it was a total crock of shit.
You know what, guys? I think he was on Gay GT.
I wouldn't be
No,
surprised.
he was one of the people. There was a guy on Gay GT that did a Vince Vaughn impression, and I thought that it struck me as odd. And I'm almost positive that guy was on Gay GT the last season or the season before. So there's always this ulterior motive. There's always like you can play the 6 degrees of Plughead with anything that he does, and I'm almost positive that guy was on Gay GT.
Interesting. So I'm going to go through the rest of the day. There was nothing. So David Spade, blah, blah, blah,
Boring,
can't get
very
laid.
boring.
Talked about his hair system, which I thought was kind of interesting.
I heard Riley. Wasn't he on that day? They
Riley?
had him taped.
Riley's
like
on my death list.
Oh, I feel so bad for him. He sounds
He
terrible.
really sounds like he has like a ball rattling around in his neck.
It's emphysema. He sounds terrible. And it was sad because I like him. I like him.
I think he's worn out his welcome like 3 years ago. The fact that he still has a TV show, a radio show, is unbelievable to me.
They canceled Geek Time, and Ralph got better guests than Howard, which was amazing. And
yeah,
but it wasn't anybody Howard wanted. You know that. He would never have anybody on that Howard would want.
I don't know. There were a couple.
I think
he was a little
picks and
pissed.
chooses very, very judiciously. Like, he really goes through and picks somebody out for a reason. I mean, there's no way he would. Who was it that Ralph had on that time? That was like
he had
such
a lot
a
of
big
people.
get from like Star Wars or something. He had somebody amazing on.
Was it Zoe Saldana?
From Avatar.
Yeah,
Maybe
she
he
was
had her
on there
on, too.
once. He's had a ton of like, oh god, like a lot of big directors that
Yes.
don't. Was it James Cameron?
Yes.
James
He had
Cameron,
James
and he
Cameron on.
wouldn't do Howard's show.
And James Cameron.
It may very well be an issue of Howard having to get the fuck out the door by 10 o'clock. And
Yeah, it
also
totally is.
show at, like, 12.
That's the issue I was saying with the news.
Yeah.
If you could fucking chuck that news, you could schedule a guest in that block. And I guarantee you,
You get more
and this fucks the fans as always, there's probably have been a gaggle of names you would have probably loved to hear over the years that could have come in that fucking 10 o'clock block, but he had to do that goddamn news.
Nobody
And,
wants to be on
and
it.
he has to be, like you said, he's got to be in that chopper to 17 Squabble Lane Wednesday promptly at 11:45, and there's no getting around it. And that was supposed to be the beauty of going to satellite. We make our own rules. We can make our own schedule. Hey, let's do an afternoon show. Let's do it. Nope, it's the same. It's worse. It's more commercials, and it is the same god-awful hours, and that it shows.
Yeah, it does. There's nothing else I really want to say about that day. He had on Royal Bloods,
How
which
boring.
he's been pushing for a while.
What is that?
Royal Bloods
That's
is
a band.
rock
That's a new
Yeah, it's a
band, or
band.
what?
Yeah.
They're not that new.
How long have they been around?
Maybe about 2-3 years. I think they've been on the radar.
Cylon and I are going to start a royal band, a cover band.
Good for you.
Boil blood. So I don't really know what his thing is with them, and I don't really care. I'm going to go to Wednesday. Howard contemplating his future first thing in the morning, and then he started to ask Sal if he's prepared for Howard's timely ending to the show. And it was kind of weird to me because he probably pays Sal shit. And he wanted Sal to get into that sad crying mode of how much he's going to miss him. And Sal was very forthright with, well, I paid off my debt. I'm starting to save for my kids' college. And I'll just have to figure out what kind of job I'll be able to get after the show is done. Like, he wanted something more from him. Yeah, babe.
Can we credit the poster who identified the serious labeling on the internet stream about how it was 6:55?
Yeah, that was
got to
good.
bring that up.
I think it was Pedal. So what happened?
It was Pedal. That's it, yes.
She was listening on tape delay, and she said, oh, my God, the weirdest thing just happened. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. It was like 6:55. And you know the way on the stream it'll say, Howard takes a break or Howard talks about whatever. So at 6:55, it already said something like, Sal has a breakdown.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it hasn't started yet.
Premeditated.
Yeah.
Premeditated Sal breakdown.
Stupid idiot.
And the whole thing sounded staged and phony and bullshit. And his cock is actually gone, as opposed to Bruce Jenner, whose cock is still there and still squatting like a squatty pie penis, man.
You would think, like, the least they could do is be cagey about their lies. Like, they're that stupid where we think, like, somebody as sharp as Pedal is not going to catch at 6:55 and the show starts at, 7:17 now? It's 17 minutes a song?
Yeah, 7:07-ish.
That you would not know that was, it's just so, that is such a brilliant catch by Pedal. And that really is symptomatic of the entire show, how fixed it is. If that doesn't tell you, I don't know what does.
The entire
so
show
bad.
is staged now.
Yeah, every caller has something to say. Marianne will call in. Oh, some grossness with Marianne. I take care of my husband, Howard. Even to the commercials. Whenever he needs me, I take care of him.
See, you were obsessed with Marianne from Brooklyn. I think this is like the 10th time you brought her up. You love Marianne from Brooklyn.
No, I don't.
We got to get her on. I want to hear you two go at it.
Well, I don't like her, but I just thought it was repulsive that she called in but I take care of my man.
Who would want Marianne's mouth on their penis?
Well, mouth on the penis. At least she shuts up. You don't hear her. Yeah.
That's true.
Keep going, Marianne. Come on, baby.
I bet you talk about that too.
Nah, Marianne.
Marianne, shut the fuck up.
You are spit or swallow. Boy, I love you, baby.
All right. I got nothing. Sour Shoes came in. He's so much better on the phone.
Yeah, I know what T's going to say. Go ahead, T. I'm with you.
Pissed that he does Artie. That just gets me. And who was he? Somebody was there that's friend. Oh, Colin Quinn. Yeah. And he had Artie, a.k.a. Sour Shoes.
He asked him if he wanted to talk to Artie. And Colin actually genuinely thought that Artie was coming in.
Exactly.
And was so disappointed when it was Sour Shoes.
Yeah. Because he's friends with Artie.
You know what? Sour Shoes is actually, like, a brilliant, dysfunctional, autistic fuck-up. He's like the Robin Williams of their show. Very quick-witted, remembers everything about the show, just throws shit out on a constant basis. I love that he called Bruce Jenner the first spear chucker to ever be on a Wheaties box.
Yeah, that was right. That was very funny.
And they got really upset. They started saying, oh, you shouldn't say that. That's horrible.
Oh, please.
Super PC. And then all of a sudden, coming out of a break, he's playing the Kanye West song.
Digger.
I'm married to a gold digger. I am.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. And he said, I'm not with a broke nigga. Like, he said the N-word.
Yes. But he also, it was funny because he said he loved that song. And to me, it just, Beth.
Yeah, 100%.
That's your baby, Beth.
got to tell you guys with Sour Shoes, this is in line with kind of themes we've brought up before. But I think about Howard making $800,000 a show, and Sour Shoes, they can't even validate his parking. And he just dominates that show. He doesn't get a cent, and it just drives me crazy. The marble hoarding. When I think about, and it's also funny because, like you just said, Sour Shoes improving generates his own more wicked material better than the collective staff can even write.
Yes.
And you know it's over their head because it's usually sports, and the staff is completely sports illiterate. And they'd be no way capable of making a fucking Marvell Wynn reference. Marvell Wynn was a Pirates outfielder in the late 70s and the 80s. And it's over their heads.
Yeah,
and they're capable. It drives me crazy how exploited he is. Probably more than anybody on the show. The exploitation and the using of Sour Shoes bothers me more than any of it does.
I was thinking today, do they pay him? Because he has nothing to promote.
They admitted it.
He can't give him promotions.
They couldn't even pay his parking. I mean, it's
crazy.
How did you find that out? He said.
Well, no, because what Sour Shoes did is he parked right in front of the office. And you can't park on 6th Avenue.
6th Avenue, oh my
And I think his car got towed.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Well, they should have at least taken it out of, I hope, where it got towed.
Oh, please.
What's your guys' opinion on? I'm seeing a lot of this. How different do you think he sounds on the phone as compared to in studio?
Totally
There's
different.
Something like the modulation, like Howard's Darth Vader Black Manta modulation, seems to do something to his It's different. He comes off different on the phone than he does in studio. In terms of the actual impressions, there's a quality difference.
I agree, but I also think he's much more relaxed when he's at home in his mother's basement, just kind of freewheeling the bullshit.
Howard there.
And with Howard there, right, he gets a little nervous and gets a little put off. But he's brilliant, and he is one of the only shining stars of that entire show now.
Did he used to do the Robin songs? He wrote a lot of those, I want to get your big titties in my mouth.
Did he?
John,
do you know?
Milk me.
I don't know if he wrote them. I can imagine him improv. Did he write them, or
I don't know. I don't know if he's part of that.
It's not really his thing. He's not into the
Mikey,
Robin
then?
shit.
Maybe somebody like that.
It's got to be somebody.
I
always with the irony of.
Go ahead.
They make those tedious your parents' basement jokes. That's real. I hate that as much as I hate It Is What It Is. By the way, that's about as cliche and as tired as that. But Sour Shoes comes up. The thing Sour Shoes does in his basement is come up with the most brilliant shit you ever heard. In Howard's time in his basement, he lost half his money.
And he jerked off to YouTube videos that are entirely
Sour Shoes basement and Howard's
porn videos that are entirely way too long.
That's okay
so
though.
We're going to move on because it was another lackluster, uneventful
really stinky week
of shit shows.
Yeah.
And thank you for making. How much did he make that week? Let's see, $200,000 each hour. That's for $800,000 a day.
$275 a show. I mean,
I skipped third grade. I have no idea.
Can I say? I just want to say there was a very disturbing thing.
$2.5 million, Summer.
That's a lot of dough.
Yeah.
But I just want to say that they talked about Blind Buddy.
Who?
The cat who is literally. He is blind, a kitten.
Oh, yeah,
and
I saw that.
posted pictures of this poor little beast,
little Frankenstein cat,
with stitches. Oh, this poor blind Buddy, and her.
It's always between her legs because it can smell her pussy.
Yeah. Oh, she's so edgy. My pussies. My pussies. Ha ha.
But meanwhile, can I ask a question? What's happened to Yoda? No pictures of Yoda.
I saw Yoda last week.
Oh, you saw Yoda last
He's alive.
week? I had a sighting. She can keep that going.
You wish death on Yoda, and I think they took you up on it.
No. I like Yoda. Yoda's an innocent beast.
All right, so let's get into the meat of our show today.
All right.
So we're going to have on a guy that some of you may know. He comes on to our blog site that we go to.
Where we all met.
Occasionally, and he's known as Scott Baio's penis. And as many of you may know, he had a drug problem, and he contacted me about coming onto the show and talking about Artie's addiction. And we thought that it would be a great segment to kind of just go through the lies and who Artie was, and how Howard perpetuated the myth of Artie just being an alcoholic or a cokehead, when in reality, everybody knew that he was on
or
heroin.
Nervous breakdown.
So I'm going to get our guy on the phone right this moment.
SVP.
Yeah, just call him Scott.
I will, but
That's all.
SVP.
Just Scott. All right, hang on. Add to group call.
Oh, woof.
Woof.
Arf.
A lot of animal lovers on there, huh? Tons
I
of...
love animals. I love animals.
Animals!
Yes.
Scott?
I do. Not there yet, because it's still going. Scott!
Hello?
That's me being disgusted. Scott! Hi, Scott.
Yes. Hello.
Hi. Beautiful dog.
How you doing, SPP?
How are you doing, Arm?
Good. Scott, let me just tell you, your name inspired me. If I ever come back to dogs with a molt, it's going to be Willie Ames prostate.
That's funny.
Your name rules. It really does.
It makes me laugh.
All right, hey you. So we were just talking about how you
Can I
came
tell you
to
my
us.
favorite Matt Dillon story really quick?
By the way, Scott, Mike Walker got back to me. We're going to have him on.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
We want to talk to you a little bit about why you're on the show today and why you decided that you wanted to do this.
Yeah, I'm an addict. I guess I'll get that out of the way. I've talked about it on Dog Shed a few times. The long and short of it is, I have no sad story. My father never fell off a roof. Both my parents are alive and well. I had a good childhood, but I was suicidally depressed, and I went into the hospital, and they shot me up with a big fat shot of Dilaudid, and I was real addicted from that moment on. You know, it just something in my brain just clicked and went, this is the shit. I feel normal for the first time in my life. And ever since then, man, I was off to the races. You know, I developed about $1,000 a week habit, shooting that stuff up. Yeah, it was pretty serious. And
how did you afford that? I'm just curious. I don't spend $1,000
really
in a
good
month.
job, and I was working for one of the largest websites in the world, and I was making a lot of money.
Was it YouPorn?
She said YouPorn.
No, I'd actually interviewed for one of those YouPorn sites once, and they don't pay anything. They want guys from Russia. They want people that work for they offer me maybe $40 grand with
with free pussy.
Right.
Yeah, all the porn I could watch, but
or you could star if you were beer can thick or something.
With all the grandma porn you could possibly want. With all the triple penetration that you could possibly stuff into your holes.
Ew.
That's a bonus.
Ew.
But I've been a huge Stern fan for years, and I was really more of a Jackie fan.
Yeah.
But I liked Artie kind of at the beginning of the serious years, and I read his second book, and it was really the impetus for me cleaning up, but probably not in the way that he intended. I read it, the first time I read it, I was high as a kite, and I read the book, and I really said, wow, this guy is so arrogant and so delusional. And I said, I can't, I really felt like that's probably how people saw me. For the first time, I kind of saw myself, thinking, oh, I'm so functional and I have this great job and I show up to work every day and I'm making tons of money and I can afford it. And I really saw the delusion of that thinking, and it scared the shit out of me. And so I started to get clean, and it took about 2 years later, I was finally able to achieve it. God willing. But it got a lot worse before it got better.
I'm sure.
And,
now let me ask you a question.
Sure.
So did you really think that other people did not see into your drug addiction? And why do you think that is? Was it just your hubris?
It's a thing with drug addicts. It's just, I don't know if it's the effect of the drugs or it's your personality combined with the drugs or whatever, but it makes you feel so great. then you feel like you're fine and you feel like you're doing great and you're lying and you think you got everybody fooled. And also people around you, what I found out is people are very reluctant to say, hey, man, you're really fucked up and you need to get some help. There's very few people that will really do that. And, most people kind of, bosses and spouses and family, they just kind of go along with it. And,
and a lot of times they're oblivious, though, too.
Yeah, in some cases. But a lot of times, it was, I had, nodded out during some really important meetings with employers and so on. And, it was obvious, but it wasn't, but to me, I felt like I had everybody kind of snowed, It just, I really can't explain it better than that. You get very arrogant and you get very egotistical, and it's just hard to see yourself as others see you. And it's still hard to this day.
Were you married or had a girlfriend?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was married. I shot dope right before my wedding, which I'm not pretty ashamed of that, to be completely honest. But, like I said, I had a real normal life, a real functional life. From my perspective, I felt like I was living the American dream, except that I was, had a very serious drug habit.
But how did she not know that? Because I have a brother who is still a drug addict. I was madly in love with a guy when I was 22, lived with him, and he was a drug addict. And boy, there was no mistaking that these guys were drug addicts. They were functional also, but they were drug addicts.
But, Scott, wouldn't you say it takes one to know one? Like, I certainly would not. I know nothing about heroin, dope, or the drug culture. I really don't. I'm a total rube with it. I drink. That's about it. I would not know how to identify a heroin user. So, like, in T's case, wouldn't you have to kind of do it to know one when you saw one?
No, I don't think so. I think there's two sides to that. There probably are people that are very oblivious. But I don't agree that you have to be in that culture to recognize it. The signs are there. A lot of people are just really deep in, the addict's families tend to be in as deep as denial as the addict is, because people like my family, my wife, they know me for so many years, and it just was inconceivable to them that I could be shooting drugs.
Right.
I didn't have that kind of slide into it where I had a lot of problems with the law and that sort of thing.
Right, and you were stealing or doing anything like that. You could afford it.
I could at that time. That stuff all came later.
You stole.
Oh yeah. I mean, in recovery, I have to come to terms with the fact that I'm a liar. I'm a thief. I've done a lot of things that I are against my morals. But when you're starting to get dope sick, you do what you have to do to get what you need. And when you're using, you look at people in three ways. Either there's people that are enabling you, and there's people that are trying to stop you, and there's people that everyone else can pretty much just fuck off. And you read Artie's book, and you can see how that's how he views people. One of the things that's amazing, I think, about his book, I really want to talk about the Crash and Burn book a little bit.
Okay.
Is one of the things that amazed me when I first read it is how he treats his family and how he's so shitty to his family. It's astounding. And you read the book, and he goes on how about Bruce Springsteen called him once, and it saved his life.
Right.
And he never thanks his sister and his mom, who God knows what he put them through.
Oh,
and his girlfriend. But he just fawns over fucking Bruce Springsteen. Gave him a phone call once.
Well,
and
what was it that you mentioned about who's the one who died that was in the E Street Band?
Oh, Clarence Clemens.
Clemens.
That's a really fascinating part of the book. I really want to put this out there that I really hope Benjamin would take a look at this book, because I love his analysis of these books, and he'll do a way better job than I ever could hope. But one of the parts of the book that really got to me was Artie talks about being in rehab in Chapter 8, which is a chapter that's a giant, enormous advertisement for the rehab that he went to, which also was a sponsor on Howard's show, which really makes you wonder what was going on there. Yeah, very weird connection.
Wow.
But
what was it called? The place you went to?
Ambrosia. It's somewhere down here in Florida.
Do you guys remember there was pictures of Artie when he disappeared? He was walking around Florida with a baseball bat.
No.
used this. Yeah, some fan, a crazy fan of the show, was driving around and they'd taken pictures of Artie going on some like sort of rehab stroll on the Ambrosia campus. And
that was actually a different rehab. That was in 2008, and the one that I'm referring to is it talks about the end of his book was in I believe July or so, 2009, somewhere towards the middle or the end of 2009. I don't have my timeline in front of me, but he talks about being in rehab and Clarence Clemens dies. So he goes to meetings all day. He says he was so depressed because he had this opportunity to meet Clarence Clemens and he blows him off because he wants to go get high. And so then Clarence Clemens dies. And so he's so bummed out. He goes to AA meetings all day and shares about how he realizes that he's fucked up because this was his bottom. Blowing off Clarence Clemens, realizing that he missed his one opportunity to meet Clarence Clemens. That I don't know if you've ever been to an AA meeting. It's extremely depressing. You have people there sharing about how they stole from their grandmothers and they, to get their kids taken away because of their drugs and alcohol use. And he's standing going, I could have seen Clarence Clemens and I decided to get high. And and it's just like unreal. People must have looked at him like he was just this biggest fucking asshole.
He's got some dry humping affiliation with the E Street Band, because doesn't he hang out with Nils Lofgren a lot now?
Yeah, he goes on at that a lot in the book.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I think, and I don't know, and you can maybe shoot this down if you want. I'm pretty fervent about this, and Artie just as much is about celebrity hero worship, and I feel like he gets off on his addictions in a morbid way.
Yes.
That he wants to emulate Hunter S. Thompson and he wants to emulate Belushi and
yes.
It's all
Scott
about
and
the
I
celebrities
talked
and
about
how
this.
they can help.
We called it romanticizing the drug.
Totally. I don't think Hunter S. Thompson, but I definitely would say.
Well, Thompson's an under the radar hero of his. I know that. Listen to his, his Nick DiPaolo show that was on, and I listened to, and he brought up Thompson a lot. Now his big thing is he watches a lot of documentaries now, and Thompson has a really good one I recommend to you called Gonzo, and it talks about all his. Yeah, it's a lot about addiction. I mean, half of the thing is about addiction. How Thompson just wanted to have fun. He just could not find the ultimate buzz. And when that candle burned out when he was around, he didn't want to be 70 years old, and he killed himself. And it was about fun. And Artie's perpetually trying to emulate Keith Richards, another hero of his, all these guys.
I was going. Because, all of the titles of his chapters are song titles, and I really think he talks about watching Dog Day Afternoon and listening to the Rolling Stones and the Allman Brothers, and I think a lot of it is that, look, I did a lot of dope. I did a lot of heroin. I was 10 to 20 bag a day user. I'm not proud of that. I'm deeply ashamed of it. It's not something that, but I talk about it because I found a way out through the 12-step programs, and I really feel like I had never seen anybody that had gotten out. I felt like if you really say that you had beat it, that you were just a liar, and that you either had some shady doctor writing you scripts, or you were miserable, or whatever. And I started meeting people there that had actually beat it, and it really does work. So I try to tell people that there's hope. That's one of the reasons I talk about it. But I'm not proud of it. I don't romanticize it. But I believe truly that a lot of the stuff in his book, he talks about it like I think that he really enjoyed it in a sick way. He felt like he was leading this rock and roll lifestyle.
Yeah, no question about it. Rock and roll comic, absolutely.
And
Chris Farley,
Belushi, the whole thing.
Yeah, Belushi, all of it.
It's so sick, and you're just destroying lives everywhere in your wake. And I mean, there's nothing rock and roll about puking your guts out and sweating and shaking and dealing with people that are thieves and murderers. I mean,
and then lying to your loved ones, stealing from them.
Lying and stealing. It's a horrible way to live.
Artie was like a fat Tasmanian devil, just ripping his way through life.
What I call drug addicts they're tornadoes. They take down everyone in their path.
And they're pathological liars.
Pathological.
There's nothing that Artie can say that I would, even to this day, believe.
Never.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a few honest passages in his book. And here's one. It says, We lie, and we don't care how big or how often we do it. That's because it's what we do. And usually we think we're getting away with it. And we always act like no matter how extravagant the lie, because see, the sentence above where I mentioned that we don't care. I mean, he's telling you right in his book that, you know, he's bullshitting. And, you know, and he has a whole chapter about a suicide attempt. And then at the end of the book, he says, I have to be honest with you. I was completely suicidal on January 2nd. My intention was to kill myself. I did not want to wake up. Life as an addict has become unbearable, and I could think of no other way out. I'm deeply ashamed and embarrassed. This is why I concocted the story of wanting to pass out and go to sleep. A story I believed myself for a long time because it was easier than facing the truth. So he writes an entire chapter about it, and then 4 chapters later, it tells you it's absolute bullshit. So what can you really believe at all?
Nothing.
There's all sorts of theories posed that if you want to kill yourself, you're going to kill yourself. So you don't, you know, he tried to stab himself, and he wanted his mother to catch him, and he wanted to be seen for sympathy as trying to kill himself, but not actually follow through with it and successfully kill yourself. You know, his mom shows up with a tray of veal parmesan and broccoli rabe and catches him. He wants the sympathy of trying to kill himself but not actually do it. If you really want to kill yourself, you'll do it.
You know, 90% of suicide is just a call for help. And
yeah, I agree with that. I see where you're coming from. On the other hand, I have been there. I tried to get clean about 28 different times, and the last time it had stretched out for days. I had been trying to go on to Subutex, and
oh yeah, I want to talk about that.
You have to get very sick to go on a Subutex, and I had gotten this weird dope that it wouldn't wear off. It lasted a lot longer than it normally did. So I would get sick, and I would take the Subutex, and I would get even sicker, and then I would get, you know, and I would shoot more, and then I would try to take the Subutex again and again, and it went on for days and days, and I finally just said I had enough of it. The idea of going through all this again was so emotionally exhausting. I didn't care about my wife. I didn't care if she was pregnant, you know, and I didn't care about my family. I just said enough. I loaded up every bag I had into a needle, and I shot it, and my intention was to die. And, you know, for whatever reason, that didn't happen. And I'm really grateful today because my life is great today. But I do understand being at the point, and man, this is going to be a real bummer episode. I really apologize about that.
That's why you're on.
But I really do understand how you can get to that point, because you realize that when you're sick and you use and you get well, you realize that really you're just kicking the can down the road a little bit. And the guilt and really people hate addicts because of what they do to other people, but most addicts hate themselves more than you could possibly imagine. And just the guilt and shame of it is overwhelming, and it really drags you into this cycle of people say, you'll hear people say it stops being fun, and that's because all you're doing is you're just trying to escape the guilt of all the things that you've done to get drugs, and the only way of escaping it that you know is to keep using.
All right, I'm going to cut you off just for a moment now. Jen, if you're there.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hi.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, Jen.
Got a wife and kid in Baltimore, J. Yanks. I went out for a ride, and I never went back. Everybody's got a hungry heart. How you doing, Jenny?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can I just before, what do you like better, New Jersey or the Bronx?
The Bronx, of course.
I love that answer.
So we were just talking, I don't know, you heard some of it because I just pulled you back in. We were just talking about the lies and how Artie's family enabled him and how we thought the suicide might have been a call for help, but as Scott just said, maybe not so much. I want to talk to Jen about how she feels about the lies that he constantly perpetuates and who he thought he was on the show, but not necessarily. Like, he just started to fall so far off the fucking wagon and not really contribute to the show and just fall asleep and just be this guy. What do you think, Jen?
Well, I mean, I think I don't listen to his podcast, but from when I see stuff on dogs, it sounds like he's still lying.
Oh, I think so.
He's never stopped lying.
No.
And even when he was on the Nick and Artie show, you know, and talking in the past about it, everything out of his mouth is just bull. And then even in his book, he said that the suicide was just to get a high. I don't believe anything he says.
J-Yanks, let me ask you this. First of all, you're the Edie Falco of RadioGunk. And
What is that?
you just all. I think of you. I just think of the Springsteen, North Jersey, the Sopranos, all things, the Meadowlands, the Nets. I just can't stop.
He categorizes all of us.
The Devils. I'm sorry, the Devils. You're a hockey fan.
No, I'm not. I'm a Ranger fan.
Okay. Artie's sister and his mom. To what extent? I know you're an expert on all things Artie's women. To what extent are they monitoring his supposed off the wagon, on the wagon drug use, and how often?
I don't know. Do you think they put Dan Filato?
Yes, I do. I think he's part.
Yeah, I think Dan Filato, the fact that he's living with him now, right?
I believe he is. Is that a full-time thing? I think you're right.
He's, producer of the podcast, and they're always together. Maybe he was put there to kind of watch him 24 hours a day.
Dan Filato is Artie's producer for the Nick and Artie show. He also is the former producer of Steve Dahl, who we talked about a few weeks ago.
This I knew.
If that's the case and what's going on, they really are doing every wrong thing that you could do. I mean, those things, sober coaches, people living with you, those things they simply don't work. I mean, it's really the fact that, my sponsor has been clean 35 years, and he admitted, look, if I want to get drugs, I can get drugs today. A person that's addicted, they're going to get what they want, and it doesn't matter. You can't watch a person 24 hours a day. They have to want to help themselves.
Yeah, it's true.
You have to want to live. Putting a Band-Aid
on it. It's not helping.
Helicopter Mike. Well, we're just talking about having a sponsor or having somebody around you
a babysitter
all the time. What was his job? What was his function?
Interesting thing with Helicopter Mike, and somebody posted this on Dog Shed, Helicopter Mike was a quote-unquote retired cop, which, as it turns out, he was actually on disability. He was defrauding disability, and that's how he got retired from the force, was that he claimed he was disabled, and then he was going out. Yeah, exactly. He was caught with hundreds of other people, but he was one of the poster boys for this enormous fraud, where he was out doing these side jobs and meanwhile saying that he was mentally and physically disabled from 9/11. But his job was to basically, in a sense, put Artie in a straitjacket and get him clean. And see, that's a lot of misconception with addiction, is that they think, well, if the drugs are out of you, that's the problem. But it's not a drug problem. The problem is with the person, not the drugs. You can put someone in a straitjacket and get them clean, but as soon as they get out, that's why you put someone in prison, and the day they get out, they go use.
Scott, how much restraining did Helicopter Mike actually do to him? What was the most out of the way you went to try to?
I have no idea. It said they put him in handcuffs. Who knows how much?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I didn't even believe that there was a Helicopter Mike.
Yeah, it's a real guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on one of Artie's DVDs. I mean, it's certainly, you can see him at the end of the DVD when he got quoted. And that's an interesting part of that part of the book where he claims he got clean for 3 months. But if you do the math, it was maybe 2 months, probably more like 1 month, if at all.
Jenny, how pissed off were you? You're a huge Nick DiPaolo fan, as am I. How pissed are you that Nick DiPaolo essentially cleaned him up, put him on his show, gave him a place to go every day, put him on the map again, nobody else would give him a chance, and then Nick DiPaolo gets fired from his own show and Artie remains. How much did you hate that?
I was really pissed because he really showed his true colors by stabbing the one person that gave him a chance after he was rock bottom.
His big blub.
Nick really, when nobody was calling him and Artie was just out of his suicide attempt and insane asylum, wherever he was, Nick is the one that gave him that shot. Nick had a choice to pick whoever he wanted.
Anybody could.
Colin Quinn. He could choose it, and he says, "You know what? I'm going to call Artie Lang," and he got him that job.
What happened?
And Artie, when Nick started getting in trouble for being too political, and Artie really could have manned up and took.
I want to challenge that if I could, because I've always saw that as different. When you read the story in the book, he is like 11 days out of rehab or something like that. and he gets in touch with Nick DiPaolo, who is really known that he had been trying to get a radio gig for years and years. He was on K-Rock, it didn't work out. He auditioned for Howard's show, it didn't work out. He was begging on Howard's show, I don't understand why I can't get a radio gig. I really want to be on the radio, but no one will hire me. And he taps Artie 11 days out of rehab. Now, I will give him the benefit of the doubt a little because he doesn't have substance abuse problems himself. But does that to me does not seem like something that you would necessarily think would be good for your friend that's just getting out of rehab.
You know what, Scott? I think he wanted to give him a stable place to go every day, a direction, something to focus on, something to keep his mind off whatever addictions he had. I think that he thought Artie was a radio guy, and it wouldn't take much transition to he'd been a fan of. And Nick, look, if I owned a radio station, I'd hire DiPaolo in a second. I'm not a political guy, but he was fucking great.
I agree. I think he's a good radio host, but I really never saw him as being totally dissimilar from Howard.
Right.
Can
I ask a question? With Nick DiPaolo, with Artie, did Artie show those same symptoms of what was happening when he was on Howard?
You know what, Summer? Because Jenny's our guest, let's let her tackle this because she was very, very, very. I remember being on, just Dogs and General message boards, and Jenny would be very vocal about the absentee Artie dinner. So go ahead, Jen.
Well, he started falling asleep on the air. And you could actually see video of it where he's zoning out and he was really just starting to go, that
Same
typical
pattern.
Artie, crashing. I think, there's one video where he's totally, and there was a guest on the show, and Artie totally zoned out, and everybody was really uncomfortable. It's probably on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah.
Getting like nasty, that drug nasty, where he would be, nitpicking and starting fights for no reason.
He was high as a kite. He was nodding out. He was itching. I mean, you can look at that, and he's clearly high on opiates, heroin or whatever.
Timeline here. So we're talking about after they were going on Christmas hiatus. His last show was with 50 Cent, and he was completely fucked up. Ash white, bloated, awful.
Licking the coke off or whatever.
Now, I don't know that it was in that show. I know that historically they say he was doing that, but they never videotaped that. I looked for it everywhere.
I saw it. I did.
Wasn't it? There was something, 50 Cent saw him doing something like skin popping with his in his head.
No, I was watching it. I watched that whole episode. He said that he choked on a peanut. So he had walked out. He came back in with like a cup of popcorn with peanuts or some shit like that and a Hawaiian punch. 50 Cent turned to him and said, Artie, what the fuck? You're usually like the funny guy on here, and you're not saying a word. And he wound up walking out of the studio, and they said Artie needs to go take a break. That's kind of where Artie ended. So that was his last show.
In the book, he was he explains that during the breaks, Benji, of all people, and Pace were telling him, hey, man, you're really out of it. You're really fucked up. You need to go home. And what's his face? The Sabian comes to him and tells him that he needs to go home. So there are things behind the scenes where I really believe that it was, if not at best, an open secret, at worst, people were actively trying to wrangle him.
Let me take everybody through this. After the show is over, Sirius demands that he take a mandated rehabilitation. So he goes into a rehab program. He stays there for maybe a week and a half. 2 weeks later, right before the Christmas holiday, is when he stabbed himself 9 times in the stomach and slit his wrists. So he immediately goes into the hospital. He gets taken care of there. And according to Scott, basically, if you're on drugs and suicidal, the state can mandate that you be put into, is it a lockdown rehab facility, Scott?
Psych ward. In Florida, if you are doing drugs and you won't get help, your family can commit you to what's called Stuart Marchman, which is a rehab facility. But if you are suicidal, they'll commit you to involuntary commitment to a psych ward. Yeah, basically.
This ward he was in, the rehab psych ward, is it a psych ward to the celebrities, or is it the same psych ward that, the junkie in Newark at 3 o'clock in the morning goes to? Was it, how, hooked up was this facility?
In the book, it says he went to a pretty good facility. I think it said it cost him $1,500 a day. I mean, I guess as psych wards go, that's pretty good. I've never been to a psych ward, thank God, but the people I know, unfortunately, I know people that have been in psych wards, and they're pretty awful. I mean, even the good ones are pretty disturbing and horrifying if you're not a total lunatic.
So he spent 8 months in there.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
My brother was in one for 3 months.
Isn't 8 a long time then?
8 is a humongous amount of time. Yeah.
What do you think, Scott?
If you're not cooperative, they're going to keep you until you're compliant. I mean, they have the right legally, the doctors, if you're involuntary committed, the doctor gets to say when you leave. It's like going to prison. It's actually worse in prison because, at least in prison, you know when you're probably going to get out. But if you're being belligerent, if you're not doing the therapy, if you're not doing the things that make it look like you're getting better, you don't admit that. Even if you don't admit that you're crazy, they don't have to let you out. They probably won't. So, people know Artie and his sort of MO and his attitude and his temper. I can only imagine how unbelievably belligerent he was in a psych ward where he could not do what he wanted to do and he couldn't get out. He couldn't get dope and whatever it was that he wanted to do.
Which member of the E Street Band had to clear the facility you went to in this one?
Was it probably Silvio from The Sopranos?
Okay, it was Stephen Van Zandt this time? Okay.
Van Zandt, right.
All right.
Okay, I want to talk about those last days. Artie being in studio and Howard just being completely naive about what was happening.
Well, forget Howard being naive. I mean, I really want to read this brief passage from the book because this was one of the things that snapped me out because I couldn't believe how oblivious Artie was. And here's what he says about his own stint on the Stern Show. I kept going to work no matter how fucked up I was. I show up with my ass crack hanging out, 3-day-old clothes, stinking to high heaven, but I still show up. This theory out there among Stern fans, I missed a lot of time. But that's just not true. I didn't miss work. I was there all the time.
Oh, my God.
And when I wasn't sleeping live on the radio, I was funny all the time, every time. I was able to seem normal somehow. Crazy, sure, but functional. Only in my last few days did I ever miss a day because things were really falling apart.
Wrong.
What a liar.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so we're pulling Cylon into the conversation now because he really wanted to talk about the Howard days and how the studio also enabled him. Are you there, Cylon?
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Cylon. You sound great.
Hello.
I know you've been listening, and I know you want to throw in your 2 cents on this.
Thanks. Yeah. Hey, Scott, man, great sharing your story and just being really honest. So and Jen, hey, or Jenks,
she's around. She's on mute.
Around.
So yeah, I've been around recovery programs and help. I do some volunteer work, and so I'm kind of familiar with it for years. And so it's funny. I was a huge fan during the serious years, like a lot of us were. And just watching Artie just spiral and spiral and spiral ever since Beer League and when he first started using it again, and he would make hints and winks and nods to it. And, what's amazing to me is how Howard just whack-packed him. He basically took him, same thing he did with Hank the Angry Dwarf, Jeff the Drunk. He, as bad as Artie got, it was this nodding, winking, this is great content. It's a vampire, Nosferatu.
For goodness, Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Gunkferatu. Scott, do you think that he went back on heroin or that he was always on it and just controllable for a while until he spiraled? What do you think?
I really don't think that he ever quit for significant periods of time. I mean, I really truly believe he did what I ended up doing, which was when you can't get dope, you use Subutex, and when you can, then you use dope, and you have using basically both at the same time, and you have a really, really serious problem. I mean, it's a gorilla on your back. It's not a monkey on your back. It's a major drug problem, and those bits. I mean, I was really bad at that time, and those bits I found them really sad. I never really found them funny.
I did too. They weren't funny.
Kind of goes to. It's like Bruce Jenner thing, right? Our society, there's a sideshow aspect to what appeals to us as Stern fans. But you know, there's a pattern I kind of figured out with the Whack Packers too. It's like first it's weird and funny and offbeat, then it kind of moves to slowly moves to freaking cringeworthy, right?
Yeah.
And the whole Artie thing, this was his bro supposedly, right? And he just
not his bro.
He rode this thing into cringe fucking levels on the air for nodding out. Let's get him a bed. Too many devil dogs. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Yep.
Yeah, things got real. I mean, things got real after a point.
You know, at what point is he going to turn everybody in his life into a whack packer?
Yes.
He married a cat packer.
Nice callback. Nice cat back. But you know, I mean, that's what I'm a little. I'm torn in the way. Only in this way. Howard clearly enabled him. Knew what he was doing. We're gonna make this. We're gonna ride this into the ground. He takes out. We're gonna use his answering machine messages for material and fodder. We're gonna goof on him all day long. But at the same time, Howard knows Artie loves that persona, that train wreck, that self-inflicted wound persona of Hunter S. Thompson, of Lucy, of that Howard actually thinks he's doing him a favor by augmenting that persona.
December of 2008, his mother and sister contacted Howard and discussed this with him and said, you know, Artie needs help, and there's no denying that they knew, that Howard knew he had a problem. And once he saw what I can only imagine is extreme desperation of his mother and sister, Colin Quinn, all the people in his life that had begged Howard to give him the time to go clean up.
Scott, Colin Quinn is very AA, isn't he? I noticed that he and that gaggle of comics that do Opie and Anthony, they're all like kind of mysteriously sober. Like,
Attell is sober now, and Jim Norton's sober for years. And
Rich Voss, Bob Kelly.
These guys were saying on air, you can go back and find it. Chris Rock is in the book, right, Scott?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the classic thing. Fire him if you want to save him.
And he said, "What can I do to save? What can I do to save Artie here? He's not now." Chris is like, "Fucking fire him."
My favorite, in terms of naivete, is when Howard said, I swear I did not know Artie was on drugs. We would never use his problems for show ratings or content.
What a liar.
I really thought he was just tired or on a sugar cupcake crash. Really?
You know,
eyes just rolled around like a slot machine.
Really?
Remember they called it, he's like, Artie's dancing. Remember they used to use the code word? I mean, come on. He's nodding out, dancing, and hundreds of hours during those years were they joking on his addictions.
You got to remember, too, when they made the transition from terrestrial to Sirius, Artie was a massive reason why they were able to make that transition. Like, I don't want to give them too much credit, but that was the apex of Artie's popularity. It was probably like 2005, 2006, and he needed Artie beat him in that popularity contest.
You know why?
The transition to Sirius was going to come about because Artie had probably more fans than anybody on that show.
John,
and he had to ride it out as long as he could.
John, the reason for this, as Howard moved away from being everyman, Artie became everyman. So Artie was the one that the truck driver or the construction worker or the policeman could associate with. He had funny stories. He was a Jersey guy.
He was a homophobe.
He could easily talk to all sorts of shit discussions that guys would like to talk about. So Howard moved up the scale. He moved up the pay scale. He moved up the popularity scale. And Artie probably could have had his own show at that point. Like, he probably could have propelled himself into that.
Not probably could have. They offered him and, of all people, Baba Booey a whole bunch of money.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Could you imagine that shit show? Oh, my God.
Shit show.
No.
I remember I kind of stopped listening around the point where Howard became really political. Around 2004, that really turned me up.
That was the John Kerry stuff, right? That was
all the John Kerry stuff, and now I really picked back up sort of in the early Sirius era, but I don't remember Artie being as big a part of the show at that point as he was during the Sirius years. When was that poll taken? Do you remember? Was that before or after?
I think when they first got there.
Yeah,
like positive 06.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8. Artie was freaking on fire.
Yep.
Can you share with us the John Kerry thing? Because I'm not sure I know.
I don't know it either.
Everything's an ulterior motive with Plughead. Right. So Wigward was trying to fight that fake First Amendment. He's Mr. First Amendment martyr, during and the Bush administration and Clear Channel is somehow suffocating his freedom of speech. Right. He uses and so John Kerry was going to be his beacon to reclaim the First Amendment for him. And so he put all his weight. He had Michael Moore on a few times. And he got very, very left-wing in that 04. He's right. And that's what...
he would go on these political rants that seemed like fucking endless. And he had a really bad... He had David Cross in, who's just not good at that. He's a funny guy, I guess, but he's not really good in that format. And it was mainly just he wanted to talk politics. And it was
he had Ronald Reagan Jr. on?
Now he avoids it like the plague. Discusses nothing. He is fairly pro-Obama, but he hates Sarah Palin, but he listens to Fox News almost.
Yeah,
right.
That's
curious dichotomy.
Right? Yeah.
It's like with music. It's whatever he thinks people want.
Yeah, he's a goldfish brain. He's a goldfish brain.
And he was begging Taylor Swift to come on Wednesday. He's like, I really want her on. Because they were doing like a who do you like better, Katy Perry or Taylor Swift? In 2004, you think anybody would have had this conversation on the air?
This is a 65-year-old man we're talking about.
I know, with these
20... Skater boy. Just when you visualize those fucking...
John Varvatos underwear, like panties. Straight man saying that.
Manty. He doesn't mention John Varvatos.
He doesn't.
Yeah, Varvatos is right off the radar, off the plug darn.
Stop coming.
Because he probably stopped giving him his clothes for free.
That's exactly what I thought. He's not wearing Varvatos.
Did you notice, guys, on the show lately? I know we're getting off the Artie track, but there are no longer plugs on the show. There's nothing.
Oh, there's plugs on the show, just not commercials. There's a lot of plugs on the show.
Hair plugs.
You guys subscribe to when he goes to the Hamptons? I heard this is on the Beth blog. He wears a hat a lot. He wears those shitty derbies now. He's trying to be Johnny Depp. And
this is when the two out the wig.
So he wears the 2 weeks off is when the derby goes on. So he just had plugs put in, and that's a telltale sign of when the derby goes on.
So I'm going to swing back to Artie just for a quick second and ask you guys just a general
I have a wig question. Can I just ask my wig question really quick?
Anytime.
Okay, I'm first of all, I just want to say that I'm not to suck you guys' ass too much, but this is so much fun, and I keep forgetting I'm on the air, so I started listening. But why? What is the thing where people think that it's plugs? Like it looks like a wig to me.
It's the same thing. Plugs are wigs, right? Right?
No, plugs are
better wigs.
Like a surgery.
Much more expensive.
Go, Silent. What are we going to say?
This goes way back to SFN. I don't want to bore people, but there's photographic proof that he used to. They do this doll. Called the doll head effect, where he got these really bad plugs, like in the 80s, maybe.
Yeah.
So he's had every fucking thing you can put into his skull, and I mean,
well, didn't Chauncey mention on our show, or maybe we knew this, but we didn't get to it with Chauncey, that Chauncey had gone to a hair plug place.
And he tortured him.
Right, and saw a picture on the wall
of Howard?
With like a thank you note to Serge.
It's true. There's proof. Plug truth is out there.
But remember, this is so funny. Cy Sperling, the hair club for men president guy, he said that Howard wore a wig or plugs or something like that.
Where did you see Cy Sperling comment on it?
It was big.
He has never tried to prove us wrong. He knows that the rumor is out there. All he has to do is pull on his fucking hair.
He ain't gonna.
And he's not going to do that.
No way.
It's kind of curious. All right, so swinging back around to Artie. Do you think that he's still on drugs?
Yes.
Scott?
Yeah.
Unquestionably.
Yeah.
Apparently, I mean, I'm with Jenny. I haven't listened to his new podcast, but apparently he's skipping that too. So he'll do 3 days a week, and he'll mysteriously vanish for a long weekend and everything. And he, like I said, the Nick and Artie show, he would miss weeks at a time. Nick would be left to the last minute, and he'd have to scramble and find like one of his comics to fill in as a partner. That's the position he put him in every fucking show. And as a fan, you didn't know what he was worse on Nick and Artie than he was on Howard. He was actually worse because he
believe.
There's a difference between being and this is Scott can say that there's a big difference between being short periods of clean and being sober. And he's not. He's never been sober. Yeah. Because he's a liar. He hasn't changed as a man. And recovery comes from changing the person, not whether or not you're using it at any given moment. And he's on again, and the lies and the fabrications and the things he just continues to, even in his own book he contradicts himself. Gary.
Well, he's a big fan.
Oh, we're going to parse through that at some point. I agree.
Scott, would you say? And
sorry,
anyone can answer to this.
Let Grace talk.
I was going to.
Look, I give you your moment in the sun.
No shit. I've been doing it for 5 minutes. I have my hand up for 5 minutes, and she lets me talk, and I forget what I want to say. Thanks a lot, honey.
She has her hand up. She has her hand up like that kid in kindergarten who knows the answer to the question.
Fucking word in here.
Go ahead.
Did you wet your
pants? You have the floor.
Yes. She's telling me, put up your hand. Oh, dear. I forgot. Thanks, I'm
Why'd you put your hand down? I wet my pants already.
I don't remember. Oh, I do remember.
Okay, go.
I
Wait.
remember.
Grace has the floor. Go, Grace.
Thank you. Okay, this is my alleged theory. Just one of them. He is so homophobic. I believe
Who is Artie?
Artie.
Okay.
I believe he has a little bit. Perhaps he's gay. Allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I've always thought that ever since the George Takei coming out.
Do you remember that?
It's a goof.
His acting was Academy Award winning. If he was lying.
I'm going to throw this in at this point in the show, just so everybody can hear the actual tape of it.
This was when I was 24 years old, but we had full gay sex. We had, I gave him oral, he gave me oral. I fucked him in the ass, and he fucked me in the ass. And
my God!
That's why the movie Brokeback Mountain. You ever I went and I related to it. Like we just couldn't. We couldn't help each other.
This is all improvisation, right? What, George? This is all improvisation. Yes. I mean, he's brilliant. Now that I know he's acting and improvising, this is absolutely.
I hope it's all improvisation. Heard Artie sounds so real. Wasn't he compelling? I mean, it was.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
That was.
Listen to that going, holy shit.
That was
He's
true.
not that good at acting.
There was no acting.
So, Scott, what makes you think that actually might have some truth to it?
Really, it's kind of the, I protest too much. I mean, wait, you just feel like there's something that he's running from or he's stuffing inside. And the thing with his father does not...
compute as the reason.
It does not compute, right.
Well, that's what I love about you, Scott, is you don't blame your parents. No. You're not that. You're really owning all this. I'm really proud of you for that because, I would say, 8 out of 10 times it seems like everybody blames their parents for shit that's
just. It took a lot for me to sort of come to terms with it, but realistically, I got to a point where I said, I used because I liked the way that it made me feel. I liked the effects that it had, and that was it. I just didn't give a fuck about anybody else. I just cared about. I felt like I couldn't help anybody else. I couldn't do anything for anyone else until I felt good, and that was why. And I think that's why most addicts use.
Jen wants to add something about the homophobic.
About Artie being homophobic. Do you guys remember when he did that show with Carson? Get dressed by the gay men.
Oh yeah.
Queer Eye for the Straight Guy.
He was really out of line. Like he was bending. He goes, "One of you guys can fuck me in the ass."
Yes, I remember that.
That is what it was that turned the corner for me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
He drank himself gay that day. Yeah, he drank himself very gay.
Drunk, and he started propositioning them.
Fuck me in the ass.
In an uncomfortable way.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it actually went on the air. It was so bad.
Yes.
Who wants the fucking gay guy?
Yeah, it wasn't funny. It wasn't even really all
graphic.
sad.
It was vulgar.
Just,
the ass.
He seemed like a closeted man, and what they would kind of think how gay people act. Yeah.
Yeah, and because he was so drunk, and he thought he was hysterical, but it was totally...
Like he was on the Joe Buck show.
Oh, he was disgusting on that.
Ornery, disgusting, drunk,
rude,
asshole.
Awful.
And this is something that he does a lot in the book, where he talks about that, and he tries to take ownership for it, but this is kind of why I really don't think that he's really in any sort of recovery, because he'll say, like, yeah, and I had snorted a bunch of dope, and I was drinking, but the producers really didn't tell me what they wanted me to do, so it was kind of the producer's fault. And somehow he blames Brett Favre and Chad Ochocinco somehow take the blame, like they're somehow they're at fault.
Brett Favre takes the blame for
he was high.
He was disgusting, really.
So on that note, I feel like we delved into Artie and all of a sudden allegedly made him homosexual.
Well, I really think he is.
I don't know how we got there, but it actually kind of worked.
Jenny,
because
you saw
I really wanted to say something about what I think he's still using. And in the book AA, if anyone is listening to this that's in recovery, you'll probably roll your eyes for me reading this, but in the most important chapter of the book, it starts, "Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our paths. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this program, and men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. These are such unfortunates, it's not their fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty." And I read that, and I see Artie. I see someone who can't be honest with himself, can't be honest with other people. His chances are less than average.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, on that note, we're going to wrap up the Artie addiction saga.
And it was great.
Scott, thank you so much. I am so happy that you are 8 months sober.
Congratulations,
I think you've actually finally turned the corner.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you guys for having me. This was a huge blast.
Proud of you, Scott. Hey, Scott, I just saw on Yahoo's homepage, Beth just opened up a kitten hospital for kitten heroin addicts.
Oh, that's
so she's doing her part.
I'm sure to donate. My credit card out.
Yoda on smack.com.
Oh, no. My purpose.
All right, Scott, thank you so much. We hope you stay just the way you are. It's awesome.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye, Nick. Oh,
bye, Broads.
I'll eliminate that. All right, you two, by the way. There's been some talk about you two doing a duet of sort, because I know that you want to please us, and I know that most of the people that listen to us kind of love when Arm does a song, but in reality, as Grace and I have learned, Mr. Cylon actually has a pretty decent voice as well.
He crooned, and
He's a crooner, right?
He swooned us.
Cylon, the more you sound like 1945, the more Grace loves it.
Oh,
You're singing in black and white.
You know what? When he sings, Grace becomes like Whitney Cummings at Seinfeld House.
I'm wearing underwear, okay? I'm not the couch, but I'm wearing underwear.
I'm glad we're not sitting on my couch.
Disgusting.
Get a towel.
No, sir. Cruise already.
I like Neil Young. Neil Young's one of the few.
Do it with me.
Do a croon off.
Do it with me.
I don't know if I know damage is done that well.
Do it.
No, do a croon off. You do what makes you happy, and Cylon, you do what makes you happy.
And she has plastic down on her couch now.
I'm recording now, by the way. I'm recording.
Okay.
All right, so we're done for tonight. We want to thank Scott for coming on.
Thank you to Jay Yanks as well.
Thank you, Jay, for coming on. And so we're going to wrap this up with a little croon off.
Croon off. Yay! Go boys! Show us your underalls. Come on.
All right. And I
know, putting them on the spot. I feel bad.
Come on.
I caught you knocking on my cellar door. I love you, baby. Can I have some more?
Woo,
oh,
very good.
Damage done.
Good.
I've seen the needle and the damage done.
Perfect.
A little part of it in everyone. But every junkie's like a setting sun. That's it.
Yay!
And very appropriate. Yeah, very appropriate.
Beautiful.
I'm too depressed to sing now. I'll answer that with fellow classic rocker Tom Petty and Into the Great Wide Open.
Oh, I love
Eddie waited till he finished high school. He went to Hollywood, got a tattoo. He met a girl out there with a tattoo too. The future was wide open. Into the great wide open, under the skies of blue, out in the great wide open, an arty without a clue. You guys know that song, right?
Of course.
Johnny
Depp starred in the video. Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Yay.
We'll see you next week.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Simon. I love you, man.
Bye, guys.
So, Bob,
Yeah.
we're called RadioGunk, and you probably have no clue who we are, but we do a podcast that's kind of a little bit of a anti-Howard Stern rant, and it's a little bit more of disenfranchised former fans of the show.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
That's why we get a lot of people listening to us on a pretty much weekly basis. And we had Stuttering John on a week and a half ago, and we started talking about just the basic workings behind the scenes and how the show used to run. We were talking about it before you came on, and we were just wondering, were you ever actually on staff there? Were you as like a salaried, paid worker?
No, I was paid to do my own show. I was offered to be paid for the roast, and I said I'll just take the plugs only because of the fact that I like to make my own money. I'm not going to take shit money when I can make more money, doing it on my own.
Do you think that was the right move in hindsight?
It was a great move, totally, and I ended up, taking who I considered were my friends with me on the road. It's because they were crying. They were making no money. So I would put $1,000 to $2,000 in their pocket a weekend. At that time, they were making more with me than they were with him, and I could have went on tour with anybody. I could have brought, Florentine every show, Nick DiPaolo. You know what I mean? And
and that was great content when you guys. This is Cylon, by the way. Hey, Bob. On the air, you dissect every weekend the stories from the road. You put so much good content on during those years, even just after the Monday quarterback kind of stories.
Yeah, that would occupy 25% of the show a lot of times. Just that.
When we came back, I mean, it was always crazy. I mean, I was drinking, I was on coke, and I was insane. I'll admit it. I mean, I was a loose wire on there, and I remember the promoter was just on my nerves before I went on stage, and I remember Shuli was just going to bring me up, and he's just getting on my nerve, and I just grab a soda can out of this ice thing, and he was about 5 yards from me, and I just whipped a full can at his head, and he just ducked out of the room. And I said, he ducked out of the way, and I said, you better not be here when I come back.
Wow.
Because, I brought him in, he didn't know anything, and I taught him, I mean, that's how this business is, when there's certain people that are just scumbags, and you find out later. I try to help everyone out, but sometimes it bites you in the ass. But the whole thing is that I have the biggest bite of them all coming pretty soon. So fuck them all.
And you got that Ron Jaworski arm. Yeah, I was thinking this just in that moment.
Wait, don't bypass that. What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
know who Ron Jaworski is. That's a Philly Eagles reference for Mr. Levy.
I know. The guy owns a fucking golf club.
Bob, you know what? This just dawns me as Cylon asked that question. If you won the Win Stuttering John's job contest. Let's say you won it over Sal or Rich.
It wasn't set up that way.
It was already set up. Don't you remember John told us that Richard was already hired?
But did every contestant know Richard was already hired?
No. Okay, if you go back at it, my first game that I had was a pretty fucking good game. If you missed a question, the girl.
Oh, I remember. It was great.
Had to make out with Jeff the Drunk.
That was good.
His song played, but then Howard fucked up the whole bit. And then, every time, if you look back in tapes, this is all proof. I was never mentioned I was coming on and I was always much later than everyone else. And my last day, they had that shitty band, I forget the name.
Train?
No, not Train. It was
Leslie West?
Oh God! They have one.
Jesus
hit,
Twins.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but no, they had one hit, and basically, I didn't even get to do my last day.
I think I remember.
It was basically, and you were only supposed to do this bit, that bit, and that bit. But a lot of other people, like Richard, sent in 50 bits, but that was not the contest. It was no big deal because I couldn't have been up there every.
That's what I was getting at. Had you been on staff, how long do you see yourself lasting in that wiglomaniacal atmosphere?
Basically, not to do look. I know what they wanted. You know what I mean? They didn't want another on-air guy. I'm an on-air and I'm a writer.
Yep.
Okay, I come up with a lot of bits. And, I would help them with bits. If somebody had a bit and they couldn't finish it, I would, they'd call me. I listened to the show every morning. I was a team player. And I was able to send in 5 bits, and I would say.
That kind of almost makes you like a fucking whack packer. Because I feel like they used you for your content, for what you gave them, for what you could deliver to the show, all gratis.
No, you see, I got the plugs, okay, and I got my name out there. And people say, oh, we wouldn't know who you were if it was at Howard Stern show. Yeah, well, I got on there, okay? He didn't get on me. I got on him.
Well, Bob, didn't Jackie recommend you?
Nobody recommended me.
I thought Jackie had spoke highly of you. Said you just an ass kicking at clubs and you would slay crowds. I thought Jackie.
No, it's more KC. KC was the one that brought up the story. With the blue cheese, and his first thing was the call-in, and then I sat in the week after. I made Florentine sit in with me because I was a little nervous, Yep. I was a fan for so many years. And then,
well, that's a good. Is that so? Help us with the timeline, because I remember I remember the first serious years you were killing it, and you were there, and you and Artie played really well together. But you were before, so you came up. What's the timeline when you showed up around K-Rock?
It was. I believe it was 2002, and I know you can find everything on Mark's Friggin', but I'm pretty sure it was 2002 to 2010, and it was at the end. And I remember after a while, if Artie had a day off, I would sit in, and it was nice. And look, when it was good, it was good. When it wasn't fun anymore, it wasn't fun.
So what made it not fun?
What would make it not fun? Okay. Me singing rotisserie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's rotisserie. That was a bit I made up, hedonism. I can say all those words. I know how to do it. But
well, now you can.
Yell like P?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like PE.
But we did that on purpose to cut the tape. We never second taped them. You understand? My things went on just like they were, and I went in there thinking they were gold. You see, that's the bit. That's the bit on radio.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was I knew it was garbage, but it was I went in there with the attitude. I'm like, how can you not like this?
Yeah, I know. But did you feel that kind of formulated who people thought you were then? Just a stupid hack guy that doesn't understand the language?
Anybody that's seen me live knows I'm not a hack. Nobody knows what a hack is somebody that does somebody else's material. A hack is somebody that talks about peanuts on a plane, the speaker at McDonald's. That is, you know what I mean? They don't know what it is. bust each other's balls with that. It was just great radio. We knew how, if Artie got me, I knew how to get him back. If you look at some of the great moments, I mean, God, you can't cut me out of them because I was there for Crystal Clear. I started the not my bro thing. That was me started that with the girl I brought in.
Oh, yeah, Bob, that's right.
Bob, but we were talking about this before. Like, you ushered in Sirius, as far as I'm concerned, because your Miserable Men show predates Howard on Sirius, and then the roast themselves, which you orchestrated, you chose all those people, you set all that up, you hosted it, produced it. All those roasts were the highlights of Sirius. They were using you and those roasts as sort of the banner moments, get Sirius ordered when they were establishing those listeners and all those subscribers. So you were huge in the origins of it.
They put it on free, but the whole thing, me and Gary put that together. You know what I mean? Me and Gary booked the guests, and I don't bullshit. I'm telling you the truth. And that show was supposed to be my own show, right? It was supposed to be one of those shows that were on the other channel.
Which one? Miserable Men?
No, the roast.
The roast.
Oh,
you were going to do regular ones, and it mysteriously stopped when you got to Howard, Fred, and Robin.
No. What happened was, okay, I was supposed to be on 101 with my roast show and probably Miserable Men. But the whole thing is, 3 days before we were going to tape it, and then play it, okay? 3 days before, Howard said, let's go live with it. And that's never been done. So that was kind of amazing to go.
That was great. And the energy at night was great. I loved it at night.
Yeah, nobody loved like the morning. Like, I can't even see.
Yeah,
like,
it's horrible at that time.
Stupid podium with the mic in the middle, and you got to have the paper on the side. And I'm a guy that can tee you apart without, Pat Cooper taught me that. He goes, don't use the fucking paper. Just go up there and do it. And that's the way I do it now when I do roasts. But, that was fun. We had a great time. Sometimes they didn't listen to me on who. I had an order that I basically I knew the show so well from listening to it since NBC that I go, nobody wants to hear anybody that's not on the show roasted. Right. But, Tim was going, but we're going to get, Daniel Carver's going to get, I go, you can't.
No.
Scott. You can't defend him. It's going to suck.
It's going to suck. Daniel has no personality.
Yeah,
and he can't give it back.
I said it on the air. I said, this isn't going to work. There's a me calling in there going, this is not going to work. There's no way you're going to offend this guy, and black comedians are not going to be able to fucking get to him, and he's and they're just going to sound angry, and that's what it came out.
That's the thing. He's not. They started trying to pick guys that had no wit. There's no wit around Daniel Carver. I mean, he's funny to laugh at, right? But he's got no wit.
And everything's been said already.
He's actually a very nice guy. I mean, last days at K-Rock, me and Florentine actually was sitting down talking to him and Riley Martin. That was the first time I ever met Riley Martin. Riley Martin's still a friend of mine. I got to give him a call again because he's a real down-to-earth guy.
What's going on with Riley? He sounds really bad lately.
Does he? He said, I'm going to give him a call. I'm going to give him a call,
Unlike Howard.
No, I heard he had emphysema or something, and it just sounds awful.
Nah, he's a good guy, but you know what I mean? So, it was going great for the longest time, and then I just wanted to expand because a lot of my friends were on Opie and Anthony, and I'm like, okay, I know from being on there a couple times that you can just go in there and you're part of the conversation. There's no pre-interview or anything like that. And that's a better flow for my type of comedy. I'm just a fucking, put a mic on, I'll go for an hour and a half on stage, and I can do it with none of my material, just making up shit as I go. But when I was told that I'm the one that can't go on that show, everyone else can, because I brought up everyone else's name, and they go, you're more in the family, you're a part of the family, but you're not really in the top, you're just outside of it. And if you do go on that show, you may not be that guy anymore. So basically, it was like they would almost throw Artie's chair at me when he wasn't there all the time. You understand?
Yep. Yeah.
And then I would be lowered if, which I don't care, because I would have never, and one of the reasons I did quit was when Artie was all messed up and they didn't get him help. I said it. It's out there. I quit, man. Because I couldn't talk to them about, Gary's like, we made up this character for you, and you're different than them. And I go, you made up this character?
What?
And yeah, that's
arrogant booey.
Yeah, and he goes, you know what I mean. And these are guys that can't, like I said, I will go up there and go one-on-one with 3 people, and whoever's on the lie detector test is lying has to take cyanide.
When a non-talent like Gary Delabate tries to advise a talent, right, creative types, it always just would blow my mind. It's like, dude,
because all Gary knows is what he thinks his boss would want him to do.
Exactly.
This is what he does best, and he gets paid very well to do that.
Yeah,
so he will never be anything different.
Look, he's got people around him that'll tell him he's the greatest, and that's what he likes. When I think the show is not what it used to be, and I want to go on bold shows, whatever's good for me. That's show business. It's whatever's good for the entertainer. I'm not gonna, you think I would have fucking hung out on the Titanic playing the fucking instrument?
Nick DiPaolo and Colin Quinn were out on both shows. And where do you stand with Opie and Anthony now? Because I haven't heard you on there in a while. Are you good? I know you're good friends with Norton.
Yeah, no, I have nothing against anybody. I just, I don't want to bother with anybody. I got my own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
What am I going to be, a caller? If I can't come in, fuck it. I'm not.
But you can't. They won't even. Sirius won't even let you in the building when Plughead's not on the air. So he's on Monday through Wednesday. You can't even go in their studio Thursday and Friday.
No, they said.
God damn.
Jared, the little douchebag, Tim's assistant or woman or whatever the hell he was, basically called me. I attacked security. And I get along with the security because you're banned from the building. And that's when it started. And I hit up Opie and he goes, hey, that's what I heard, but I'm the last to know anything. And, look, if people can't get involved and fight for me to get in the building, fuck it.
So, yeah, exactly. I love the way you handle it. I do the same thing.
Are you still friends with anybody on Howard's show? Are you still close with anyone, like Shuli or anyone?
No, not at all. Just backstabbing, once the ship sinks, you know what I mean? It's going to be a funny time. And
they'll all be holding on to the fucking rafts.
All they had to do, I told Sal, why don't you just tell Howard the truth? And he goes, I can't because I might lose my job. So for telling the truth, I go, I would tell the truth because everybody would complain on Miserable Men about not getting paid. Everyone complained to me. I was the one that had to go and fucking fight when they didn't want Norton on there because he was on O&A. I fucking said, no, he's going on, Tim. You know what I mean? I go, you fucking look like cowards. And it would always go to me. And then behind my back, they're going, oh, Levy's crazy. But Levy's the one that gets shit done. I'm the one that always got shit done, and I always had somebody's back. And when I wanted to come in that one day with the fuck Gary thing, it was because Shuli was having a baby, and the tickets weren't selling as good because it wasn't. After we were back and back, you know what I mean? We really didn't have comedians on the show, okay? So the audiences went down. We went to Boston, there was 1,200 people. We went again, there was 7, then there was 5. And that happened everywhere because,
You're talking about when you went on tour, when you took these guys on tour with you?
Yeah. So the tickets would go so I said, Gary, can you throw me on so I can get this in? He's having a baby. And Gary's like, it ain't my fucking problem he's having a baby. I go, all right, well then fucking why don't you let him go in? And he goes, we're not letting him in there. And I was like, fucking, it got me upset. And I went off on it. And then, then I ended up writing a bit about how we'd make up. It was just like,
Yeah, endless shtick. It's endless. Nothing's real anymore, and that's kind of the spirit of the show now. He lies about everything, Bob. Everything's a bit. There's not a genuine moment on that show, and I think you scrambled out of there like Randall Cunningham at the perfect time. I really believe that you hit the bat chute at the perfect time. I really do.
You know, I always talked to Fred when I went in there about family and shit. Robin, I always thought was a sweetheart. You know, they probably hate me for some reason because they
Howard
don't
hates
know
you.
the real story. But even Howard's real bodyguard, you know, I fucking had it all written on inside Twitter because he was going to look at it and, you know, because it was bullshit when they sent the cops here. But he deleted some of the stuff that he said, you know, but he goes, hey, the last thing he said was basically, I'd be mad too if they did it to me. Because I did it for him on the phone, what I did, you know, when I threatened him. And he goes, you're fucking good. I go, this is what I do, man. I can make you motherfuckers believe anything.
Right.
You know, and I said to him, I go, if I wanted him dead, he would be dead. And
guys, he hasn't actually Howard hasn't even brought Bob up. Like when people ask for you, Bob, like people will call in like to that wrap up show, like, oh, Gary, where's Bob Levy been lately? And go, he's around. He's around. And they will not like talk about you honestly.
Yeah, let me tell you something. If they say one fucking bad thing, it's back on. And let me tell you something. They can't. You know, there's a reason the cops came here. You know, and I don't play games. I didn't grow up playing games, and I don't let people fuck me over. And you know, he'll be gone. And look, things are all coming my way right now, and you'll see what I'm talking about when the time is right.
You're being a little cryptic there. That's the second time you've mentioned that. Give us a little idea as to what the hell you're talking about.
Well, things are gonna be signed really soon.
Excellent.
And that's all I can say. And I'm working with very big people. So that's all that needs to be said. And I'm also
Cliffhanger.
Yeah, well, I can't say anything yet.
That's cool.
It's just the way, out of respect. And but I am doing that thing in LA with YouPorn. You know what I mean? Just that's going to help out a lot of comedians. Because they put them up on the page. If you go on my site, you see the rules and that. And like the comedians get seen by so many people going to the site, millions of people going to the site each day. So I'm pretty, you know, I'm happy for the comedians. You know, and to me, it's just me, you know, going there as the dirtiest comedian and giving the crown away or whatever.
Okay, this is a contest you're doing with YouPorn for the dirtiest comedian contest?
Yes, and it's,
cool.
It's all on RevBobLevy.com. If you're a comedian, you're stupid not to enter it because, you know, you can win $2,500. You fucking get the co-headline with me at the Comedy Store, which is huge.
Huge.
You can get the hotel, you know, everything, flight, and just fucking, even if you don't win, your fucking stuff is up there and people are looking at it and they're going, holy shit. You know, that, you know, most people that you know, you name people that are funny, right? But the funniest people, you don't even know who they are. You know?
Right. Completely there's no. That's what I love about sports, Bob. Because the best of the best is truly doing it and getting paid to do it. When you watch it, comedy, music, acting, whatever, is absolutely no chance you're looking at the best of the best. You're absolutely right about that.
You know, I feel like Sal Governelli could potentially have a future in comedy.
Yeah, what would Bob say?
What do you think, Bob? Yeah, Bob. I remember you took him under your wing early on, didn't you?
A lot of people under my fucking wing, but you know what I mean. When you come under my wing, don't fucking not stand up for me.
That's right. You're like a fucking dragon wing.
I don't play games like that. You know, that hurt me.
Bob, take me back to the skater boy teenage wasteland that now is Howard 101. You started Miserable Men. You were with Al Rosenberg from NBC, right? He was on there.
Yeah.
Shuli.
I loved Al. The show was supposed to be me and Sal, but he didn't want Sal on
which is a shame. I don't know what Sal spends his whole fucking day doing, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
But then they offered you Bubba's show.
No, listen, let's go to the points first. And then the show was me and Florentine. And, Shuli was always around. So I said, why don't you do it with us? You know what I mean? And then Jim, of course, he's like, I'm not coming up here to not get paid. So then Al was like a caller, and, and I thought he was brilliant. And so we brought him on, and I brought Mike Moss on. I got him on Stern first, and then I got him on Miserable Men, because I know, what works for the radio that I like to do. And then I remember Al was getting mad because they kept playing this clip. He said, if you play it again, I'm quitting the show. And I'm like, don't play it. Don't play it. You know what I mean? And Shuli hits the button, and fucking Al quit. And I was like, this is fucked up.
Was Florentine the first one to bail?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And are you still friends with him?
Yeah, man.
Okay, only because I realized that he's a Buchwald client, and I don't know where his loyalties lie.
His loyalties lie with his family, right. That's where all of our loyalties lie. And if somebody tries to fuck with you, you take them out.
End of story.
It's simple. That's life. It's like any other job, We
were talking 2 weeks ago, our show was about heroin addiction. And so we had this heroin addict on, former heroin addict, but he still considers himself an addict. And we were just talking about the whole Artie thing and how he basically became a sacrificial lamb for the content of the show. And he just slowly spiraled out of control. You've been very vocal in saying how Howard, you felt that they were basically responsible or partially responsible. I mean, Artie's a big boy. He can do what he wants.
Okay. Let me just explain something. If you own a business, Sirius XM is a business, right? And one of your employees is going to the bathroom and then fucking passing out. And Howard all of a sudden thinks it's a sugar high, the smartest guy.
Too many cupcakes.
Yeah. But the whole thing is that you have to get somebody help. You know what I mean? A guy's got a family that's watching this. You understand? And he could have died.
Howard knew, but he used it for the good of the show.
To me, it wasn't funny. And,
no.
No, it was cringe. It was cringe. We were all cringing because they'd make a bit, play it, they'd blow an air horn in his ear when he was nodding out, right? And think that's funny. Get him a bed.
Yeah,
too much Hawaiian punch. Wink, wink.
This is a guy that turned around the show to something hilarious.
No doubt.
100%.
At the beginning, like, people were 50-50 on him, but then all of a sudden, it was Artie's show.
Absolutely, because Artie became everyman as Howard became a little bit more elitist. Artie became what Howard always aspired to be, the guy that could talk to the truck driver or the construction worker.
No, but Howard was like that until I would say maybe the second year at Sirius, really. It was around the second year, and then it started to not be what it was. And that's why I wasn't happy with the direction, so I have a choice. I can leave if I want, and that's what I wanted. I did not know I was that fucking good in writing and doing this, that I would, can't go on the competition. And they would say it's not competition. Then why would you ban me from the building? Fucking answer that fucking question, because and say I attack security. So there goes that.
Hey, Bob, those first Sirius years were arguably the best in the era, or one of the best, and you were a big part of that. Who were your favorite comedians, like A-list comedians that came in there? And any good stories on these guys?
No, I didn't. You just say hello and that shit. You know what I mean? I loved, like, the way everybody had a different angle on them. Like, that's what made it special. If everybody was the same, it wouldn't be good.
I feel like he's gone completely away from the comedian.
What is it?
Once the Artie chair was gone, and he felt that he could really carry the show without the comedian, I think that's when it went downhill.
You know what? I haven't listened. You know what I mean?
Good for you.
I listened once when I was, I think I was in Albany, and I had somebody from the show. I go, let me put something on. I'm going to put it on for 10 minutes, right? And I said, this is not what you do on radio. You know, you listen to my podcast even tonight. It's nonstop fucking, you know what I mean? Nonstop fire. You know, that's what I do. And that's what I brought to everywhere I went. But radio is such a shitty business with people that don't know how to run it. So, you know, it's very hard to keep a job and that shit. So I'll do this from at home until fucking everything else hits. And then I'll still do it. I'll still be on Twitter with the fans. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be fucking, I'm me. I've always been me. I've never tried to be anybody else. Especially,
I feel like you're a very polarizing figure, though. People either really love you or they fucking hate you.
And the people that hate me don't know me.
That's right.
I go with that.
If you knew me, you didn't like me, there's something wrong with you. And you can ask almost anyone in this business. It's basically people that, because I stuck up for myself and told Howard to go fuck himself, they think that they know Howard. You know, you don't know Howard. No. He doesn't care about you guys. I was there for the second week. I sat in for the whole week. He goes, if these fuckers think I'm doing a Friday, they're out of their fucking mind. You know, it was clear the way that it was going to go and not be what was said.
Yeah, well, boiled it down now. He gets paid $200,000 an hour for the time he works.
Hey, man, he earned it, truthfully. If I was him, I would have quit 5 years. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was the perfect time to go. I agree.
Enjoy your life.
Yep.
You got a beautiful wife. You got a beautiful house. You can go anywhere you want. Fucking just enjoy it. Why would you want to continue to be, you know, I don't even know how old he is now. But
61.
Yeah, 61. I would have fucking left it fucking, 55 and fucking,
and he could
that's
have.
it. And enjoy it. You know what I mean? Who the fuck wants to go and drag your balls along the sand when you're fucking 65?
Marble is greed. He can't say no to it. He just cannot turn a marble down. Bob, I listened to O&A, and it's like they should call it AA, because every Stuttering John actually brought this up to you. No comedian can drink anymore. What is going on with your generation of like sober comedians? Like, at least you had your fun. Like, you stopped drinking like a couple of years ago, but these guys packed it in. What is up with
it seems like everybody
not
is sober
being able to have it just casually drink?
There's a difference between casually drinking and what I've done. I never drank at home. Okay, I never drank when I was off. I only drank at work. Whenever we did a show, I had a bottle of Cuervo there, and then I went to Patron when I got a taste of that. And, people would go, can I come backstage? I go, no, you can't come backstage. Because I was like more of this security too, kind of.
Yeah.
Because, the people didn't want people backstage. So who else? Who's going to stand up to anyone that was on that tour, please? They would fucking hide in a rat hole. But the thing is that, I got to go. I got an 8-ball. I go, all right, follow me. And then one night I got really drunk. I was working with Nick Apollo, Colin Quinn, Florentine, Otto, and George. And I think that was it. By the time I got up there, Nick Apollo, I said, right?
Yeah.
And I don't remember. It was, and I got so fucking drunk, and some guy said something, and I snapped. And I go, as soon as I get off stage, you're dead. And I fucking lost the audience. Everyone's like, get off stage. Otto's like, come on, you got to get off, pal. I'm like, fuck you. Fucking you headline tomorrow. And I'm steady. And as soon as the guy walked up to Florentine, he goes, what should I do? And Florentine said to him, if I was you, I'd leave right now. And that was the next night I said, I cannot headline. I go, somebody please, I want to have 2 beers and then I'm stopping because I'm going to kill somebody. And basically Otto said, I'll headline. Okay. And I had a couple beers, and that was the last night I drank, and it'll be 5 years at the end of August.
Wait, it doesn't sound like drinking was the same problem for you. It was like, you don't strike me like that would have, I think anybody would have launched at that guy. I don't even know if alcohol would have triggered that. Like those other guys, those guys who stop in their 20s, like what is it with them? Like you were hanging around like Jim Norton hasn't had a beer since
Jim Norton
17?
I met Jim before he was doing comedy and he wasn't drinking. But then when he told me the stories, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You know, he used to come to my shows and he goes, I brought 20 people, man. Hey, you know, he had a napkin that nose always runs. He's like, hey, man, big fan. And I brought like 20 people. And my first wife goes, that little creepy guy's here again. We became friends. And, you know, he was 20 minutes away. And we started hanging out. He got into comedy. He'd come over to my house. I'd put him on shows. I'd make him work the hardest rooms. That's how I taught people. The hardest rooms, fucking tell them to do 10 minutes. When we got there, I said 15 or 20. You know, never fucking blinked. Fucking went up and did it. And, you know, he went to Canada basically for 10 days for $100. But he fucking learned. And he's doing gigs when nobody else is.
Yep.
See, that's what it is. Some people get in this business. Like, nobody helped me. So to me to help people, it's an honor. You know what I mean? And if I see somebody with talent, and I haven't missed yet with somebody.
Well, that's what's great about you. There's not a bitter bone in your body. All the stories I hear about people that have met you, you are the most affable, nicest guy in person. You are loyal. And I just don't hear that in that business. Everybody sounds like a bitter pain in the ass, jealous of everybody. You burn bridges. They can't maintain friendships. You seem to be the antithesis of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's just life, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if people despise me, they don't know me, really. That's what the funny thing is. Like I always say, hey, look at my website. You got a problem? Fucking show up.
I've never not seen you write someone back on Twitter. I've never seen you turn anybody down or to show. You know, I mean, I wish everybody acted like you.
But that's the beauty of Bob Levy. Yeah. Bob has learned to harness the internet and social media to his advantage, unlike many others.
That's not true. It's a matter of, if you're going to be on there, why not talk to people? If I want to talk about sports, if I want to talk about whatever, I throw something out there, and people talk to me. Who am I not to follow everybody that follows me? And if they don't follow me anymore, I just block them. That's it.
But do you get how rare that is, though, Bob?
What?
You're a little bit unique in that way.
No, well, that's just the way it's me as a person. I'm not there to impress anybody. I'm there to, while I'm doing work, have a good time. And, if I can make somebody happy, I help some people out on the side. People don't know. But, you know what I mean? I'm always, I met a lot of good people on there. And, I'm not there to fucking fuck around and argue with people that know nothing. Right. If you think you know what the fuck happened, you have no fucking clue. Yep. You know what I mean? You are just blind to it. I mean, there's got to be 10 guys that are in my situation, but didn't quit and say, fuck you. You understand?
I don't think most people would do what you did.
I don't think anybody would. That's what makes me me, because I don't judge anybody any different than who they are. If you're a big star or whatever, I don't give a fuck.
We have a story that we love, and we were talking about it earlier. I'm not sure where you told it, but I adore it, and I really need to hear more about it. I guess you were talking to Stuttering John. You talked about how everyone had to get into their offices and stay there until Howard had walked from the studio to the office.
Yeah. I mean, being there that long, I didn't think, I should have to go in there. And like Sal and Rich would just close their door anyway, because they always thought they were going to get in trouble or something. I don't know. It was like walking on eggshells, I guess, for some people. But to me, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I mean, Howard was always polite to me. It just got to, whatever happened. It was basically his people doing it. He probably didn't find out till the end of the truth. And what are you going to do? You're going to have me come in and fucking basically throw fucking 5 people under the fucking bus, that fucking lied to him, Of course.
But you do realize you are one of only 2 people that has ever actually quit the show. Everybody else has just gone away. You and Stuttering John are the only 2 people who have ever quit that show.
Yeah, I mean, but like Gary Garber got fired for questions that they wrote. They wrote the question.
I know. That's right. It drives me crazy.
that's not sticking up for your people. I mean, like I tell my people, if you listen to the show tonight, I go, you motherfuckers, there was a tornado yesterday, and where the fuck were you? When I tell you, you guys are going to be with me in fucking the end of the year, and I'm taking care of you guys for life, and you'll always be with me. You know, we were busting each other's balls, but if you listen to the show, you'll see what a team is. Three people fucking working together better than anybody else. When I say that when you listen to today's show and then tomorrow's show, we have the best radio show, whether it's podcast or whatever. Nobody can, we don't need anybody. We just thought of that tonight, and we're basically just going to go 100 miles an hour and just fucking really blow it out.
Well, you said about Gary Garver, and this points to what Monique said about Artie. Howard has this unaccountability, this ability to become unaccountable for everything. So the enabling of Artie, I feel like his whole sort of backpedaling away from it is the unaccountability move, because if he owns it, if he talks to Artie's sister and mom, it means he's owning some accountability, and that will never happen, because then it might come down that you fucking enabled him. And that's what just burns me to this day about that whole scenario.
Yeah,
He'll never take a shred of accountability.
I know, Artie said he tried to help, you know what I mean? I know he's told me that. And I you know what I mean?
It was so after the fact. Do you really buy that?
Do I? I don't.
Or is he taking the high road? No pun intended.
Some people take the high road.
No, I don't. I'm with you. It came way later.
I have to tell you though, Bob, I heard Artie on your show the other day. He didn't sound great to me. We were talking about it.
Oh, come on. Everybody's like, oh, he's on drugs. Do you know what time that was in the morning?
No.
And he was eating cereal. Did you hear me say that? I go, you guys were listening to Artie eat breakfast. I mean, that's what Artie sounds like when he wakes up.
He did sound like grape nuts. You're right.
Yeah. But I mean, there's no way. The whole thing was with Artie when I found out everything and I decided to get sober. Then he, was getting sober. We texted all the time, and make sure that none of us were going back. Then he found this great place he went to, and he came back. And he called me, and I heard his voice, and it was the voice I heard at K-Rock.
I feel like you had a large hand in just kind of getting him in a good place. Like, it doesn't come up a lot because he was long gone from the show, and I guess about a year later, you were sort of the guy that said, let's you kind of, I don't know, I feel like you dotted those I's.
We both leaned on each other to stay sober, but I was able to do it on my own, because that's how I am. I don't need someone to tell me anything. If I decide to do something, I do it myself. I really don't need anybody's help. I don't fucking kiss anybody's ass. Maybe that's why I miss out on some opportunities. But hey, my opportunities did hit, and it came to me. So you can't keep somebody down that can fucking write like me, that can do what I can do, that has visions that not many people have, and these people see it in me, and it's going to be pretty big.
We were talking about this before you came on. What was the first year you started? Like, were you a New York guy, or was it Philly, or was it?
I grew up in Staten Island, so I used to, being a Stern fan, Jackie had the open mic in West Orange. I knew comedians and that shit, but I fucking, there was no big deal. And the bar I used to hang out, and like at Staten Island, everybody tried to have who had the toughest bars. So if people came in our bar, my job was to go bust their balls until they wanted to fight us.
Wow.
So basically, my friend Buddy said to me, he goes, "You're pretty fucking funny. You should try this." And I'm like, "Really?" And that's how I got started.
Who was around back then? Is it Rich Voss? Was he a guy that was in your...
Yeah. I remember Voss, Jeff Parami, who's a funny guy you probably don't know.
No, I don't know.
Otto and George.
Yeah, no, Otto just passed away, right? Otto Peterson?
Yeah, it's been over a year now.
Yeah, he's a great comedian. Man, he was good.
and we're going to do something for his wife soon.
Oh, I heard about that. When is that?
We're going to set up a date. It'll probably be about October.
Okay.
Otto's one of those guys that he was such a nice guy. That hurt me so bad.
Yeah, he looked tortured too. I mean, he looked like a really. That's what I've heard. He's like,
No, you sit with him and you can talk about movies, old movies forever and just laugh. He just it's different what you see. I mean, I knew him as a friend. Bob Gullop was around back then. He was in Goodfellas. Frank D'Amico, who passed away. Marty Braga, who passed away. Bobby Woods, I worked with, who basically used to do, he was the one that did the Norton, get up here, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used to work with Bobby Woods all the time, and I remember me, him, and Otto, we'd do a lot of blow, and it was this booker, Mike Austin, who actually passed away, and
Jesus, what's passed away?
No, and that's just like, it reminds me of, you were a wrestler, right, Bob?
Yeah.
A pro wrestler. Elite Circuit, where can we watch your matches? Is there any way we could?
Oh my God!
You know what? My wife taped over to the last car.
Oh, they always do.
I was talking to somebody that has a connection. I could still take the falls and shit. I know, all
Come on!
I love wrestling.
You'll pull a groin. You'll be ruined.
No.
Bust a hip.
I'll put an arm bar on you, Bob.
See, there's a difference between somebody that's insane and somebody that thinks rational. And somebody that thinks rational gets hurt more than somebody who's insane. And that's a fucking fact. What were we talking about before this?
We were talking about...
I don't know. I felt like we were doing a review of dead comedians.
That's why I thought of wrestling. Because the wrestlers all die, and it's like comedians and wrestlers have this similar kind of thing. It's very tight-knit group, and they're all kind of lonely. They all kind of pass away at a very young age. It seems like they're kind of like a kindred spirit. And wrestlers are some of the funniest people I've ever seen in entertainment. I mean that in the best possible. The mic work, like it looks like you can do mic work. You could sit there with like Gene Okerlund and scream at him and like insult him. Like I could see that.
Why when I did Shane McMahon's bachelor party with Norton, they wanted me, they go, you would be good on the mic or maybe a manager. So, I just trained. I was, my neighbor had the Monster Factory over here. And, I had fun. But, nothing came of it. But who cares? You know what I mean? I had a fun time.
It's great. You don't have to preach. I love wrestling. Monique's the Wendy Richter of Hell's Kitchen.
Oh, I was just noticing on your upcoming dates that you are right around the corner from me on August 12th. What's this birthday show?
I'm playing a whorehouse?
Yes!
No, that's my birthday show. I'm doing at the New York Comedy Club, Al Martin's Club, a friend of mine for years.
I know it. It's right around the corner from me.
Yeah, so come on out. It'll be a great time.
When is your birthday?
August 12th, baby.
Oh, it's actually that day. Okay, awesome. I'm definitely going to come.
And then right from there, I go to the Foxwoods in Connecticut and do the casino.
You're getting these comedians paid. I mean, aren't there like tons of stories of where club owners had to welch out and you're making sure these guys that go on the road with you get to the point where you were actually taking money out of your own pocket to make sure these guys got paid just so they would continue to tour with you? Like you're that kind of a bench.
No, it's not because they can tour with me. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck if somebody doesn't want to tour.
Just to keep their spirits up. I know you don't need them.
If somebody's going to be crying, I can't go home. My wife's going to
kill me. That's what I'm.
You know what I mean? It's like, holy fuck. You know what I mean? I came to Texas and I'm going to go home with nothing because you can't fucking, your wife needs to buy a new fucking purse. Are you fucking kidding me? I just couldn't take the crying anymore, Like, here, fucking take it. Holy fuck.
Who's one of your favorite up-and-coming comedians today? Who are you loving? Who's on your radar?
As new comedians, it's hard to say. I mean, the last new comedian who was Pete Davidson, he's on Saturday Night Live now.
Yeah.
He used to be on my podcast all the time over here. He used to come over when he was 17 because he's from Staten Island.
Wow.
And I took him under my wing. Like, I brought him to shitty places. Like, he'll say, and never brought him to a good club. because you don't learn that.
Right.
You know, you don't fucking make it easy for somebody. If you want to make somebody good, you don't make it easy. And that's the way to do it, you know. And me and Pete were going to do a show in Atlantic City on a Thursday. I think it was the 2nd of July, but we had to move it. So we're going to do another date there. But, you know, Pete got, you know, hilarious once he, you know, realized, okay, I got to kind of get out of the kid thing and move on. You know, but I had him on the podcast teaching him how to be quick.
Because he's an interesting fit on that show because he's not an impressionist. He doesn't do characters.
He should be on more. No, he basically, we were working, we were here, and he was saying about this Nick Cannon contest.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, all right. I go, I'm not a big fan of contests. And he goes, yeah, but I get to open for him if I win. And it was so funny. And he won. And he goes, oh. What do I tell Nick? Do I tell him you're my manager? And I go, no, just get the fuck out of here. You know? It was like, you know, man, you fucking go. You know?
He was fucking 17 at that time. Like, who has the, you know, the moxie to do that except to have a vision at 17?
Yeah, that was me. And like growing up in Staten Island, and his father died in 9/11.
Right.
As a fireman, it really hit home to me. You know, because we hung out in the same circles, basically. And his mother's a sweetheart. And, you know, she had to raise him. They didn't get any money out of that. And she took care of the kids. The kids are doing great. And I'm very happy for him, you know. I hope people don't pull him in every fucking direction.
They will.
And shit.
You know, as long as you can maintain your head, kind of like you have, actually. It's amazing to me that you've gone through such highs, lows, ups, downs, drugs, sober, everything, and you're still here to talk about it and to tell us who you are, and you've always stayed true to that, Bob. You've always stayed true to who you are.
You have to. That's the only way to go. That's what I teach my son. You know, my son, I took him to see Paul McCartney. He was doing comedy with me. I used to bring him on after me. He used to kill.
How old is he?
He was probably 14 then.
Wow.
And then I brought him to see Paul McCartney. And he goes, you still got that bass? And I'm like, yeah. And if you look at their videos, I just got them, the guy that worked on Jimi Hendrix Watchtower album. He worked with Santana, the Ramones, Joan Jett, everybody. He's going to be their sound guy and engineer. And these kids, there's nobody better. My son's the oldest. He's 16. Billy is 14. The drummer is 12 or 13 now.
What's their name, Bob?
The New Evolution Band.
All right. We're going to wrap it up with our friend Bob now. Boys, do you have any other questions for Bob?
No, I think Colin Quinn summed up Bob pretty well when and this is a total compliment, but I remember an episode of Tough Crowd, and I'm a Long Island guy, so Quinn said to you, he goes, Bob, you look like a Shoreham Wading River volunteer fireman. And you're like, Colin, what the fuck is Shoreham Wading River? He goes, you don't know Long Island, Levy. You don't know Long Island.
I love Colin. Like, he's one of my favorite. I always have him on the show, you know. He's just, I love him.
He loves you, too.
He's a wit. I only want to ask if you're willing to throw Barry-faced Ralph under the bus, but maybe you don't want to go there.
I might want to write a book or something.
That's great. That would be great.
Sweet.
You know, but, you know, I mean, look, sometimes you got to say you're sorry for what you did. And if you don't, you're not a real man. And, you know, you got to pay some way. You know, you can pay me now or you can pay me.
Yeah.
All you got to do is say, I'm sorry, we fucked up. Well, I can't believe what Tim and them did to you. And I would forget about it right now. But for me to write a book, it's in my head. I have somebody come over here that they were going to send some people over, and I was just going to tell them my whole life story from growing up until now.
I'll get Judith Regan on the horn, Monique.
She fucked up. She was trying to sell that fucking OJ book, and they fought.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, Anthony Baza.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I got people that definitely want me to write the book, and I tell them my mind. You know what I mean? The whole thing. There's a difference between a liar and someone who tells the truth. A liar's story will change every time you talk to them. Somebody who tells the truth will tell you the same story.
That's right.
That's
It never
true.
changes.
That's very true.
Well,
Bob, you seem like a great dad to me because my dad wouldn't take me to see Sean Lennon, and you're doing all that.
That's one thing.
That's what I love the most about you. I know you're a great dad. I can just tell.
Dude, for me to live in the
What
basement.
about the Asian kid?
No,
No, Sean is the Asian one.
Oh, Sean is the Asian one.
Yeah,
Julian. He only took you to Julian.
Julian's an artist. He's an artist. But, hey, for me to live in my ex-wife's basement for 5 years for $5,000 a month to see my son wake up every morning, that's the thing. People go, "Oh, you're a loser. You live in it." No, I got to see my son wake up.
We never thought that
morning.
once.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
And that's why we're best friends. That's why I teach him, I don't hide anything from him. He knows I'm fucking crazy, and he knows what to do if somebody fucks with him. And they're going to make it, for no doubt about it, because I've never seen kids play like this, and they play over and over and over, and you're going to be watching stuff from like 2 months ago, and they've only been together for 5 maybe.
Wow.
Well, he'll always love you, and you'll always have a great relationship, and he won't do a song like Zoo Za Zoo to embarrass you.
No, it'll be like
Bob may not even know what the hell that is.
My daddy fucked porn stars. All right, nice talking to you.
All right, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Take care. It was great talking to you.
Yep.
I'm here anytime.
Thanks, Levy.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging with us tonight. Please join us for any further discussion at RadioGunk.com in the forum section. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at RadioGunk. And don't forget to like this and subscribe to us and hit that little bell so you know when we're doing a new show. Thanks.